All right. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, everyone. It is 9:13 a.m. I'd like to call the December 11th, 2025 meeting of the Harris County Commissioners Court to order. The reason I was a little late this morning is because I just got back from a conference at the National Association of Counties. Not really a conference, a gathering of the county executives from the largest counties in the nation. We just had some wonderful meetings. I also want to mention that my office is holding a children's book drive. We've collected more than 300 books, and we're looking for more. So if you have books to donate, for kids ages 2 to 13, we have a box outside the courtroom today, or you can drop them off outside my office on the 9th floor. The donations will benefit the Lawson Academy and our New Beginnings Learning Academy. So a lot of county employees have helped with that, departments, and I just want to thank you guys. It's been just a joy to have our conference room packed with books, and I'm really grateful for it. And then let's move on to the prayer. So Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you. Good morning. And an early Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays and Happy Hanukkah to everyone. I'm pleased to introduce Reverend Kyra Bear to give the opening prayer today. Reverend Bear was ordained in 1997. She ministered in Mesa, Arizona for 3 years before pioneering Unity of Divine Love Spiritual Center in Chandler, Arizona in 2000. Unity Church of Nasa Bay Area welcomed Reverend Bear as their new permanent minister in 2013. Currently, Reverend Bear serves as minister at Unity Bay Area Houston in League City. She recently worked with other faith leaders in the Clear Lake area to form the Interfaith Council of Greater Clear Lake. Thank you for that. She also served 2 years on the board of Unity South Central Region. In addition to her active leadership service in Unity, Reverend Kyra served 6 years in nonprofit leadership, the United Way of Texas Gulf Coast. Thank you for your service. Thank you for all you do. And I hope the new road in front is working out well for you guys. Thank you very much. Please lead us in prayer.
Thank you, Commissioner, and it's a privilege to be here with all of you. I invite you to find that place where you commune with the God of your understanding, where you open your heart and your mind and your being, and we take a sacred pause together. We call on the spirit of wisdom, the spirit of love, and the spirit of justice. We center ourselves in gratitude for this day and for the opportunity to serve the people of Harris County. May this gathering be guided by integrity, compassion, and clarity. We bless these commissioners and all who labor here for the common good, that their words be rooted in truth, that their deliberations grounded in understanding, and their actions inspired by service beyond self. We give thanks, knowing the work done here reflects the highest good for one and all, bridging divides, uplifting those in need, serving the citizens of this great county, and strengthening the bonds of community that unite us. As decisions are made here, may light illumine each mind and love steady each heart. Together we weave justice, mercy, and vision into the fabric of this great county. And so we give thanks for this privilege to lead, to listen, and to love through service. And we say thank you to one and all that are here that care deeply about our community. And we are proud to be a part of this great county. And we say thank you, God. And so it is. Amen. And yes. Thank you.
Reverend, thank you so much for that wonderful prayer. Thank you. All right, let's stand now for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Just some housekeeping notes. Commissioner Ellis will be joining virtually when he can. He's attending a funeral this morning of a longtime friend and Texas leader. Out of order items, the first point of order is to take the public hearing items 391 through 399, each of which requires a separate public hearing. We'll take those following the conclusion of public comments. Then we'll proceed to the consent agenda process. To accommodate Commissioner Ellis's commitments today, we will take executive session sometime between 11:30 and 1:30. That's when he will be between funeral commitments. So at this time, we would like to invite all speakers to address the court. Tiffany, I will leave that to you.
Yes, ma'am. First is Martha Gonzalez on item 356 of Precinct 3, Patrick Hughes on item 356 of Precinct 4, Anne Marie McDonald on item 375 of Precinct 2, and Farah Deshwi on item 379 of Precinct 4. You each have 1 minute.
Can I go? Good morning, Judge. Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you for this opportunity to speak today in support of continuing the child care property tax exemption. So my name is Martha Gonzalez. I am the Associate Director for Early Childhood Education with Children at Risk. So as you know, parents have a hard time finding childcare and employers can't find workers. So the legislator and more than 1 million voters approved a powerful tool to change that. You've supported this before. 2 years ago, I was here when I first started with Children at Risk, and continuing it will ensure childcare providers can benefit from this critical relief. So as of September 2024, Harris County had 274 child care programs that were Texas Rising Star certified and eligible for this exemption, but only 131 of these have been approved so far. So there's still significant opportunity in supporting this resolution to allow more time for additional providers to sign up for this benefit. You know, child care providers are small businesses, part of a backbone of our economy, and
Thank you.
that
Your
was
time is
passed,
up.
so,
Go-
it's a win-win.
go ahead,
vote.
go ahead.
Thank you.
Did you want to finish?
Sure, I'm just one real quick. I'll just say that, under this law, you have the opportunity to offer 50 to 100% property tax exemptions to these licensed child care programs. That allows the providers to retain staff, improve quality, and stay open so parents can work and without raising the cost to those families, which is already high, as we know, right? So I urge you just to continue it, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. And I know we're losing a lot of slots because of the refusal to put early childhood on the ballot. I will say we just returned from trade mission in Tokyo, and we have major companies that are looking to come to Harris County, and their big issue is workforce. And so I'm glad that you mentioned about not only do parents have trouble finding childcare, but employers have trouble finding workers because the parents have trouble finding childcare. So I hope my colleagues will join me in this and approve the opportunity to allow voters to say what they would like to see on early childhood at some point soon. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you, Ms. Gonzalez.
Good morning, Commissioners. Judge Dalgos, nice to be here today. My name is Patrick Hughes. My wife and I own a child care center in West Harris County, and we've been doing in child care business for 30 years, 23 in Harris County alone. There are several factors that are affecting child care costs, and I'd like to point those out. We have wait lists for new families to get approved for child care from Texas Workforce Commission. And that list is essentially stagnant or frozen at this point. Exponentially higher insurance costs, property tax appraisals, labor costs, food costs, and I think probably the number one reason is we are competing against independent school districts that have established full-time pre-K programs. So as a recipient of the Harris County Child Care Property Tax Exemption, we were able to counter those factors, and we were able to not increase our tuition rates for the year of 2025.
Thank you, sir. Your time is up.
Why don't you finish up and then just clarify? Obviously, the school districts offer pre-K, but childcare centers offer pre.
Okay. So basically, I implore the commissioners to maintain this exemption for child care centers and to ensure the future health and availability, especially with private learning programs in Harris County. So what we're facing right now is you have a lot of the independent school districts that have started pre-K programs, some starting at age 2, definitely 3 and 4, which directly competes against the child care centers. And I think that's important to realize that when you're involved with the independent school districts, there are certain days that a parent will not have care. Sometimes in the summer, they won't have care. Now they're looking for seats in childcare that may or may not be available just based on the number of child care centers that are selling or going out of business. But definitely the exemption is a big plus for us, and I do appreciate that. So I hope we can continue this exemption.
Thank you so much for your work.
you.
Good morning. I'm Anne Marie McDonald. I'm the Chief Program Officer, excuse me, for the Houston and Southeast Texas chapter of the association. We're just here to ask that you continue the agreement that we have with Harris County and the Alzheimer's Association to provide information and education programs on Alzheimer's and dementia in Precinct 4 community centers at no cost to the county. Alzheimer's is a national concern, but it is impacting people right now in Harris County. About 62,000 residents living in Harris County have Alzheimer's disease. And this disease doesn't just affect individuals, it affects our economy, our healthcare system, and our social services. And so we do appreciate the continued support of Harris County Precinct 4, and we hope to expand into other precincts.
Thank you so much for the work you do.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. My name is Farah Rawashde, and I serve as President of the American Society of Highway Engineers, also known as ASHE Houston Section. We are a nonprofit professional engineering organization. We appreciate the opportunity to partner with Harris County through Precinct 4's Adopt a County Mile program. And this partnership aligns with ASHE's mission to support a safe, efficient, and sustainable transportation system through public service. Our members are civil and transportation engineering professionals who live and work in this region, and this program allows us to give back in a meaningful way. We are pleased to take the responsibility of maintaining the approximate 1 mile segment through November 2026. On behalf of ASHE Houston, thank you to the Commissioners Court and Precinct 4 staff for the support and allowing us to be a part of this program. We appreciate your consideration and look forward to serving our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Farrah, thanks for coming down. Who do you work with?
I work with GFT.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Kara Escajeda on item 499. Maria Hernandez on item 499 of Precinct 4, and Dr. Aisha Siddiqui on item 499 of Precinct 4. You each have 1 minute.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. I'm Kara Escajeda with Texas Parks and Wildlife. I'm the local parks grant coordinator for the Gulf Coast region. I'm here to show my strong support for the execution of the Outdoor Recreation Legacy Partnership Agreement for Burnett Bayland. As you're aware, this is the largest ORLAPA grant ever awarded, totaling $11.3 million, and includes a match from the Land and Water Conservation Fund. This accomplishment speaks volume for your staff's competency in submitting a highly comprehensive application and skill at working through a compliance process. Specifically, I want to thank Angie and Courtney for their responsiveness and requirements needed to get us to this point today. The grant will provide a high-quality outdoor space to an underserved urban area, and the parkland will be dedicated for perpetuity, which is about 50 acres. Burnett Bayland will stand as a model as to how to
Your
invest
time
and
is up.
strengthen.
Go ahead and finish.
That's about it.
All right. Thank you so much. That's
So
wonderful.
much. Thank you for your partnership and investment. Thank you.
Good morning, Judge Hidalgo and Commissioners. My name is Maria Hernandez with Madres del Parque. Today, I want to express my deep gratitude to Commissioner Leslie Briones and her dedicated team for their unwavering commitment to securing the funding to transport. We are also profoundly thankful for the Texas Parks and Wildlife Department for the generosity and impactful financial support. This investment is more than a renovation. It's an opportunity to reshape the future of our community in Gulfton. The 80 acres expansion will create a healthier and more welcoming environment for all families. But its impact goes beyond the landscape. These improvements will nurture healthier, active, and more inspired young minds. It will provide programs for our youth to explore their creativity, discover their talents, and build their confidence they need to excel. A whole new place that will become a vital hub for our multicultural families.
Did you have anything to add?
I just want to add that at its heart, this project is about connecting with nature, creating a bridge between people and nature, a bridge that invites everyone, regardless of race, color, language, and status, to feel included, supported, and valued. Thank you very much.
Thank you so
Thank you,
much.
Maria. Thanks to all the Madres del Parque. Thank you.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. With more than a decade of working closely with Gulfton community, I have witnessed firsthand the tremendous resilience of our families and also the profound need for safe, accessible green spaces. That's why this $11.3 million investment is truly transformative. The expansion of Burnett Bayland by nearly 48 additional acres is not just a renovation. It is a once-in-a-generation gift for a community that has long been underserved for parks and green spaces. Gulfton is one of the most densely populated neighborhoods in Harris County, home to large, hardworking families living in limited housing. We have very few green spaces relative to the size and need of our population, and families often struggle to find safe places where children can simply play. This expansion directly addresses the gap. It will give our children room to play soccer, cricket, and other sports that reflect our community's rich cultural diversity. It will give families a place to gather.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Are you done?
Just a little bit. Beyond recreation, green spaces are essential for mental health in a neighborhood where daily stressors are high and safe outdoor environments are scarce. Parks like this become lifeline. Access to nature reduces anxiety and depression, foster belonging, and support healthy childhood development. This park expansion is not just about healing, health, and hope. It is about building a neighborhood that truly feels like home. And thank you, Judge and Commissioner, for your leadership, vision, and unwavering community support. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Ma'am, can you please state your name for the record?
I'm Aisha Siddiqui from
Thank you.
Chad.
Thank you.
Next is non-agenda speaker Jacob Clementich and non-agenda speaker Leslie Burrow. You each have 1 minute.
Hi guys, and then I was at City Council the other day and I got this present from Mayor Whitmire, and it's a clear backpack, so it's awesome to use. It's required to use by everybody at the NRG Park, and well, it got his signature on his autograph, and so I also got this thank you letter from Councilmember Mario Castillo. He says, Jacob, thank you for the gifts last week. I have them at my desk. Keep on telling daggy jokes. You bring joy to Council Chamber. Gig'em, Mario Castillo. Do you want to hear daggy jokes? Okay. Well, but that's all, folks. Oh, what I also want to say is I wanted to thank you all for signing the FIFA, the official FIFA ball.
Thank you. Your time is up.
All right. Thank you.
Hello, Commissioners. Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Leslie Burrow. I am an almost 21-year resident of Harris County, and taxpayer and resident of Harris County, specifically in Spring and Tomball area. I'm a mom of 4 and a dog lover and a recent advocate of animals in the last 2 years, which is why I came to speak about Harris County Shelter. I have been following their kill list and have become a foster mom for these pups that I have pulled several from the euthanasia list and am currently fostering. I ask you guys to please start following the kill list of Harris County Shelter. Oh, sorry, I lost my place. Please start following the kill list of Harris County Shelter, and you will find that wonderful dogs are being killed daily because of space and inappropriate funding. It is inhumane and unacceptable as people under God to take the lives of these innocent, wonderful creatures.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Would you like to finish?
Sure. That God has put under our dominion. Something has to be done to change the policies and funding for these innocent creatures. I ask that you please start following the kill list and consider meeting with our organization, Harris County Paw and Order, about our ideas and plans that we have to change our county. Thank you.
Thank you. We'd like to meet with you if we haven't already. So ask the team to do that. And I agree with you with funding. We spent $100 million that took $100 million from the budget. And that kills me as well to see these animals. We'll just have to figure out where to get more money. Thank you.
Judge, we'd love to meet with you. Thank you.
Next is non-agenda speaker Anthony Hayes. You have 1 minute.
I didn't get to pull my emails out of my bag. Hi, how y'all doing? Time extensions on it? 30 seconds?
Excuse me?
Can I get a time extension on it for 1:30?
I'm sorry, I can't catch what you're saying.
I got 1 minute to speak. Can I get a time extension for 1:30?
Go ahead, and then, yeah, go ahead.
It's great to see all y'all. Like I said, before my grandfather, I had served 25 years, did with Precinct 2 as well, did a lot with everybody. I noticed our lines are at a turn now where we can make an offer with Harris County 1 before we decide what we're going to do with our U.S. Representative Chair. I've talked with several around, including the Christ Catholic Cathedral and the Trinity Church, to have U.S. representatives, if we can't get them in the door, at least put them, upstairs, to wanting to find out a strengthening of what we can do for everybody as far as for the fundings for, the conferences of the West Coast, because those are sides of Harris County that we're using that we don't particularly look into as far as for our associates, as far as for the Harris County 1 officers, as far as for the insurances for like all of our cars, so at a matching rate.
Thank you, sir. Your time is up.
Would you like to wrap up real quick?
Sure, at a matching rate that would help for the other half of the opener for the interest in our courts, the rest of our commissioners and everything like that. To be able to put at least an interest in with on the past agenda, which I'll have to email, which more that I've read into, to help ensure our vehicles, our people who are on the road and back and forth going, to places. It shows where we can help improve with what's happening with them to give them a strengthening of their security, because I know that we've lost a lot in court, and then it just ends up back in Precinct 7, So it's just from there having to pick up, or it's there, you know what I mean? So I will email y'all more later about that.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Sir, can you please state your name for the record?
State your name? My name is Anthony Sean Hayes, son of Billy Dean Hayes.
Thank you.
Precinct 2.
Next is Chandler Rain speaking on items 255. You have 1 minute.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Chandler Rain. I'm the first assistant district attorney at the Harris County District Attorney's Office, and we're here this morning to talk on item 255 regarding the grant for our victim advocates and our victim coordinators and social workers as well. And really what we wanted to do is come down and thank this court for your continued dedication to victims of crime. I've got with me Colleen Jordan, who's our Director of Victim Services Division, as well as Miss Eugenia Franklin, who's one of our team leads, who leads a team of victim assistance coordinators. And I just wanted to update the court on some of the things that we've done this year. With this court's help and assistance, we've contacted over 30,000 victims this year with our team of victim assistance coordinators. They've been to court with victims of crime almost 2,000 times this year. They've been in meetings with prosecutors almost 2,000 times this year as well, really serving the victims in our community who have fallen victim of crime and are survivors of crime as well. When you walk into a Harris County courtroom, it is so common to see, if I can just wrap up, thank you.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. It is so common to see our victim assistance coordinator sitting there holding the hands of a mother who lost their child, of a young child who was a victim of sexual abuse. It is because of this court granting us the ability to expand this team over the last year that we've continued to see support of victims and survivors of crime. And so we're here to just thank you for your support.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your work. Thank you, guys.
Rain, just a word. First of all, thank you for coming down to speak on these. And I looked at those items and appreciate the work that you are doing and and Sean is doing to pursue those opportunities. I just wanted to say it is a great way to end of the year to say thank you to the District Attorney's Office, to Sean Tier in particular, for the incredible work that you guys are doing. Our numbers are moving in the right direction. Dockets are moving in the right direction. Trials are being held. Thank you, thank you, thank you. A number of courts are moving in the right direction. There's still some that need to pick it up, but I just want to say thank you. Please extend my appreciation to the District Attorney.
Thank you, Commissioner. I appreciate it.
I echo those comments and keep up the excellent critical work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. What's the next speaker, Tiffany?
Next is non-agenda speaker Juliana Ray. She'll be speaking virtually.
Okay.
You can go ahead, ma'am. You have 1 minute.
Okay. Hello, my name is Rachel Houstonian. Historically, volunteers for Harris County Pets received the Red List, a daily euthanasia list of dogs scheduled for euthanasia. This list allowed us to target our efforts on animals in immediate danger. Because we knew exactly which dogs were urgent, we were able to alert rescues, fosters, and the public quickly. Transparency saved lives and improved shelter outcomes. Today, however, the proven successful Red List is abolished. Any dog over 15 days is at risk, leaving volunteers trying to network over 400 dogs at once. That is impossible and impractical. Dogs are being euthanized without notifying the public that their time was up. Transparency puts everyone on the same page. It is not essential, it is essential in saving lives. I respectfully urge Harris County Pets to restore the daily euthanasia list and welcome a meeting to further discuss this with you.
All right. Thank you so much. And I'm so sorry. What was your request, ma'am?
My request is that Harris County Pets restore the daily euthanasia list.
Okay.
That they give us.
Go ahead.
Yeah, they used to give us a red list of dogs that were on the euthanasia list for the following day.
Okay.
So that we could network those dogs, and it was a lot more successful.
Okay. And I'll have the team reach out to you as well. One of my priorities for the year is to work on the spay and neuter issue really intently, and obviously on this issue more broadly, and as the costs of this harm kit, I'm gonna continue to advocate for funding for this, and for children and courts, so we can process victims and so on. So we'll visit with you. Thank you.
Awesome. That's great. Great to hear. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Judge, those are all the speakers except for the public hearing speakers.
Okay, great. Thank you all so much. So let's move on to the public hearings. These are items 391 through 399. So we have speakers for some of them. So if you guys will just let me know, or Tiffany, let me know if there are speakers for a particular one. Some do not have speakers. So first we will have a public hearing. Welcome, Commissioner Ellis. On item 391 in the public hearing section on page 47. I now open the public hearing to consider approval of allowing the process for the revision of the subdivision plat entitled Arcadian Gardens Section 3 Partial Replat Number 2 to proceed, and that Commissioners Court hold a public hearing for the proposed plat under Local Government Code 232.009C1 Precinct 3. Is there anyone who would like to speak for or against this item? This is Arcadian Gardens Section 3, Partial Replat Number 2.
I think they've signed up and listed. Just simply need to read the names of the people that have signed up.
Tiffany, would you do that for us, please?
Okay, for 391, those speakers have not shown up.
They're all here. I'm looking at them.
Okay, Peter Good and Carlin Good.
I know I see Paul Jacob.
I think this is the different one.
Is it?
He signed up for 394.
Okay. All right. So we've acknowledged the folks that came to speak. Just for the record, these votes today do not result in immediate approval of the replat. Completing public hearing is a statutory requirement to allow the platting process to proceed. But any of the folks who signed up, even if they were not here, we will follow up ahead of the final vote to make sure that we understand.
Yeah, to be clear, there's no vote today.
A decision, right? So today the vote is on
There's no
simply
vote
the
today.
public. Excuse me.
There's no vote today. We're just having a hearing.
After the hearing, I say I now close the public hearing. Is there a motion on this item? So I'm not saying that, Jay, today.
No, not for this, not for these hearings, Judge.
Okay.
There's no motion required today.
All right. Okay, so on that one, I now close the public hearing. The end. So let's move to 392. Next, we have a public hearing for item 392 in the public hearing section on page 47. I now open the public hearing to consider approval of allowing the process for the revision of the subdivision plat entitled Barnaba Estates Partial Replat Number 1 to proceed, and that Commissioners Court hold a public hearing for the proposed plat under Local Government Code 22.009C1 Precinct 3. Any speakers for that public hearing?
No speakers are signed up for that one.
All right. All right, then we'll move on to 393. I now close this public hearing. 393. I now open the public hearing to consider approval of allowing the process for the revision of the subdivision plat entitled Barnaba Estates Partial Replat Number 2 to proceed, and that Commissioners Court hold a public hearing for the proposed plat under Local Government Code 232.009C1 Precinct 3. Is there anyone who would like to speak for or against this item?
No speakers are signed up for 393.
All right, I now close this public hearing. Next, public hearing item for 394. I now open the public hearing to consider approval of allowing the process for the revision of a subdivision plat entitled Crossing at Cypress Lake Section 2 to proceed, and that Commissioners Court hold a public hearing for the proposed plat under Local Government Code 232.009C1 Precinct 3. Is there anyone who would like to speak for or against this item?
Paul Jacob, Rick Abakta, Ram Wadwa, Megan Jacob, Ranjan Lashkari, Chris McWilliams, Jennifer Curtis, and Michael Kim.
Hi, my name is Paul Jacob. I'm the president of the Villages of Cypress Lakes, and I represent 945 homes that surround the Cypress Lakes Golf Course. We were completely in the dark about this development and the water utility agreement between our MUD and the developer, and our community is very upset. I polled our community, a majority of them, and over 97% are opposed to this development. And I'm here to ask the commissioners to scrutinize this as closely as possible, try to slow it down, and if possible, to stop it. Our opinion on this is that the cart is a little bit before the horse. We have evidence that shows that the ETJ de-annexation may not be complete, including a couple lawyer opinions on that and communication from the city. They also don't have their MUD approved, and we're not sure if they have their flood mitigation, and they're relying on a historic drainage system that flows through our land, our right-of-way into our flood ponds.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Commissioner
Go ahead.
Ramsey and all the commissioners.
Go ahead.
Support.
Go ahead and wrap up quickly.
Okay. Yeah, I was just saying that if it flows into our flood ponds and, they're planning to change this subdivision golf course and break it apart, they should have to stand on their own. And I'd like to thank Commissioner Ramsey for all your support, all the commissioners and you, Judge, as well. Thank you.
Let me just acknowledge you, Paul. I have never seen anybody get in the middle of something like you have. You ask very good questions. Every question, every detail, whether it's related to flood, whether it's related to traffic, whether it's related to the whole process in general. You've been up there right in the middle of it. You have access to our staff to work through these issues. We're going to cross every T, dot every I, be sure that this thing is done in strict compliance with not only the county requirements, but in some cases, I think there still is some lingering issues with the city of Houston that needs to be vetted. I know I've talked to our county attorney, and they are looking at that whole process right now. I think the whole process has been flawed. I think y'all have not been kept posted. I don't appreciate just how something done. It's not a matter of just being sure you got all the boxes checked, but it's being sure that you have done this thing according to transparency and strict compliance with law. So thank you for your partnership and being sure that we hold to account this whole development in terms of going forward. And we know this is just a step in the process. And we look forward to seeing what else we might be able to do in terms of working out all these details. But again, thank you publicly, Paul, for what you've done.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Ramsey. Really
Thank
appreciate
you.
it.
Thank you so much.
Good morning to you all. My name is Rick Bakta. I live in Leland Shores, and I noticed the elevation on the clubhouse was about 10 foot above the BFNE, and if the developer plans to build according to the BFE and the existing flood level, it will sure flood all our subdivision if they raise it by 10 foot. And if they raise that, all our Leland Shore homes and everything will be underwater with a half hour rain. And also, we're going to have 600 homes that's going to put 1,200 cars on the street of Cypresswood Drive and Leland Shore, Lueta Drive. And that's too many cars to maneuver around in case of an emergency. If there is an emergency on Mushkey and Cypresswood, and Cypress Rose Hill and Cypresswood, people not going to be able to get out.
Thank you. Your
Sir,
time
go
is
ahead and
up.
finish up.
The people will have a very hard time to get out to save their lives. So I would appreciate to look this thing in very deeply. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. And so, if I'm understanding correctly, you have an issue with potential flooding?
Yes, ma'am. If they raise that level to 10 foot, like it shows previously by Harris County Engineering Office, that they raised it by 10 foot. And if it is still required that level, then we all going to be flooded because we are below 10 foot right now.
Okay. And one of the issues I'm concerned about is the flood bond is at a deficit of, how much is it, Amy? $400 million. So there are several flood bond projects that right now have no path forward. So I think I'm hearing you guys are effective advocates. So I would check. I don't know if your area has one of those projects that is paused indefinitely. I just can't remember. But I would check that if I were you. Where can they check that?
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
We'll send you the link to that dashboard. Go ahead.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. My name is Ram Wadhwa, and I'm a resident of Villages of Cypress Lake, Section 2. There are a few bullet points which I would like to raise against this development. So basically, they have been building too many houses behind exactly on the golf course where our houses are, which, as Rick said, there will be flood issues to all those houses. There will be more than 1,200 to 1,500 cars a day entering in and out on those streets. Traffic problem. Third, the elevation is too high, as Rick mentioned, and there is too much of safety issue for the public. Plus, I have been also just yesterday came to know that the engineers, the attorney, and some of the board of directors from the MUD are on the decision-making side and on the development side, a big conflict of interest for this development. So these are the bullet points. I can go into detail if required.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. And we'll look at that, why that is happening. Shouldn't be. Thank you.
Good morning, respected judge and the commissioners. I am Ranjan Lashkari, and I am here to oppose the destruction and then the construction of the houses. I am not as technical as Mr. Paul or Mr. Rick, but I am a resident there from 2009, and one thing I know that the golf course was a very good water retention. We have seen all kind of hurricanes, all kind of derechos, which was sustained by the golf course. So please, we request 600 home means 1,200 cars minimum and 24 to 2,500 people, and that's going to overwhelm our school district also. So please look into this. And not to mention the environmental fact that we had one of the best environmental protected subdivision there, which is not going to be there. Please help stop this. And on top of it, I am missing the golf balls. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you for giving us a voice here today. My name is Megan Jacob. I am here today as a homeowner who will be negatively impacted if the Cypress Lakes Golf Course is developed into almost 600 homes, 187 acres of beautiful green space, full of wildlife, including endangered species like bald eagles, completely destroyed due to greed. Our water resources will be pushed to max capacity, putting us at risk of contamination, low water pressure, and the very likely future cost of water facility expansion. Thanks to our MUD, who made a crooked deal to share our water facility with the developer without the taxpayers' input or involvement. Our home values are also at risk as we will no longer be a golf course subdivision. Realtors are sending us letters to offer to sell our homes before the market shifts.
Go ahead and finish up.
So we're getting letters from realtors to offer to sell our homes, saying before the market shifts and this development comes to be, sell your home so you can get more money for it now because you're going to be majorly impacted. Many of us just recently built our homes within the last year on the golf course. And so we urge you to consider all that we have to say. Put yourselves in our position as homeowners yourselves as you make this very impactful decision for the replats. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Thank you, Megan.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. I'm also a resident of in the surrounding community, and I'll go into a little more detail about concerns about flooding. And I just want to thank you for the opportunity to speak today. This request is to deny approval of the crossing at Cypress Lakes replats because, as proposed, they would worsen flood risk rather than help mitigate it. Main concern, the district engineer for Harris County MUD 391 has clearly stated that the existing detention and retention ponds have no excess drainage capacity available. I asked that question specifically. Despite this, the current crossing at Cypress Lakes plan routes drainage into the same Harris County MUD 391 detention/retention facilities, effectively relying on capacity that does not exist. Allowing this replat to proceed as designed would push additional stormwater into an already maxed out system.
Thank you, sir. Your
increasing the
time
risk
is
of
up.
flooding.
Go ahead and wrap up.
Pardon?
Go ahead and wrap up, sir.
Okay, sure. And that would, of course, would increase the risk for existing homes and businesses. Regarding the public safety and the legal duty of Harris County, and I'll try to be real brief here. Harris County Commissioners Court has repeatedly emphasized that plat approvals must not endanger public safety or increase downstream flood risk, especially in flood-prone watersheds like Cypress Creek, which is where we are. And we had flooding during Harvey, like a lot of other areas did nearby. So anyway, uses of offsite drainage capacity that has been declared unavailable by the responsible district engineer would conflict with Harris County's stated goal that development will not pose a threat to the safety and welfare of the public. And
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Sir, can you please state your name for the record?
Would you mind stating your name for the record?
Sorry, my name's Chris McWilliams.
Okay, thank you.
Chris.
Good morning. My name is Jennifer Curtis with Meta Planning and Design. I'm the applicant for this item and the next 3 items, and I just wanted to make myself available if you have any questions.
Okay, thank you so much. We'll visit with you guys as well. Go ahead, sir.
My name is Michael Kim. I'm with MAK Development. Along with my colleague, we're the applicant here to answer any questions with regards to 394 to 397.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you guys so much. Do colleagues have any questions for them right now?
No.
All right, is there anything you'd like to just say? Or we'll follow up with you guys? All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, so that is, I now close this public hearing. Jay, correct me if I'm in the wrong one here. We have a public hearing for item 395. Was that the next one? All right. I now open the public hearing to consider approval of allowing the process for the revision of the subdivision plat entitled Crossing at Cypress Lakes, Section 3, to proceed, and that Commissioners Court hold a public hearing for the proposed plat under Local Government Code 232.009C1, Precinct 3. Are there any speakers for or against this item? All right, hearing none, I now close this public hearing. Next, we have a public hearing for item section on page 47. I now open the public hearing to consider approval of allowing the process for the revision of the subdivision plat entitled Crossing at Cypress Lakes, Section 4 to proceed, and that Commissioners Court hold a public hearing for the proposed plat under Local Government Code 232.009C1, Precinct 3. Is there anyone who would like to speak for or against this item? Since there are no speakers, I now close this public hearing. I now open the public hearing. This is item 397 on page 47. I now open the public hearing to consider approval of allowing the process for the revision of the subdivision plat entitled Crossing at Cypress Lakes Street Dedication and Reserve Section 1 to proceed, and that Commissioners Court hold a public hearing for the proposed plat under Local Government Code 232.009C1, Precinct 3. Is there anyone here to speak for or against this item? I now close this public hearing. Next, we have a public hearing for item 398. on page 47, public hearing section. I now open the public hearing to consider approval of allowing the process for the revision of the subdivision plat entitled Renee Ranch to proceed, and that Commissioners Court hold a public hearing for the proposed plat under Local Government Code 232.009C1 Precinct 3. Is there anyone to speak for or against this item? I now close this public hearing. To conclude, we have a public hearing for item 399 and the public hearing section on page 47. I now open the public hearing to consider approval of the establishment of reinvestment zone number 4 in Harris County, Texas. Is there anyone here who'd like to speak for or against this item? Okay, I now close this public hearing. Thank you to all the speakers. Thank you so much. Okay, colleagues, so now we'll move on to the consent agenda process. First, I'll go over minor changes on the list. So there's a correction for item 18, revise the agenda caption after, quote, human resources and talent, end quote, so it now reads, request for 1, discussion of the monthly update of the compensation and pay equity project status by Human Resources and Talent. 2, approval to temporarily freeze the following activities relative to civilian employees and positions. Moves, changes, reclassifications, and base salary increases from December 13, 2025 through February 21st, 2026. And 3, discussion of the proposed compensation philosophy. Okay, there is item 27, county engineer requests no action. Item 152 on page 17, no action on the broad legislative discussion item. Item 165 on page 18, housing community development requests no action. Item 167, page 18, there's a correction, replace quote TBD and quote with quote Neil Ratcliffe, end quote. So it says, approve of Harris County Public Facility Corporation Articles of Incorporation, Board of Directors, Lena Dalla, Ronnie Ellis, Adrian Garcia, Neil Ratcliffe, and Leslie Briones. Page 23, item 215. The district courts have requested no action on this item. Item 362, page 44, Precinct 1 has requested no action. Item 363, page 44, Precinct 2 has requested no action. Item 364, page 44, Precinct 2 requests no action. Item 369, page 44, Precinct 2 requests no action. Item 425 on page 50, there's a correction, revise the agenda caption after quote letter of support, end quote, so it now reads transmittal by pretrial services of a letter of support. For a planning grant to Arnold Ventures for approximately $100,000 with no required matching funds, the initiative Harris County Smart Reminders and Navigation Tool is a combination of automated appointment reminders, two-way communication, and AI-enabled identification of client needs that represents a promising scalable approach to enhance the support we provide to pretrial supervisees. This collaborative initiative is between Harris County, the American Institutes for Research, and Reconnect. Executive session item 433, requests no action.
443, Judge.
443, okay, page 52, item 443, OCA requests no action, thank you. Item 472, page 55, correction, replace quote LE with quote law enforcement, end quote. Item 473 on page 56, correction, revise the agenda caption after quote executive director, end quote, so it now reads, request by Toll Road Authority for approval of ratification of a joinder agreement with the Texas Transportation Finance Corporation and Zions Bank Corporation and a DBA Amegy Bank for the addition of a TxDOT facility beneficiary per the terms of the TxDOT tolling services agreement and the custodial account agreement and authorized execution by beneficiaries as designated by TxDOT pursuant the terms of tolling service agreement and custodial account agreement, and provided that such agreements are transmitted to Commissioners Court after execution. Page 493, correction, revise the agenda caption so it now reads request by the county judge and Commissioner Precinct 1 for the approval of a joint resolution to commemorate the retirement of Joseph Strange from the Harris County Attorney's Office. Finally, item 504, on page 59, correction, add the county judge after quote request by and replace quote resolution with quote joint resolution. So it now reads request by the county judge and the Commissioner of Precinct 3 for approval of a joint resolution recognizing December 5th, 2025 as Celebrate Shelter Pets Day. Thank you, colleagues. Did I miss anything? All right. So now we will move to the consent agenda. So far, let me start with executive session. There's executive session item 442, discussion of appointment to. Do we need to take that to executive session? Okay. Then we have item 443. That's a no action. Thank you, Commissioner. Then we have 444, a nominee, research for children and adults. No executive session there. 445.
No.
Harris County Reinvestment Zone. All right, we don't need to discuss that. 446. Houston Land Bank. Don't need to discuss that. 447.
Nope.
Area Agency on Aging. Don't need to discuss that one. 448.
No.
No. Okay. 449.
No.
Women's Commission. Okay. 450.
No.
No.
451.
No.
No.
452.
No.
453.
No.
454.
No.
455.
No.
456.
No.
457.
No.
458.
No.
459.
Yeah, I think that one's gonna have to go to executive session. Just kidding.
All right, so that one does not need to be discussed.
You're gonna start a trend here.
You're right.
Okay, 460.
No.
461.
No.
462.
No.
463.
No.
464.
Nope.
I think we need to because there's more people nominated than slots. Is that correct, Jane?
That's right.
So 464, yes.
All right, so we'll go to executive session on item 464. 460, which is appointment of members to the Harris County Worksite Safety Committee. 465. 466. 467.
Nope.
468. We do need to vote on that item. Do we need to take it to executive session?
Yes.
Okay. 484. An agreement between Harris County and DD Church and Associates.
484.
Yes, 484.
Yeah, we need to take that.
Okay, we'll take that to executive session. How about, I believe we do need to take 497 to executive session.
Yes.
All right. Then let's move on to the regular agenda.
201 as well. We may need to take that to executive session. Do we list that?
Yes, let me,
201.
Okay, let me move that up here. Okay, so item 1 was flagged. Do we need to discuss that? We should, yes. Item 3, Prompt Payment Act. Item 4, Operating and CIP Budget Calendars. That was requested by Precinct 2. Item 18, Precinct 3 requests to take items 18 and 307 together, both related to compensation pay equity project.
Yes.
65, Lynchburg Neighborhood Streetlights. 67, Centerpoint Energy, okay. They're together. 154, Universal Services Technology Assessment.
Yes.
Yes, that doesn't need to go to executive session?
No, that's. we
Okay.
just need to-
159, gift cards for charity care
discuss
funds.
it.
Okay. 180, P card of Constable Precinct 4. That's flagged by Precinct 2.
I was just curious, Commissioner Ramsey, you normally vote on the blanket P cards, and this was one of those, so I didn't know if you wanted to vote on this one.
We can talk about it.
Okay.
All right, so we'll leave it on the discussion agenda. 209, I'm thinking we take with 210 to 11, 212, and 214, all related to approving a lump sum payment supplement for the staff of probate courts 1 through 5. Is that all right?
We're going to discuss it, right?
Okay. Item 231, flagged by Precinct 3,
Yes.
Healthy Texas Women. 307, we'll take with item 18, Commissioner Ramsey.
Okay.
356, flagged by Precinct 4. 387, flagged by Precincts 3 and 4. 471, flagged by Precinct 1. Mobility funds, we'll keep that in the discussion agenda. 470.
I don't need it. I don't need it.
Okay. Do we need that one? I think I'll leave it for now. So I'd like to discuss that one. 472, OMB. Yes, I'd like to discuss that one. 480, flagged by Precinct 2.
Commissioner, we'd like to know action that one. I think we found another way around that. 480, yeah.
All right.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
So where did you guys find $87,000?
I think precincts 3 and 4 are going to contribute to that position.
Okay. All right. So we don't have elsewhere in the budget to. Is that is that a new position or is that a hiring freeze situation?
It will be essentially a new position.
Okay. Thank you. 495, flagged by Commissioner Ramsey, construction bid calendar.
Yes.
496, flagged by Precinct 3, subsidence in Harris County. 99, flagged by Precinct 4 on the Wildlife Department grant funds. And then out of order resolutions, 493, yes, Commissioner Ellis and I, 501, we're all in favor of. 502, Commissioner Garcia, I have this one out of order. 503, Commissioner Ramsey, I've got that one listed as out of order.
Yes.
504, it's with Commissioner Ramsey and I, so we'll leave that out of order. 505, Commissioner Briones, I have that one as out of order, and 506 as well. Okay, so let me read the discussion list. We have executive session item 464, 468, 484, 497, and 201. And we'll work to take those when Commissioner Ellis is available in between the funeral commitments. And then in terms of the rest of the items outside of executive session, items 1, 3, 4, 18, 65, 67, 154, 159.
Can you add 155, Judge?
Yes, just a second. All right. 155, that is discussion possible action regarding Harris County open data policy. So I am adding 155. Okay, so 154, 155, 159, 180.
Judge, could you add 167 as well?
All right, 167 is articles of incorporation for Harris County Public Facility Corporation Board of Directors. I am adding 467. All right. Okay, so that one, so we have 154, 155, 159, 167, 180, 209, 210, 211, 212, 214, 231, 307, 356, 387, 471, 472, 495, 496, 499, 493, 501, 502, 503, 504, 505, and 506. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I'd like to move
colleagues?
the consent agenda and let the record reflect this is the least I've ever said.
Okay.
I've got a few questions.
Let me hang on a sec. I've got a couple more motions here.
We make that a habit.
So
Garcia said that.
No.
So here are some items that were not added to the discussion list but need a direct motion. Page 2, item 2. This item has been approved as presented. Page 2, item 5. Item approved as presented. And page 21, item 191, approved as presented. Is there a motion for all the items 1 through 507, with the exceptions of items already voted on and discussion items just listed?
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Garcia, second by Commissioner Ellis. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
And Judge, if I could ask, if there's some items that Commissioner Ramsey just wants to vote on, if we can, Commissioner Ramsey, if you want to knock those out.
Let's just do it as we go to it.
Okay.
Okay, so we will start with item 1. OCA.
Judge, I just want to let you and my colleagues know I might be in and out. I'm on the road going up to Austin for Governor Ratliff's burial. So if I get to a dead zone, it's okay. I'll try to vote whenever I can get back in. Okay.
Okay, so Commissioner Ellis, you'll vote. I'm hearing you do not want us to hold votes. You'll tell us if there are
I'll
some.
do my best. I'll just let you know when I come back. If it's a tie vote, somebody might want to text me. They're just some dead zones driving Austin.
We're going to do executive, Commissioner?
Yes, sir. And I'll pull over to the side of the road or something.
And Judge, on don't we have the rule that he'll be recognized as voting so long
When I
as-
come back, yeah.
That is correct.
So, Adrian, only if y'all need me, somebody just call me.
Cool.
You know,
Sounds good.
Cool.
if you
Thank
need my vote, call me so I'll get to a good zone for Wi-Fi.
Cool.
Okay.
Sounds good. Safe travels, Commissioner.
All right. Thank you.
All right, so we'll start with item 1, and we'll get the update. Go ahead.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. Tanya Mills, Managing Director with Office of County Administration. Tiffany, do we have the slides? So I will say, while we're waiting on the slides to come up, this will be the last update of the year, and it's structured a little differently. We put some emphasis or focus on SB 9 and Prop 3. But in general, good news to report. As Commissioner Garcia alluded to today, we have things moving in the right direction. So next slide, please. Next slide. 762, is that okay? Next slide, please. There's really not 762.
It's 16.
Next slide.
Tanya, if you could just go through your presentation, and that way we can.
You bet. So here we are, SB 9 overview. Really quickly, a couple of things I'll touch on here. On the previous slide, there's really two articles in SB 9 that we were watching pretty closely, 17027 and 1703. 1703 is where there are specific enumerated charges that are listed for you on that page, slide 2, where those are charge specific. All the other things would be folks with multiple felony offenses, having had probation, been out on bond previously. For the purposes of the presentation, we've structured the data in two different ways. We're showing you the data outlining the charge specific, where those specific charges were at play, and then all other felonies or where SB 9 criteria was met. And so what we have on screen here is showing you at the top left, you're seeing the pre and post SB 9. So we measured 65 days before and 65 days post implementation of SB 9 to understand how it would have impacted releases. And what we're looking at is releases on the bottom in time bands. So the SB 9 specific offenses really are unchanged. Pattern of bonding folks in the 1 to 3 day, 4 to 6 day, 7 to 9 day. Those are relatively unchanged. That would indicate that we weren't bonding a lot of folks with those charges to begin with. You will notice that greater than 16 days is considered detained. We're up about 2% detained with charge specific. The bottom right-hand chart is looking at all other felony offenses meeting SB 9 criteria. And you can see the 1 to 3 day bond has gone down pretty significantly after. It's about a 13% decrease. Some of that was made up in the 4 to 6 and 7 to 9, indicating that the processes put in place are slowing the rate of bond a little bit. But in the end, we ended up with about 6% of that group still detained. Next slide, please. All indications initially are that SB 9 should have caused our population to go up a little bit. Tiffany, next slide, please. Okay, there you go. So let's look at where we're at. We closed November at 8581 as a monthly average daily jail population. That is significant that we closed the month below 8,600. If we roll back and just look at from January 2025 through November, we've had a really steady decrease in the average daily jail population, and it's been being pulled down essentially by the average length of stay. So the line is representing the average length of stay. And y'all have heard Chief Bosquez and I talk a lot about how significantly the in-custody average length of stay impacts the ADP. If you roll back in this chart and look at FY23, when we had average lengths of stay in the 200s, we were up around 10,000 in ADP. So this tells us that the average length of stay is strongly influencing the average daily jail population, and this is driven by time to disposition in cases. And I think I can't stress that point enough. The collaboration with the district attorney's office, district courts, county courts, pretrial services, all of the justice stakeholders have sort of collapsed around and followed a data-driven approach. We're looking at the things that are driving the jail population, and they are responding and helping improve the processes. And it has been a major contributor to why we've enjoyed the consistent decline this year and the stability as we close the year in the jail population. Next slide, please. Okay, so here we're looking at just a very high-level overview of what Prop 3 is. We know that this is coming around the corner. Prop 3 will give judges the option to hold defendants without bail, even when bail could have been set previously. An increase in no bail is likely going to have upward pressures on the ADP. So we wanted to understand what impact it might have. We looked at, next slide, please. We looked at the number of individuals who had been in one of those SB 9 specific charge criterias. We looked at the average number that had been released previously. Remember, it was about 23% in that 1 to 3 day. It's a relatively small number of folks. But if we consider that those charge types stay for a significant period of time, what we're seeing in this slide is a kind of a compounding effect from those individuals coming into jail. So the 78 folks that we're estimating would book in January 2026 would be present in February. The 281 then that we're expecting in February would be present in March with new intakes. And this has us increasing in average daily jail population by 1,984 by October 2026. We can, however, offset that. Next slide, please. My team and I looked at a population projection model where we estimated what the ADP would be if we added these 1,984 individuals in. What would we need our average length of stay to be in order to control the jail population? So everything to the left of the blue line is actual ADP. Everything to the right is a projection. What we want to focus on is the green line. If we can keep our average length of stay at 160 days or less, we could remain relatively stable, even with the influx. All three of the projection models have that additional 1,900 or so people in the population. So if we can keep our average length of stay stable, we can keep our population stable. If we can bring it down to 130 days, we could see a population below 8,000 next year, which is remarkable. If our average length of stay continues to creep up, it will have a very negative impact on our average daily jail population, and that's the orange line that we don't want to look at a whole lot. Next slide, please.
Just a quick question on this one, or actually, would you rather I let you finish and then come back? Okay. So I know that there was, was it the visiting judges? I get the term confused, but there was several that we had to get rid of to meet that 100 million. Will that have an impact on this, or will we be okay?
You're referring to the associate judges?
Associate judges, there we go.
We've seen little impact to the ADP as a result of not having the associate judges. What we did, in the next slide, we'll focus on the priorities that we focused on were the emergency response dockets and retooling those to focus on lower level felonies that would have a bigger impact on reducing the jail population and increasing the time to disposition of those cases. And this is the slide that we're looking at here. These are just remarkable numbers. So the courts did exactly what we asked them to do. The DA's office and the defense and PDO collapsed around, and this is a remarkable feat. So we looked at the same 60-day time frame in 2024 for the ERDs compared to the retooled dockets. We saw 449 cases resolved, disposed with a final disposition from the ERDs during that time frame. That's a 179% increase. There were 250 unique individuals for a 268% increase. Now, those are both bond cases and jail cases. We asked the ERDs to have or the EIDs to have a stronger focus on jail cases. So below, you can see where we're breaking out the in-jail. EIDs have grown significantly to provide direct jail relief. Of the 449 cases that were disposed, 410 were jail cases specifically. Of the 250 people disposed, 231 were individuals in jail. That's a 524% increase. Can I keep going?
Is there a motion to extend the
Motion to
discussion?
extend.
Motion by Commissioner Brenes, second by Commissioner Garcia. All in favor? Any opposed? You've lost me at least on this one. I'm not sure. I'm just not sure maybe you're going a little bit fast.
Okay.
And I'm maybe other folks in the audience are a little confused too. So can you just back up and try again?
Sure. So we're looking at the chart on the top left. We're looking at a comparison of cases disposed by the EIDs and then the number of people.
IDs being,
Emerging issues dockets.
okay,
So they were formerly referred to as the ERDs. They focus mostly on trials.
okay.
And so we're looking at a comparison of the same time frame last year to this year, and pretty significant increases in the number of cases disposed and then unique individuals disposed from those dockets.
And why do you think that is?
It is, in the lower half of the screen, we're looking at the types of cases that were sent. We were very specific in taking a data-driven approach. We evaluated a number of third-degree and state jail felonies in the jail population that were really what I would refer to as an overrepresentation of those case types. They were staying much longer than they should have to have been resolved at that time. And we worked with the courts and the DA's office and the PDO to focus on those cases. They resolve much, much faster, and they don't have time preference on the statutory dockets. The statutory dockets will focus on capital murders, continuous sexual assaults of child. There's cases that they have to have statutory time preference for. So the lower level felonies will often then not bubble up as fast as you'd want them to bubble up in a statutory docket. So this extra capacity from these ERDs is highly effective if we're using them to target specific cases that would otherwise take a little longer. So exceptional results from the ERDs.
Yeah, incredible collaboration. And so F1, F2, F3, those are felony degrees. FC.
Sure. F3 is third-degree felony. FS is state jail felony. F is a felony undetermined. Those are typically going to have like a probation or a parole or a drug case that they don't know the weight just yet. Things like that.
And what about MA and DC and MB and DC?
And MA that's a misdemeanor. Class A misdemeanor. It's likely a felony that was reduced to a misdemeanor. And then F1 is a first-degree felony, F2 is a second-degree felony. We expected to see those cases decline in these particular dockets because we were wanting to focus on lower-level felonies.
This is great. We've been trying to do this for years. And I think partly it's the stakeholders just doing an incredible job, and that collaboration we've been looking for many years, and of course your leadership. And I take it this is part of how you were able to offset the loss of those judges and then the SB9, and because I'm thinking, well, did we not need them in the first place? So this is interesting.
I think that the utilization in the courts and Judge Cornelio or Richard Wood could probably speak more to that, but I think the utilization of the associate judges were certainly beneficial. But I think being able to a binary choice. This was the better choice. These are full service dockets. These judges are able to handle any case, and we were really able to highlight specific cases to go.
That's great.
And Tanya, you made the point that these EIDs are continuing.
Yes, they will continue.
Okay.
We're looking at not fully funded. They're funded for lower level felonies. If we start going back to sending higher felonies, we're going to have to look at restoring some of the funding to the DA's office. They reduced the amount of funding that they needed because we were targeting lower level felonies, so they don't have funding for a chief and the higher level attorneys in those cases where they could run autonomously. But for what we're doing this year, the DA's office has very graciously agreed to look at some of the lower level felonies. We're working with the judges and stakeholders now in what's next. We were purposeful in renaming these emerging issues dockets so that we could see what cohort in the jail next and focus on those. And we expect to be kicking in iteration 2 just after the first of the year.
So the emergency response docket focused on, I guess, what's the difference again?
The emergency response dockets were developed around COVID. They were paid for with ARPA. They were focusing primarily on trial cases. So where a statutory judge would have a collision of trials in their court, two coming up at the same time. This provided them an opportunity to get that trial heard in another court.
Judges would be doing something while the judge was doing something else related to the, so they could move various cases at the same time.
The visiting judges would have been in the
Okay.
ERDs.
Okay. Okay. And then this one is not focused on trials. It's focused on the type of charge.
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I love it. That's wonderful. Thank you.
Next slide, Tiffany. So we've been watching the felony case backlog by court for many months now. And this is just an update, the felony backlog. And so again, remember to be considered in backlog, it's a jail case over 365 days. We're down 51 people. There's 829 folks that meet that backlog criteria. We're down 51 people from the September report. There were 185 people over 1,000 days. That's pretty consistent with the number we saw in September. And individuals with backlog cases represent about 14% of the jail population. Here we're seeing all cases, so from 1 day on docket to backlog. The thing that I'll point to here is
Just a moment for the tech people. Are you seeing this? Thank you. All right. Thank you so much.
the cases that are in the 180 to 270 and 270 to 365. It's sort of this middle layer that y'all have heard me refer to before. Those cases end up rolling into backlog. So that's why it feels like we're in this sort of perpetual backlog situation. And it's why those EIDs have been very, very helpful to us in being able to move that middle layer, those cases that are sort of that mid-range. So I think it'll help escalate the rate at which we're bringing down the backlog in coming months. Next slide, please. This has become one of my favorite slides. It's just 2 lines, but the distance between new felony filings and total felony dispositions and the consistency of that in the last 12 months or so help show how all of this ties together. Position and disposing of more cases than we're bringing in help us eat away the backlog. Doing that faster helps us bring down the average length of stay. It gets to final disposition, whether individuals are dismissed or whether individuals are going to TDC. We're getting to that justice quicker. So we are moving more cases and we're moving them faster. And it's a beautiful thing to see. We want to continue to see that distance between new filings and felony dispositions. Next slide. And I will spare you guys the wrap up, except to say we are continuing to work diligently with the courts, and the DA's office and the PD office. We have quite good working groups going together, a lot of strategic focus on what's next and how do we continue to keep this momentum in managing the jail population and having these incredible results. And that's my update.
Colleagues, I see. Okay, Commissioner Ramsey, followed by Garcia and Briones.
Director Mills, good job. It's refreshing to see this level of detail. It's very when it gets down to the jail, how many people are there, what can we do about the jail population. I think what is of focus to us is the outsourcing issue. Mm-hmm. At the end of the day, we're outsourcing a large number of folks. And just to make a couple of points, currently outsourcing, I think, 1,229 folks. Yeah. I think that's a number. Mm-hmm. We're currently...
Do we need to extend discussion again?
Make a motion.
Motion by Commissioner Ramsey, second by Commissioner Briones. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
So we currently have 814 beds open.
We have between 1,000 and 1,200 beds. When we go from the system's rated capacity is 10,022. After we back out variance beds and construction beds, we have about 8,762. Currently, the jail is staffed to about 7,500, so we back into that number of about 1,000 to 1,200, depending on the classification.
Issue is detention officers.
Yes, sir.
So if we were able to solve that problem, we could bring 814 folks out of the 1,229 outsourced. We could bring them back here. So I guess the $64 question, or as Director Ramos would say, the $48 million question, which is what outsourcing costs the county every year. If we could address the detention officers, and at some point, it would be good to have a focused conversation on that. I know we're trying to hire, but we also know that you have opportunities out there to outsource detention officers, bring them on board at the county, and that can be done relatively quickly. You get experienced folks, you pay X number of dollars for that. At least there ought to be an exercise of evaluating what it costs to bring in detention officers that we pay a contractor for, rather than sending inmates from here to Mississippi and Louisiana and West Texas. So would like to see some numbers related to that. I could go through the details of what we were sending to Post and what we're sending to Mississippi and others, but clearly our this year budget is $48 million. We could have a significant impact if we could go identify people that would assist us in detention officer activity and address the 814 beds. And to that end, the motion I would make and for consideration is that OMB, OCA, to provide an estimation of cuts to the Harris County Jail inmates outsourcing contracts in February the 26th, 2026 court. So between now and February the 26th, if we could look at this in terms of what are our options in bringing in detention officers that we bring in under contract to further address and reduce the number of inmates that we outsource, I would appreciate. I really picked that date out of the air. I mean, if there's one sooner or maybe a little later, that's fine, but at least gets it on the table that there'll be a very specific one-page PowerPoint conversation related to what we could do to hire detention officers, even bring them under contract and reduce that jail population that we have to outsource.
Sure.
Good job, good report. I'll come back to my motion with my colleague.
Sure, thank you.
Do you have any thoughts on that point specifically?
Yeah, Vasquez or Chief Vasquez, are you on?
Yes.
Were you able to catch, Commissioner Ramsey would like for us to come back and provide options for hiring officers and then a plan for eliminating outsourcing?
Yeah, we absolutely can do that. Commissioner, we were able to execute our third step of reduction in November, so just a couple weeks ago. So we are completely out of Mississippi. We had 300 inmates there. That's what gives you the number that you quoted is accurate. So the third week of November, we finished that contract and brought all those inmates back. They were the furthest away from Harris County, so that helps with multiple factors. So that was a third step. We're reevaluating what our next steps are for 26, but we have been looking at that In fact, we will have something before the January 8th court on some additional staffing requests, again, to help with the 300 that we just brought back and to help us with our next steps for reduction in the next year.
Chief, could you look at what that would look like if we were to outsource the staff, detention officers, bring in contract detention officers? If you could at least investigate that, what the possibilities of that is.
Absolutely, we'll review it, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you. Tanya, Chief, to all, in particular District Attorney Tier and our judges, I want to just thank everybody for the progress that we're making. This is music to my ears, as Commissioner Ramsey was alluding to. And this has been, this is a great report despite the new administrative hurdles that we've got to deal with, as well as the funding challenges that we're all struggling with. But I want to take a point of personal privilege to thank specifically Judges Bell, Judge Nelson, and Andy Beal for having the courts with the lowest backlog. And I just hope that they can work with their colleagues to help them pick up the pace a bit. But Chief, I do support Commissioner Ramsey's question about how we can accelerate the hiring, because it's painful to know that we've got the space, we just don't have the people. So anything that this court can do to help in that regard, please provide that in the report that you're going to bring to court. I do want to also thank you, Tanya, for including the OFA in a feasibility study. I won't go into it because I know there's an open bid on that, but I've been asking for that since 2009, and I'm glad that we're now seriously looking at it. And I think strategically done, it can provide an immense win for all of us, whether on the homeless front, whether on the mental health side. I think it can provide us a huge, huge win to everybody. I know that it would be supportive of Mayor Whitmire's efforts to deal with homelessness as well. So I really want to applaud you for moving that forward. Thank you.
Commissioner, you mean for to take the homeless off the street and put them in what used to be a jail?
No, there's a feasibility study. I won't go into it because there is an open bid. But just that there's a look at the old Franklin Jail on how that could.
Yeah, I was just wondering about the comment that it'll support Mayor Whitmire's approach to homelessness. Yeah.
Judge, we're looking at both carceral and non-carceral options. We're looking at ways that we can augment or lift up or develop, fund services in the community, and what impact that would have on our need for additional jail bed space, because there's a direct correlation in some of these populations with mental health care in the community, more community mental health, secure community mental health, more treatment beds. Would that then offset the need to have to build more beds, right? So looking at these two things together help us understand if we're going to build a jail, what size jail we need to build. And so the goal is to holistically look at this. The court adopted the Jail Infrastructure Governance Advisory Committee. It's allowing us to provide you recommendations so that you all can look at what investments we might make in the community, if any, to help minimize or reduce the need for additional jail bed space over 30 years, right? And how that might, we'll be able to tie directly to savings in the jail bed days consumed by these programs in the community.
So what does that have to do with homelessness?
Oh, homelessness is a huge contributor to the jail population, and not necessarily by way of long stays like some of the populations that we've been talking about in this report, but by way of multiple stays, back-to-back frequent bookings. They have a huge impact on the booking and release process. And some people over a period of time spend as much time in jail.
Is there a motion to continue discussion? Motion by Commissioner Ramsey, second by Commissioner Garcia. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Go ahead.
Some folks could end up spending as much time in jail for symptoms of their illness, criminal trespass, things that we often see with homeless individuals. They could spend 3, 4, 5, 6 months a year by way of a lot of very short stays, but they are so frequently coming to the jail, and it's a huge burden to the booking and release process, as well as some jail bed days consumed.
Yeah. Okay. I'll pass on to my colleague and then just come back to this because I don't see where Mayor Whitmire's strategy figures. Commissioner Briones.
Thank you, Director Mills, for this data and for everything you're really doing to just continue to advance progress. It is marked and really energizing to see the progress we've made, and we still know we have a lot of work to do and constant changes in, SB 9, Prop 3, and beyond. So thank you, because the data is incredibly helpful. And thank you for leading this amazing collaboration. Thank you to our district attorney, Tier, and our first assistant, Chandler, who's here, our district clerk, the judges. I mean, it's really remarkable. Our chief public defender, it's like there's alignment, and I'm really thankful for your recommendation. I'm so happy that my colleagues, that we invested that $2.7 million in the emerging issues docket, because it's a better ROI on the investment, and the numbers that we are seeing, the 179% increase and the 268% increase in EID persons and cases is energizing. And I love when we follow the data and make smart investments. This is what we're getting. We're better utilizing taxpayer resources in a more strategic way that's advancing justice and expediting the justice and the quality of justice. My question is, and Chief Bosques, thank you. I'm very happy that we were able to end one of the 3 outsourcing contracts because of this remarkable collaboration. Thank you. And I share my colleague's sentiment. I cannot wait to end the other 2 contracts and the staffing piece. I know that in February 2025, the court approved the $2.85 million for another 150 detention officers. And my understanding is those have been filled, and there's only about the 20 to 30 vacancies with attrition. So you've shown that you can hire up and get those positions filled. I am going to be very supportive in January when you come to ask for additional detention officers. And I like the idea of exploring ways we can supplement through contracting or otherwise, because I'd rather have the individuals here at home in Harris County, and we can start ending the second and the third contract. So my question to you is that in January, if this additional investment is approved for the 100, based on the success you've had in hiring with the last tranche of investment, what sort of projections do we think, with the staffing ratio and the open beds and the current 7,500 cap, when do we project, if these trends continue, that we could end the second and then the third contract?
Is that for me, Commissioner?
I'd love
Or
to hear
Ms. Miller?
both your perspective, Chief Bosques, please, and then
Again, I'd like to present y'all a full plan, and it weighs in multiple factors, some of the new legislation that's been passed, some that goes in January. And I think when it starts in January, we'll see those effects 3 to 4 months down the road. We'll see some of the end of the year, first of the year slowdowns. That's just a part of the annual cycle. With courts and things like that moving inmates to prison, we're still maintaining about 500 to 600 inmates that are being picked up timely, but that's just a lot of inmates that are waiting to go to court. So there's multiple factors that would lay that in, but I would really like the opportunity to give y'all a full picture of that, and we can definitely have that by February. But I think that that's what we would be looking at. You're looking at 3 to 4 month cycles as it goes out. But I definitely, we could take a substantial bite in the next year to reducing and eliminating more of those contracts and bringing those incarcerated individuals back here.
Thank you, Chief Bosques. And before Director Mills, if you could, since it's somewhat related, Could you please speak to the most recent inspection and then what we're going to do to try to remediate those issues so that we can have a better outcome next time?
Yeah, absolutely. So we had been working with the state commission. They were aware of the progress and our expected completion date on the fire panel system. So them coming, I'll just say they came a little bit early. They were fully aware that we didn't expect to have the fire panels replaced until January. And they came early, so they maintained a non-compliance issue on the fire panels. Again, they're in the loop on that. We were on track. Work has begun on those this week, in fact, on the installation. And we're still on schedule to be finished by mid-January. That would eliminate that issue with the state. During that recent inspection, they did look at some staffing, not in the 1 to 48 in housing, which we've, with y'all's continued support and bringing the officers on and outsourcing at the time, that hasn't been an issue for about 9 months. We've had the staffing appropriate in the housing levels, but they did notice staffing in the easiest way is supplemental areas. So you have to have supervision, not just in housing, but you have to maintain it wherever inmates are. So if that's in medical or during recreation or all these other areas, those are all still under the administrative code that we have to provide that. So we just call it supplemental supervision when they're in any other part of our jail system.
Mm-hmm.
So they found some issues there, and that was added to their items of concern that we need to address. So we're putting that together. Again, that's part of the staffing request that we're going to be presenting in January to bolster some of those areas to make sure that we have supervision in all those required areas. Those are the only two items, Commissioner.
Thank you, Chief Bosques, and thank you to Sheriff Gonzalez and all of your team. And I look forward to us passing next time, and thank you for working really hard to remediate those two issues. So Director Mills, I'd love your thoughts, please, based on current trends, second and third contract, and then further ideas to double down on the EIDs.
So, ever the Pollyanna puppies and pixie dust that I am, I think a number of things have to go right for us to bank on it. I'm looking forward to sitting with Chief Bosques and walking through a plan. But I would say if intakes stay consistent, right? So the rate with which we're bringing folks in, if they stay consistent, if we can keep the average length of stay going down, I think it needs to come down a little bit more in order for us to start banking on that, because the population is going to have to help us with the staffing. Because we will be bumped up against beds that we can't bring back online very quickly, the variance beds and the construction beds, which would have us flying very, very close to the sun. I think a goal could be to eliminate most, and I think the courts and Chief Bosques and others involved would be really happy if we could get most of the pretrial individuals back so that they were local and available to attorneys and courts. But we'll have to put some numbers together and help you on what that looks like.
We look forward to the plan, and again, thank you for the incredible collaboration. I know you're quarterbacking all of it, and again, DA Tier and team, and Chief Public Defender, Chief Bosques, and everyone, thank you. And Joe Madden, Dr. Rana, and Larissa Barreto, thank you, because especially on the EIDs, I know you've been really deeply involved, and so let's keep up the progress. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So, Director Mills, just following up on and Chief, on a couple of questions here. So on the detention officers, I know you guys, I guess this one goes to the Chief. You guys had a multi-level strategy that we supported about, some salaries, some advancement opportunities. What's the rub right now? Why are we having trouble? I think we're gonna have to stop Commissioner's Court because we're losing a quorum. Or can we keep discussing?
No,
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Yeah, so how's that going, and what else do we need?
I'm sorry, Judge, what was it?
So we had approved additional pay and advancement opportunities and I can't remember, a couple other strategies to retain and recruit detention officers. And I'm wondering, and obviously we still have a shortfall. So what's your thinking there?
No, I think the support that the court gave us with all the items that you just mentioned is got us to where we're at. We had that shortfall. We were able to fill those positions. Our attrition rate was cut by 50 to
I think
60.
we need to extend the discussion. Is there a motion to extend discussion? Motion by Commissioner Briones, second by Commissioner Garcia. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Go ahead, Chief.
Our attrition rate was cut in half. Again, with the salaries and all those staff added. So we've made that progress. That our vacancy rate is very, very low because we've been hiring on a steady pace. And so that's again why we're coming now in January with an additional staff ask, and that will help us in our plan to bring more incarcerated individuals back home to Houston. So all of that has been working, and we couldn't do this without. I mean, there's multiple key factors, but the court support and continued support is the foundation that we've been able to build this progress on. And again, you add in Director Mills, Director Ramos, their support and guidance, and then the courts and DA Tier. It's just so many spokes on this wheel. But I truly believe it's that foundation of when y'all talk salaries, giving us the officers we needed to get the state kind of, satisfied.
Okay, so what I'm hearing from you is that, and I thought about this because of Commissioner Ramsey's point that, okay, if we need more people, why don't we bring some on contract? So what I'm hearing from you is that as you analyze, and assuming that Commissioner Ramsey's motion passes, that one of the things that you think you're going to be requesting is additional funding for the same kinds of initiatives that have helped you so far.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and the question is, where is additional funding going to come from? But anyway,
a real quick point on the 150 or so that were hired or authorized in March. The intent there was to reduce overtime, and they were funded from the sheriff's office overtime. And I think it's down $11 million. Is that right? More than $11 million. So those staff augmenting the overtime kept the sheriff's office from fly very close to the sun by staffing posts almost exclusively with overtime. That becomes unreliable over a period of time. Folks get tired, they get sick. And then they call out, and the Texas Commission on Jail Standards happens to review that, and we're short officers. So I think that group that came, that 150, has had a huge impact in reducing the overtime and being able to fund that internally with overtime. And so that group sort of met its goal, and it wasn't intended to add to the opening additional posts to bring folks back. We had to stabilize first.
Okay.
Also,
okay. Is your mic on, Commissioner Briones?
One other thing is we had budgeted that Mississippi contract through February, so there is a small surplus there that we can reinvest into the staffing model.
Okay. And what is it?
It's about
5 million?
1.6, 1.8 million that we were able to move out of the Mississippi contract 3 months early than what we had initially anticipated.
Okay. So hopefully the staffing costs less. Okay. So that's great, Chief. Very helpful. Thank you. And then to Director Mills, the question I have is these folks that are there for over 180 days. Why is that so stubborn?
There are a lot of variables to that. The courts are working from a historic backlog, so their dockets and their caseloads are very, very high. We have a steady intakes, so we're consistently adding every month new cases. And I think we have a number of very complex cases that have statutory preference. And as we said with why the EIDs, there are certain case types that don't have statutory preference. The statutory courts are going to hear those other cases first, and then you have that middle layer that stays longer than it should, or than we should have that case to resolve it. And so we're able to shift that focus because the court provided the funding in the general fund from ARPA for
I'm
the
just
EIDs.
not hearing the answer. So why are we having trouble putting those specific cases into the emergency docket?
Once we've identified the cases that we wanted to move, we moved very, very fast.
So we're reducing the number of over
Yes,
thousands as well?
yeah.
Okay. So it's not really a stubborn number.
No, it's just
Okay.
that middle layer continues to roll into the backlog.
Right.
90 days passes when I come and present next, and the cases that we weren't able to resolve from that middle layer will be a backlog case.
Okay. And then on the issue, and I know that a lot of folks have an interest in the jail study, and so that's partly why I'm asking this question, folks in the community. So you guys are looking at this feasibility study, and what I'm hearing you say is that you're considering making that facility more of a wraparound services type place?
It's multi-pronged. In these studies, we're in an open procurement, so the scope for these two studies, one is looking at the jail and the needs in the jail, and one is looking at the needs in the community based on data in our jail, based on populations that would be appropriate to perhaps offset if there were supports in the community. And then we'll bring those two together and understand what type of facility we might need to build, and how many beds it needs to be over the useful life of a building. So for the next 30 years, we'll be projecting out the needed bed space. We believe, and the JGAC is working very hard, we believe that there are things that we can do in the community to help offset the need for additional jail bed space, where populations, we've talked a lot about mental health population, and its overrepresentation in our jail population.
So the question there, because we ended the program for juveniles, mental health services for juveniles, for example. There's various programs, or one of the programs, there's various programs that did not continue for lack of funding. So where are we going to get funding for these additional programs?
We haven't identified those yet.
I mean, I don't understand, and we're already short $4 million on the pay raises, and it's just started. So anyway, I love hearing that, but I don't know if it's realistic, and I maintain my concern that if we have two facilities, we're just going to fill them both. I'm firm that I, for one, would like to see the current one as part of the plan, used for something else, so we know we're not going to use it for this or torn down or whatever. So I'm just going to put that out there for you again. And then to the issue of homelessness. So what we're doing now, or the proactive approach, is to, in theory, to go to these homeless individuals rather than wait for them to come to us, and divert them to the relevant services. And so the tie between this new jail idea and the homeless strategy that the city currently has is basically like, in the event that we do have funding to provide wraparound services.
I think diversion opportunities, I do know the city is making significant investments, and especially if we could leverage any of those, that would be great, right? But we want to look at diversion opportunities so that we are able to divert or deflect individuals from criminal legal system when that's not the root cause of their issue, right?
Right.
And so it gives us options, and those options have an impact on the ultimate cost of a hard facility if we're able to look at it. So I think the goal is to bring the court options and recommendations around a menu of options for addressing both the jail facility and community.
And I'm just saying we spent all summer squeezing money out of departments, ending programs that we were going to continue. And I don't see, months and months of doing that. I don't see where we're going to squeeze more money out of. But, and my understanding is the city, we copied the city's idea in putting ourselves into a deficit and then trying to figure out where to defund to fill it. So I don't know that they're in a better situation. So what I'm hearing is there's a tax base increase coming. But anyway, okay, I'm gonna leave it there because we're also gonna get the money. But thank you. And so do we need to vote on this?
Yeah, in the spirit of the motion that I made
Oh, the
earlier,
motion, yes, the motion.
just to the point on the money. And Director, as you come back in February with the good support from the chief, Vasquez, the assumption is that if we were able to, and as I understand these contracts, these outsourcing contracts, they don't have a mandatory, you got to use it through the end of the year. We can drop them tomorrow if we want to. So knowing there's.
I believe there's a notice period, right, Chief?
Just
we
a
have
notice,
to give them.
right. There's a notice period just from a standpoint. But the point is, you will look at that part of it, and if we can bring in through contract detention officers, and we save $10 million, then that will be a part of the driving factor in us going through that decision. So these decisions are going to be made with an understanding of what the costs are going to be, but more importantly, what the savings will be. And I would think that not only is it getting these folks back in Harris County, but it's also, we probably can do this more cost effectively than putting them on a bus and taking them to Mississippi. So my motion is for OMB and OCA to provide an explanation of cuts to the Harris County Jail inmates outsourcing contracts on February the 26th, 2026 Commissioners Court.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Ramsey, second by Commissioner Briones. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. And I think it's a great idea, Commissioner Ramsey. Did you catch the motion, James?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Okay, so now we can move on from the item. Okay. So let's move on to item 3. This was flagged by precincts 2 and 3. And this is the Harris County Prompt Payment Act policy.
Judge?
Yes, Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you. I just want to remind folks, I've been pushing for prompt pay since 2019 because the vendors sometimes wait months to get paid. And we have made progress. 98% of the county's invoices are processed within 30 days, and only about 2% are aging are designated as aging invoices in a backlog at any given month. The auditor's office is taking charge of making sure departments are reviewing their invoices. But let's be honest, we have some prime contractors doing business directly with the county, waiting over 120 days and counting to get paid, which is absolutely unacceptable. It impacts the subs that they are working with. And so our prompt pay is improving, but our system is still not working the way it should. So I want to just reiterate, my patience is running a little thin on this. It absolutely hurts our small businesses, our MWBEs. And although we adopted this, we adopted a prompt pay policy in October, these amendments are all about accountability. So we now have the data to show exactly where an invoice sits and for how long. So if a department holds it up, that department should share the responsibility for the interest. Offices should not be paying for delays they didn't cause, and our vendors should not be left guessing when they will get paid. So we reviewed more than 1,000 invoices and benchmarked best practices across the country. These timelines are not reasonable. They're evidence-based for every department involved in the process. So I started this work years ago because I believe in fairness and respect for the people who keep this county running. And quite frankly, if there's a law in the books, we ought to work hard to comply with it. So I started working to get us to take a look at this. And so I just hope that after 6 years, that we should be able to get this job done. So I want to thank folks for the progress that's been made, but I just want to make sure that we don't keep saying we're making progress. We're making progress. Ultimately, Travis County is leading the state in this regard because they're having business courts almost every week. So look, I want to challenge myself and hold myself accountable to this. And so I just want to urge us, and I think we have scaled back on business courts next year. So I'm going to be open to proposing, not emergency courts. I mean, it is an emergency, but I will be open to, providing a notice for those courts so that we can keep this all working and moving forward, because it's just painful that I do get notices from folks that are waiting to get paid. They don't want to complain, but at the end of the day, it is impacting our small businesses. So I'll just say that I don't have any emotions on this, right, guys? Yeah. So I just wanted to bring that up and just say we need to get this done.
Judge?
Yes.
I just wanted to just say, because thank you, Commissioner Garcia. I think you've all heard me say that the impact on the number of courts, or the lack of the number of courts we've had. So I think, I know Lucinda has worked very hard to try to get more on there. OCA has, but it is probably the single biggest thing we could do as a body, or you could do as a body to push this forward, is to just simply have more business courts. So thank you, Commissioner Garcia, for saying that.
Commissioner Ramsey and then Commissioner Briones.
Commissioner Garcia, I completely agree with everything you just said. And having been a vendor of the past and waiting on to be paid, I can appreciate the position we put so many of our folks that want to do business with Harris County in. But I think it's compelling that we need to get ready. I don't think we're ready. And just because we want to be ready doesn't make us ready. It's kind of like doing minimum wage, contractor safety, pay equity. We want to do all these things, but we're not ready. We're not ready on this one. So I support the amendments that's on the court. This particular item, I support Commissioner Garcia's motion related to passing this one as written. But this is a baling wire and duct tape fix of a problem. Let's fix the system. And I still don't think we have a system ready to go and implement. So it'd be nice to know what we're adopting today is details related to assuming this isn't working. And so there's going to be charges made between departments because one department is slowing it up. We're having to pay for it. It may be a Precinct 3 project that's being impacted, impacted by the county engineer's office, and he gets to pay for it. Well, that's just, robbing Tom to pay Milton. So, or robbing Milton to pay Tom, that may be the better way to look at it. So I think this Band-Aid is fine, but what's totally unacceptable is we still not ready to implement. And it'd be nice to know, when are we going to get ready to implement?
Well, Commissioner, appreciate that. And Commissioner Garcia, appreciate your words about the team. I'd call out both Milton, OCE, Universal Services, and the auditor. They are working really hard together. The auditor has some dashboards that are coming January and February. So as part of this, that transparency, where we'll really see where things are being held up in the process, I think that'll help us focus and triage in the departments, focus and triage, and to Commissioner Garcia's point, get things done that are overdue from being done.
I could tell you it's not ready. So I know from our little part of the world in the county. In Precinct 3, we get to monitor processing and payments, and we're not ready. And I think we need to get serious and get ready. But to implement something that we're not ready to implement, there'll have to be more amendments and more Band-Aids in the future to fix a flawed system. So I would encourage everybody, if it's more business courts, then put that on the agenda, and let's do what's, and with a specific understanding that if you add 5, 6 business courts next year, that will almost assure 90% confidence in our ability to get things turned around. If the primary issue is the lack of business courts, then deal with that part of it, and we can. But I don't know that that's the only thing that's going on here.
I think it's not, Commissioner. I do think that, we are patching, as you know, like a system where, our financial systems don't really talk to each other. I know Sindhu is focused on that and focused on looking at the future of an ERP that will be an overall solution. And I know she's hard at work at that. Until that we get to that point, we're still going to have eBuilder and PeopleSoft and the interaction between those things. And I think, while we're making progress and there's a lot of stakeholders, it will be hard for it to be perfect and smooth until we have a single system covering all the pieces.
And my last comment, and I'm done, is there's 254 counties in Texas. There's 2 of them trying to do this. So I don't know if that's a clue into how difficult this is, but it might be an indicator. So just understand that 254 counties. There's a law that's been on the books since the 80s. There's 2 counties out of 254 counties that are trying to do it. So just keep into context what we're trying to do here.
Commissioner Briones.
So I very much agree with Commissioner Garcia and Commissioner Ramsey's comments. Again, thank you for the progress, but we know that we need to be incredibly candid with ourselves. So I do think these amendments are helpful and again are moving us in the right direction, but people need to get paid, period. I too am happy to have more business courts. Another pain point that we folks is the blackout period and just how clunky and long it is. There must be a better way to address that. And so there's I know this is a multidimensional issue and challenge, and we need a sense of urgency because it's somewhat ironic that the Prompt Pay Act process, and this procure to pay process has been going on for many, many years. The sense of urgency when we're leaning in and trying to support small businesses and minority and women-owned businesses, but then we don't pay them, that is a huge problem. And so please bring us the new calendar. Let's work as a team to figure out a better blackout system for this upcoming, fiscal year.
Is there a
Game
motion to
on.
continue the discussion?
So motion.
Motion
So-
by Ramsey, second by Commissioner Briones. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
And I'd love to hear when the ERP, when that really is going to move, because we've been also talking years, and then the contract management system. There's so many pieces, and I agree that this dashboard, we really, again, just laser focused on progress. And I appreciate you, Interim County Administrator Dickerman, for helping to quarterback this. So thank you.
Understood, Commissioner, and I think that it is a really good instance of coordination. There's a stakeholder committee, and they meet frequently. They are focused on the issues that you pointed out. They'll continue to be. Commissioner Ramsey, we will run at this as hard as we can until court tells us to do otherwise. We're trying to get as ready as we can. I think we are on track. I know there are some issues, especially different precincts have different ways of doing business, and that has to work with engineering. I know that's a challenge. We're focused on it, and we're doing the best we can.
To be clear, I'm not advocating we have more meetings.
So on that issue, so I'm hearing we do need more business courts. Did somebody say that? Yeah. Okay, Jay said that. Okay, so you guys will,
Yes,
whether
ma'am.
it needs to be pre-scheduled or whether it needs to be a red light that goes off when you hit whatever point, you guys will do that.
We would take another look at the calendar, Judge, and look at proposing some more dates for more business courts where we have particular holes in the calendar, and try to work with your schedules and make those a reality.
This 2% that Commissioner Garcia mentioned, I'm assuming that's not common in other counties. Like, we're the ones that have this 2% problem. So what, I guess, what percentage of this 2% do you attribute to the lack of business courts? And what's the rest? And what percentage is the rest?
No, I don't have that off the top of my head, Judge, but we will go back and look at that number and come back next time with some better data.
Okay, because, yeah, I would like to know, whether, we need to do what Commissioner Ramsey's mentioning or what, and specifically scheduling more business courts, right? The other question I had, so is this an issue of the purchasing department at all?
I mean, we have a lot of pieces between the precincts, the departments, the auditor, and purchasing. So it's really, there's a lot of handing off that goes through, when contract management, Commissioner Briones pointed out. So I wouldn't say it's a particular purchasing point at all.
And I don't know if Director Menon's on the line.
She's here.
Oh, hi. Madam District Clerk, I see you, and I plan on seeing what, I don't want to leave you waiting there, so I'll come to you next. Yes, Director.
Good morning, Judge. Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning. So my question is, how feasible is this system that you're building? Do you think that's going to pan out? And you know what I'm talking about, the new financial system, so that there can be a faster process. And if you do think that's possible, what's the timeline?
Judge, we are in the process of the RFP, finalizing a vendor who would come in and develop the requirements. The ERP that we're talking about in terms of the financial system, it is a very complex system. It requires the documentation, thorough documentation of the processes that need to be configured within the system. So we are in the process of finalizing the vendor that is going to come in and help bring all the departments together in order to develop the processes that need to be put into the final ERP system. So we're talking about the step one, which is the first vendor being here within the next, I think we are targeting the quote in January to bring that contract to the court, and following that, about 6 months for the RFP to be released for the real ERP system. And the ERP implementation generally is 1 to 2 years long.
Okay, so you're aiming to pick a vendor by January?
The vendor to do the requirements by January.
Okay.
And the ERP RFP will go out 6 months after that.
And what does ERP stand for?
For the PeopleSoft, the replacement of the future of PeopleSoft.
And what would the vendor be doing between January and?
They would be bringing all the departments together. We have to look at Unifier, we have to look at eBuilder, we have to look at the contract lifecycle management system. There are several systems that would be in the scope of that.
So this is like like a logistics kind of thing?
Exactly.
Okay.
Requirements.
Okay, and then when you say 2 years to implement, what percentage in the first year or 6 months? Like, is it like front-loaded, or is it?
So generally, ERPs go through a systematic process. Like, for example, PeopleSoft, I believe, has taken 2 years plus to implement for the county. In this scenario, if the requirements are done well, and because we have an ERP in place, the data conversion, all of those, there are several steps that go into the implementation. So the front load, as you talk about, would be dependent upon what the county prioritizes as.
Okay. Thank you. That's very helpful. And
Judge,
yes,
I would say one other piece, right, is that some of the 2% that are long term. I think we talked to your office about this, Commissioner Ramsey. There are viable complaints, and you can have issues with an invoice. And if there are issues with an invoice, but that's not coming through to the system, and that's showing as it's a late invoice, that's another issue that I think we've identified that we need to deal with, because that 2% I think doesn't actually represent all late invoices. There's a number of disputes that are included in there that there are provisions for in the law that there are allowable disputes. So that I think that's the other piece, that's the other big chunk that we'll be able to deal with quickly.
we've all mentioned the delay in this, And I know it's not for lack of, a desire to improve the system. Do you guys need another person to be in charge of this? Like, what's the?
No.
Yeah.
I think everyone's, the group's working really well together. I think, again, Commissioner Garcia said not to keep saying we're making progress, but I think we are on track. I think we're on track for February, which is the latest date court gave us to implement this. I know there's work to do, as Commissioner Ramsey said, but we feel that we're on track.
Okay, and maybe, I don't know, Commissioner Ramsey, if you'd be amenable to this or if you think we need it, but to have some regular updates continue even when they have done the RFP or whatever. So will you guys keep that?
We can provide the updates. I think the project manager does provide the updates, and then we have a steering committee that works on their parts,
Okay.
different parts of this project.
Okay.
And we have this item, and Judge, we have this item come back, I think, every month.
Okay.
So we're giving updates frequently on this program.
Okay,
I get
so-
updated each week.
Commissioner Ramsey gets updated each week.
Great. Okay, I think it's good for the public anyway. And the blackout periods, can you explain what that is?
So we were not able, I think we've actually recovered well from this blackout period. We've lowered the backlog very, very quickly. I think, again, the team has worked really well together, Sindhu's team in particular. We have time now before the next one. We've all asked the same question that the court has. Why does it need to be this way? And so I was assured last year when we talked about this that we will have a better solution
Define what
this
that
year.
is, Jesse.
The blackout period, we have to close the books for the auditor to release new POs, right? Our POs only last for the
Purchase
current
orders.
fiscal year. Close them and reissue new purchase orders for everyone that has a continuing contract. And that is thousands of contracts. And so that takes the auditor some time. They've asked for support, and we're received support from Sindhu and her team, and from others this year. But I think we all have been looking for a better solution.
Is it end of fiscal year or end of year?
Fiscal year, end of fiscal year.
And so we don't know why we have to do that.
No, that's,
The question, we know why, but we've not, the issue is, it used to be a lot shorter period of time, but over time it's grown. Now, maybe we're a bigger county, but when you shut down the county POs, is it September 1st? From essentially September 1st to the middle of October,
Yeah,
give or take?
yeah,
That's a problem.
yeah, it's a problem.
yeah.
It's a huge problem.
Okay, so you guys will update us on that
Yes,
also.
ma'am.
Yeah, I think that's kind of multi-part, like kind of like Director Mills does, would be great. All right, wonderful. Thank you to all the departments working on this. So I got a note, Madam District Clerk, that you're here to be present for a particular discussion, but you don't have comments. Thank you and welcome. All right, so any motions on item 3?
No,
We need to approve
Make
the
a
amendment.
motion that it pass as presented.
Okay, Commissioner Ramsey made the motion, second by Commissioner Briones, Garcia, second by Commissioner Briones. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, let's move on to item 4, the CIP budget calendars. That was requested by Commissioner Garcia.
Yeah, I'm going to pull this item, or not pull the item, but I'm going to discuss this with Mr. Ramos offline. Put it back on the consent, move as presented.
Okay.
Commissioner, we had this as, in the last couple of years, we've brought it as a placeholder to get feedback, and then we come formally adopted in January. We've heard your staff loud and clear. The next draft will look dramatically differently.
Thank you.
Second.
It's no action, Commissioner. The action item will come in
It's
January.
just feedback, okay.
Yep.
Got it. Okay, so now we'll move on to items 18 and 307, flagged by all the precincts on the pay equity project status. Oh, Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you. I want to first thank HRT for all the work being done on this, and welcome aboard, and you just kind of fell in, hitting the ground running, so appreciate all your good work, and I've been hearing a lot of good things, so thank you for your service.
Thank you, Commissioner.
But on this particular item, I want us to think about how we can move with a sense of urgency. We're in the most critical phase of this compensation project. The departments are all raising real concerns about the results. And and particularly aside from the directors, staff is raising a lot of concerns, and they are effectively beleaguered as to what this package means. Some are saying my pay grade has been lowered. Others think they're not going to get raises for 10, 20 years. Their jobs don't necessarily reflect the way they're classified. So I just want to make sure that we send a long, strong, loud message to our directors, team members, that we're not done yet. So please don't make any job decisions until we finish this. But we're being very, very intentional to make sure we get this right, and that the and staff is not adversely impacted. So I just wanted to send that out. And then I also want to ask our new director, how are you tracking the departmental concerns, the turnaround time you think you'll need to resolve them? How are we informing the departments, when their issues have been reviewed and addressed? Safeguards that may be in place to prevent errors from carrying into the February 7th implementation. And if a department strongly disagrees with the results that are existing now, do they, Gallagher and HRT, have time to remedy those before February? And then shifting to the proposed position classification freeze, how far in advance is considered fair notice for departments so that they can plan staffing and hiring and promotions without any disruption? And then lastly, can you give the court an accurate timeline for how long the classification freeze needs to remain in place for Universal Services, HRT, and the auditor to fully update all compensation and classification data in PeopleSoft without risking delays or errors in the February rollout? And then as I just mentioned to staff, the PDQs may have not been done in the best possible way. So I've heard you, and I think our director will have some comforting words for us. So please.
Absolutely, Commissioner. So you're 100% right. We are in the toughest part of this project, frankly, which is the validation phase. So a tremendous amount of work has gone into this project, and thank you all for your commitment to a modern, equitable, market competitive, and consistent pay structure for this county. It will enable so many other good things in the long run, including movement around and things that attract people and make them want to stay, to your earlier point. So yes, you're right. Please don't leave based on the results that you're seeing in this study. We're in the validation phase. So this validation phase has been probably a little bit more exhaustive than we anticipated, to be completely frank. And
Did you say exhausting or exhausted?
All of the above, sir. Exhaustive, but both. And so the reason, I think you pinpointed one of the reasons, and that is because the PDQ process, while set up to work well, probably could have been done better. And in fact, could have been done better. And we realize that now. In some ways that it could have been done better. So a little bit more oversight, a little bit more engagement with human resources, as well as just employees and leadership. I know there are different levels of HR support out there across the county, and everyone's been partnering with us. So the good news is everyone's been partnering with us. The department heads, the human resources teams that are out there have been willing to roll up their sleeves and work with us. So I'm trying to make sure I answer all of your questions. We're in the process of validation. What that looks like is we're holding department meetings with every department across the county. We've held 35 already. We have 25 more to go, and there are a couple that aren't signed up yet, but we're pressuring them, trying to get them to engage.
Good deal.
Those who have engaged have varied. Some of the results have been, okay, great, we accept this. In fact, we even had one that said, we don't need to have a meeting with you, and that's fine, although we'd like to still meet with them and just talk it through. And then we've had some that goes, we absolutely cannot accept this. And in those cases, we've offered to have working sessions with them. So partnering with the Gallagher consultant, our teams, this is Amanda Porter, she is our Director of Compensation. She and her team, some of whom are here today, have been very actively engaged. So we're willing to do those working sessions. And we've already held one of them. I checked in to see how it went. It looks like it's on track. But to your point, even with that working session, we still have follow-up work to do. So there's a lot to be done between now and February 7th. So can we do it? I think we can if we really persist and we partner, as we've seen people doing to date. It's going to be difficult. It's not going to be easy. And to answer your specific question of what time frame do we really need for a freeze, ideally, we probably could go to January 10th, to your point, to give people time to get things done between now and then. And we really should keep it frozen until February 21st. So those would be the ideal dates. Could we make some exceptions so that we can continue to hire necessary staff and, of course, keep the county running and serving our constituents? Absolutely. But we'd like to keep that to a minimum if we could. So I'll pause because I tried to answer most, but
No, you've done a great job, and thank you for that. I do have a couple of motions that I want to read, but I want to make sure that if you can guide me on inserting, if we need to make a motion for the January 10th, is that the date you gave?
Yes.
For the January 10th extension, let me know if that's how we can insert that. But my first motion is move that Harris County take the following actions regarding pay equity study currently being conducted by Gallagher. Harris County shall authorize a temporary targeted hold on position movement as recommended by the consultant solely for the limited purpose of validating and reconciling job classification and compensation data effective January 10th to February 21st.
Yes.
Which will allow all departments an opportunity to finalize any movement preparation as they service all of our constituents. Exceptions to this freeze will be reviewed and approved by HRT and later submitted via transmittal to Commissioners Court for approval. Blanket exceptions may not be authorized and should be considered on a case-by-case basis per individual PCN. HRT shall draft and socialize change management guidelines to departments and precinct offices explaining the purpose and function of the position change freeze, how the freeze will be executed, and immediate action steps following the freeze. Secondly, HRT and Gallagher, in coordination with all county departments, shall immediately initiate a detailed data walkthrough to explain in detail the analysis conducted by Gallagher, including review of job duties by classification with specific examples of cross-departmental classifications, market compensation demonstration with documented benchmarks, internal equity and compression analysis, and then thirdly, analysis to be conducted on submitted PDQs, documentation of the analysis performed on each PDQ, including specific elements reviewed. Additionally, an explanation of how PDQ data was compared against established criteria for job leveling. A summary of which PDQ elements drove grade changes, especially in cases where jobs were downgraded. Confirmation of whether your team compared our PDQs against any standardized job evaluation frameworks, and if so, which ones. Those would be my motions to help us get through this.
I will second all of those.
Thank you.
And then I know we have 5 additional ones that add,
Yes.
that we all worked.
Would you like to vote on this one now?
Let's talk.
Okay, so Commissioner Ramsey and then Commissioner Branis.
Director, thank you for your efforts. I can't imagine what you've been trying to do. I'll just start and be very clear. What Gallagher has done is totally unacceptable.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Garcia, second by Commissioner Briones. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
And unfortunately, you and your staff are having to deal with the incompetency of that report. It's clear evidence. When you look at the details, it's just a massive flawed report in terms of what's been required. I did alert folks early on how difficult this is going to be to compare classifications in our healthcare industry to classifications in our engineering industry, to compare classifications in our construction industry. And unfortunately, my worst fears have come to bear in this report. So we're setting deadlines on trying to do something that's extremely flawed, and I think it's not going to end well. So I'm giving a real heads up, and what's at stake here? $42 million of increases. So we're about to do $42 million worth of increases based on an extremely flawed effort on behalf of Gallagher. So that's out there. That's the number one problem. This isn't about HR. Y'all have worked with us. You take our calls. You provide much empathy in terms of what we are going through right now. But it shouldn't be. When we pay a consultant $1.2 million, you expect something much closer to what we've, in terms of pay parity. We've spent a lot of staff hours to reconstruct our entire job list and job description just to correct the report. We're just one part of the county. We've got 400 employees in Precinct 3. I can't imagine the other 15,000 worth of employees that's in other departments and the confusion and chaos, and yet we just continue on. No problem here. I think we can make February when you have every department saying, what are y'all doing? And when I say that, we've spent this time, this is a big impact on us. It's extremely, I think we're doing the consultant's work because it was such a bad effort. We have to go back and redo everything because honestly, they did not know what they were doing. I did consulting for 50 cities and 20 counties and every state agency you can't name. And if I did this kind of a job, I would be fired. Well, at least I wouldn't be paid. So I'm telling you, this is a problem. It shouldn't be this flawed. Let me give you some examples. Key precinct positions were misclassified or excluded. Mechanics placed as accountants. Really? Mechanics is a pretty popular thing. We've got 254 counties in Texas. All of them take care of vehicles. They know what a mechanic is. That's what county government does. They don't do that in accounting. Road and bridge and community centers positions were not listed. Road and bridge is the heart of all the 254 counties in Texas. And those positions were not even listed? Are you kidding me? So when you start trying to say a nursing position is kind of like a road and bridge position, you don't know what in the, I'm sorry, hell you're doing. I mean that hell in a biblical sense, just in case Mr. Garcia was asking. Director of Administration. There was no director of administration. I looked at at least 3 of the court offices have a director of administration. And when we say things like, well, where's your director of administration? They look at you like, what are you talking about? That's a pretty common term, director of administration. Director of parks. That's something we do. Yet there's no classification, there's no definition, there's nothing related to that in the process. Director of Road and Bridge. That's the most detailed thing that you can imagine. I noticed also we were going to approve the philosophy of this compensation philosophy. Well, that was changed today to a discussion rather than approval. And it's probably good because we're not ready to adopt a philosophy. But here's the guiding principles, the philosophy, if you will. People first. Employees are essential in fulfilling our mission. This report does not even understand what our people do. Don't tell me your philosophy is people first when you don't even understand what a park caretaker does. Those people work hard. They do things that other people don't want to do, and you don't even understand it. So it's not a people first approach. Total rewards. Let me read what the philosophy is. We recruit and retain talent through compensation, benefits, development, recognition, and work-life balance. That's what we do. And you don't even understand what the county benefits are? It's totally disregarded county benefits. And I promise you, the tenure of county employees is minimized. It's somewhat spoken to, but the heart and soul of county government, particularly Harris County government, has been the tenure of our county employees. And when they work here for 20 or 30 years, that should be worth something. But under this plan, it ain't worth much. They get, what's the word? Red circled or red line, Commissioner, what's that? That means you don't get a pay raise. We might give you a little cost of living. So that's a problem. Let me go on down. The other philosophy on equity and competitiveness, our salary structure reflects the external market while ensuring internal fairness. That sounds so wonderful. Did you know they didn't even go down and talk to the city of Houston on any of their positions and what they're doing? You don't even go down the street and have conversations with. That's our most significant comparable position partner in this entire state would be the city of Houston. They were never talked to. And you wonder, well, I wonder why we can't come up with the correct details. And then finally, accountability. All decisions are made with transparency and fiscal responsibility. This is the most non-transparent process I've ever seen in my entire life. People cannot explain anything. They cannot explain what the position is. They cannot explain what the salary for that position is. They can't explain anything. So I'm sitting here thinking, this really isn't ready for prime time. I think we probably need to put a lot of questions back on our consultant that we paid $1.25 million worth and have them effort. My only motion is pretty simple. I got one. We need to pause this until we can get at least some understanding. I agree, I appreciate what Commissioner Garcia in his motion, but just the length of it. He made 5 motions, and I think Commissioner Briones is going to add a couple more to it. When you have that many motions and trying to, again, baling wire duct tape a process, why don't we get our consultant to fix what they need to fix and come back to us with some kind of a reasonable understanding of what we were doing. So the only other thing I would say, there's an item 307, Gallagher contract renewal. I am not impressed. I have no intention of voting for the Gallagher contract renewal until Gallagher gets their act together and communicates to us what they are doing, because they should not be putting you, Director, and your staff through what you are having to go through. And this is just the tip of the iceberg. What we've experienced in the last month is just the tip of the iceberg. So let's correct it on the front end and get Gallagher in here and earn their $1.25 million and get this thing corrected. Thank you.
Did you guys have any response to this one?
Motion to extend.
Motion by Commissioner Briones, second by Commissioner Ramsey. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Commissioner Ellis, I'll come to you after Commissioner Briones. And colleagues, my hope is that after this, we can go to executive session, because if it's like right before Commissioner Ellis has to.
And Judge
Yeah.
Hidalgo, I'm fine. Commissioner Ellis, I know your signal's going in and out, so if you want to speak before me, do you still have good signal? You can go before me in case you lose it. I'll go next.
I do have to figure out. First, I apologize to you all because I can't be there. I'm sure some of y'all might remember Bill Radler, but he gave me the privilege of being finance chair, so I was up in Mount Pleasant, Ramsey's old stomping ground yesterday, and I'm gonna go to his burial at State Cemetery. Hope some of y'all show mine. You get to the other side with me, that I'll know if he didn't show up. But that's why I can't be there. But look, I just want to say that even if what we have on pay equity is not perfect, I just want to stress we didn't hire a consultant. We didn't go through a big study when we made decisions on rewarding people who do great work, but they at the top. Nor did we go through that process when we were trying to figure out where there were pay equity for. I didn't pick the consultant. I didn't think it should have taken that long. I was so angry, to be honest with you, that every time we talk about people who drive the bus or on the back of the bus, we got to study it. We got to figure it out. So I left that to the administration on how to do it. But I just want to stress pay equity for our working class employees was the first pay equity
Commissioner, I'm
discussed
sorry.
publicly because I put it on the agenda.
Judge, we've lost.
Commissioner, just a
Oh,
moment.
okay, he's back on. Sorry.
Oh, no,
Yeah,
Commissioner, go ahead.
I just want to say we waited long enough to get this done. If the imperfections, we're going to change them. But I just think those people at the bottom have waited long enough to get some reward. My staff's upset with some of the issues as well, but we can't just stop this. It should take them too long. So missed the part where I was throwing that little jab in there, trying to be politely about it. We didn't have a big study when we figured out what to do for people at the top. We just did it for our department heads and other key people, nor did we do it when it was for law enforcement. So I just don't want to wait. And I would challenge my colleagues, just don't leave those folks who catch the early bus off the bus any longer. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Ellis. Commissioner Briones.
Yes. Chief People Officer Raleigh, thank you for being here and inheriting this study. I believe so deeply in what we're doing, and I was incredibly disappointed when I started digging into the data and methodology, or lack thereof, frankly. I couldn't agree more with Commissioner Ellis. Like this, we have been waiting for years to make sure our team members throughout the county are paid equitably, and then the project managers for the county were, to put it nicely, absent. We need to be managing our consultants. And it's the people at the bottom that I'm most concerned about when you dig into the data, because they didn't consider them. And so if we're here fighting for fairness and equity and to do right, especially by those at the bottom pay scale, this backfires. And actually, in some instances that we've been digging into, it creates suboptimal conclusions and boxes folks in. So the last thing I want, especially after waiting years, is to do something counterproductive to the very people that we're trying to help and be fair to. So to me, fairness and the accuracy is non-negotiable. I don't want to stop. I want to fix it because it's too important to get wrong. And we need, and now that you're the leader of talent and HRT, everyone on your team, please needs to be clear that we manage the consultants. We are responsible for the accuracy and fairness and making sure that it is mission aligned of what we're doing. Because the last thing I want to do is hurt our team members as opposed to help them. And to this time frame, we have folks who are like, should I even stay at the county because I'm going to, if you really dig in, it is deeply, deeply troubling. And I'm trying to measure my words. But as a former chief talent officer, flabbergasted, again, is a nice way to describe how I feel about the results. And so I want this fixed, and I want it fixed with purpose and in a timely fashion, because the last thing I want to do is have a counterproductive effort. And so I have additional motions to add, and Gallagher needs to make this right. And we don't pay for subpar performance or errors. I mean, look at the methodology and the accuracy, and you don't send out a survey with minimal engagement, communication, oversight, and then the months on the clock that we burned, and now they want to validate the subpar work, it better be validated because accuracy is non-negotiable, and we want to actually help the people in the county. And so I have additional motions to add, and I'm saying this with great passion because this is so important. It is critical we get this right. And it needs to be done quickly because we have given our word to our team members here at Harris County that we are going to do this, and we have the $50 million, thank you, Director Ramos, that we have set aside to make it right, and we want to do it right as we make it right. So with that, I'm going to add a few more motions that our teams have workshopped with you. Thank you. And thank you, Commissioner Garcia, for reading the first ones. But the fourth one to add to the prior ones read by Commissioner Garcia. Departments shall be formally invited to submit written challenges, corrections within the 10-day appeal process, and documentation to ensure the consultant's data reflects operational realities. The documentation must be in form of PDQ or job description approved by the department executive director or executive chief only.
Second.
Motion 5, motion that the county administration shall return to court with an update on January 29th.
Second.
Motion that this action shall be guided by 3 non-negotiable principles of accuracy, fairness, and protection of county employees.
Second.
Motion 7, motion that HRT shall also continue gathering feedback on its proposed compensation philosophy and return to the January 8th Commissioners Court with a final draft for the court's consideration. This feedback should include any input from departments and court offices, specifically from those who support talent functions across the county.
Second.
And motion 8, motion to further move that Harris County reaffirm its commitment that pay equity implementation must be based on verified data and defensible analysis and not solely on preliminary consultant findings.
So do we want to vote? How do you guys want to vote on these? Because Commissioner Garcia made some and Commissioner Briones made some. Do you have a note on who made which ones?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so we'll vote on the ones that Commissioner Garcia made first.
Yes, ma'am.
And everyone should have received these in writing.
Okay, so there's a.
Could Commissioner Garcia reread his because your staff sent the updated version?
Okay, do it.
And while he's reading that, I want to thank all of our teams for working so well with, and I'm so happy you're here.
Okay, and then actually we need to hear from Commissioner Ellis, and then I have something to add. So while you guys get that, Commissioner Ellis.
I'm okay. I'm okay.
All right.
I can make my comments.
Oh,
already.
right.
Thank
Okay,
you.
so
I
then
don't want to go in and
I'll
out.
add something. I can add it now.
Before he reads those motions, to me, Brandon Dudley's email delineating the key pain points and need for improvement, to me, that was the most thoughtfully done and thorough analysis in a short way.
I agree.
Thank you, Brandon.
So I'll be happy to vote for the motions. Thank you guys for your work. I do want to give you an opportunity to add anything. I know you've been listening for quite a while. So is there anything you'd like to add?
Yes, we agree that this is a partnership and that we really need to make sure that we have valid information that everyone aligns with. So fully agree with all the recommendations, and we are fully committed to what you're committed to, which is the equitable, transparent, all the things that you read, Commissioner Ramsey, we're very committed to. So thank you for the opportunity to speak.
And you still recommend that we maintain the firm?
I think because we've worked through so much to date with them, and I do think that they have the ability to partner with us to get to a good place at this point, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Colleagues, I hear the frustration, and I think this is one of the things I've been advocating for as well. But I just don't. I see this huge cognitive dissonance because we're giving the toll road director a higher salary than the county administrator. And then we are giving the elected constables a higher salary than the vice president of the United States. And we are giving raises to certain officers, but not to detention officers. we're talking about jail, but we're not talking about juvenile detention. I mean, I get it. I agree. I think this needs to happen, but I think the bigger issue is there a motion to extend the discussion?
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Ramsey.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried unanimously. So I think the bigger issue is twofold. Number one, we cannot expect departments and consultants to deliver something that we are not doing. The $100 million that were spent with no analysis, no report, nothing. We barely had Commissioner Ellis and I at least an hour, maybe 2 hours, from when it was brought up by Commissioner Ramsey the first time to when it was brought up the second time. That's $100 million. Mind you, the reason to not put early childhood education on the ballot was that it wasn't studied enough, but that's another story. And then we have the issue of money, because we're saying this $100 million that we put together by the seat of our pants has already become $4 million more. And we're hoping that we're going to find money to increase the salaries of detention officers. And we're hoping that the money that we have assigned to this pay equity study will be enough for the pay equity. I don't know. And we're hoping that the jail population will be reduced in time enough. I mean, I just want to put those two things out there, because I personally do not think we will have the funding to do all this. Oh, and we're hoping we're somehow going to pull out money for mental health services for the homeless, some of which we cut, some mental health services which we cut to pay for the $100 million. So I don't want to give employees or the public false hope. And I don't think that berating, whether it be the consultant or the department heads or whomever, is fair when the court has done the complete opposite more than once, more than twice, more than 3 times. Commissioner Ellis.
Judge, if I don't lose you all again, I was just going to say that the reason, I don't want to cut you off, but the reason I'll vote for the promotions is I don't want us to back up and just stop. You know, as a guy who's a first black state district judge spoke at an event when I was in high school, and I asked him some question about helping some group, and he said to me, well, son, I'm never going to take a position. I'm not going to help anybody. I can't help it.
Judge.
Commissioner Ellis, your video has gone out, so let us wait for a moment while it comes
I
back.
have second thoughts about it at this point. Yeah.
I'm just gonna ask him to repeat when it comes back. All right. Well, we'll hear from him when he's able to reconnect. Oh, but he wants to vote for these. All right. So.
Judge, can I just reread the
Yes,
revised
Commissioner.
version?
Yeah, there we go, Commissioner Garcia.
Good deal. James, you've got the written version, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The only change in what I read earlier is if you'll go to the first bullet under the first motion, it is to scratch via transmittal. So it should read, exceptions to this freeze will be reviewed and approved by HRT and later submitted to Commissioners Court for approval.
Thank you.
So move on, well, we're waiting on Commissioner Ellis.
So that's enough for you, James?
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Garcia? And does Commissioner Brandes need to reread hers?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so we've got those. Let me just dial the commissioner and see if it even goes through. Because there's Commissioner Ellis. Commissioner, all right. So Commissioner, we have to stop you when your camera goes out, so that's why we're interrupting.
I'll vote yes for the motions, Judge. We ought to tell the state they should use that ARPA money to get some Wi-Fi up here in Central Texas. But look,
Uh-oh.
yeah.
Rodney, let's vote while we still got you.
So I was just saying, I don't want to take position on any help to be perfect, but I think we need to get it done. Clean it up, but we need to do it.
Right.
Yes, I'm for it. Vote aye.
Okay. Aye.
All right.
Aye.
All right.
I'm here if you can see me.
Safe travels.
I'm going to support the motion, but just just noted, we have 8 motions that we're trying to address. Thank you again to our HR department and what they're doing, but it is flawed, and we got a lot of work to do. So I will support the motion.
And also, I just want to add, thank you for your work. This is not directed to you. You inherited a bit of a beast, but thank you for your work on this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
So motions, yes, go ahead, Commissioner Briones.
No, I just wanted to echo that. Thank you. Let's do right and let's make it right as soon as possible.
So Commissioner Garcia's motion, he's made the motions. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Briones. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Commissioner Briones made her motions. Is there a second?
Move.
Second by Commissioner Garcia. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
And I'll show those being reflective to item 18.
Correct. Commissioner, you're online if there's anything you wanted to add. Otherwise, I'm going to send us to executive session.
No. If y'all lose me in executive session, I hope I'm okay now. But if not, I trust y'all to do the right thing. If not, I'm going to bring it up when I go to your funerals.
All right.
Deal.
Okay, so it's 12:14. Do I need to list the items? Yeah.
Yes, Judge.
Okay.
There's item 307 that I pulled up with this.
Yeah.
There's
That's right.
There's an action associated with that related to an amendment. I think the least we should do is pause on that amendment until we get a better understanding of what they need to come in and help us under their original contract. I'm not prepared to do an amendment till we fully understand their deliverable on the current contract. So I'm not in support of item 307, and I'm for asking Gallagher to come in and do their job under their original contract.
Commissioner Garcia? Yeah, okay, go ahead.
Chief People Officer Rowley.
If you wouldn't mind approaching the mic and just letting us know whether that's okay or it'll affect your project, and same with, the purchasing agent, et cetera.
Forgive me, Judge, I did not hear what was stated. Pardon me.
It was
the
a
amendment.
concern. Commissioner Ramsey would like to not approve
The
307.
item, Director, is request that the county judge execute an amendment to an agreement with Gallagher Benefit Services to update the scope of work for compensation and pay equity study for the Human Resources and Talent for the period of November the 1st, 2025 to October 31st, 2026, at no additional cost to the county. Of course, this is already in the budget. That's why it's no
That's right,
additional cost.
Commissioner. You're right.
So my point with this, I'm not prepared to fully fund that amendment until they have satisfied what they were supposed to do under the original agreement.
Well, I think, Commissioner, there are things that have been brought up that are outside of the agreement that we're trying to get them to do. A lot of the stuff that's been talked about, and we're trying to make sure that they are ready to do the work that you guys just passed for an amendment. So there's no additional cost here. I think this would help us do the work that y'all are just.
But they are under contract with us now to do certain things, right?
Correct.
They
Yeah,
didn't
absolutely.
do certain things clearly under that contract. And so I want to hold them to account for what they didn't do under their original contract. Why would we give an amendment until they've satisfied the original contract?
Because we think potentially that there needs to be different language in the scope to do it the way that we're now engaged and have seen a first round, that it needs to be done. Look, we don't have to do it, but I think HRT and purchasing put this in place to help us complete this work, hearing all the criticism and the interest from court. Of course, it's always your vote, Commissioner, but I think that it will help us move forward on this work.
Well, I'm sure it'll help pay Gallagher more money.
Well, no,
But what I'm saying, I know it's under, we've got a budget. I understand that. But any contract I ever did with any county I ever worked for, I was responsible for certain deliverables. They have not satisfied that deliverable. And they need to satisfy that deliverable before we give them an amendment to their current contract. Pretty simple. That's pretty basic contracting.
I wonder if we need to take this to executive session because I'd like to hear the legal implications as well.
Sure, Judge, we can take this in there.
Would you like would you add your answer to this?
Yeah, certainly. I think that my understanding is they've completed the work. To your point, is it to our satisfaction? And that's the question that you're asking. I think to go forward, to partner with them is essential because they've done the body of work to map to market, answer the questions that you're asking to be answered, and then we can do that validation process intensely as we talked about earlier. So I do feel that their partnership right now is needed. And I do appreciate your point that we should.
A motion by Commissioner Garcia. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Briones. All in favor? Any
Aye.
opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
I consider that they were under contract to deliver something. So I want to get the original deliverable addressed before we give an amendment. They're obligated, and when we say you have satisfied the deliverable, I hope we haven't told them they've satisfied the deliverable because they haven't. So under the context of everything we're talking about here isn't work in the future, it's fixing something they did in the past. So they're under contract. This item, 307, is to give them an amendment to work into 2026. All I'm saying is they need to clean up their effort from 2025 before we talk about an amendment.
So, sir, I leave it to your discretion, but I agree it might be best to tackle this in executive session.
Okay.
Judge, I'd just like to make this comment. I'm sure that when they watch this video, possibly read it, what's in the press, they know they got to get right what they started, or they're going to have a reputational issue going forward with any other governmental entity. But I'm just afraid we've gone so far to have to drop them and start over. It's going to cost us more money.
I don't want to drop them. I want them to come in here and take account for what they've done. They're under contract to make a deliverable. They haven't done it.
Maybe the executive session will figure out like what liability that be. But I think we can all agree we've gone so far. It would cost more to just have to start over with somebody else.
I don't want to start over.
So I think we might be in the same place. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank
All
you.
right. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Anybody else have comments on this one? All right. So let's go to executive session, and we'll take this item as well. So remind me, Commissioner Ramsey, if you don't mind, the number of this item. All right. So we will go to All right. So we'll go to executive session on item 307 and also item 464. 468, 484, 497, and 201. And that's to consult with our attorneys. It is 12:21, and we'll meet in executive session. All right, it is 12:59, and we're back from executive session. So on motion, item 201, is there a motion to approve the item as presented? Motion by Commissioner Garcia,
Second.
second by Commissioner Ramsey. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. 307, we will discuss later. So we're counting on folks from administration to come back before court ends. 464, we're making some appointments here. And so, all right. So it's to the worksite safety committee. So we are looking at 7. So the first one is a motion to appoint a worksite safety committee member for a 2-year term for the contractor representative. So you guys do not want me to say the name? Do say the name. Okay, so motion to appoint Alberto Lopez to the worksite safety committee as a contractor representative. Then we have a motion to appoint Vladimir Naranjo to a worksite safety committee as a contractor member. All right. Then a motion to appoint Jennifer Hernandez to the worksite safety committee as a representative of unionized workers. A motion to approve Chidi Umes Rowley to the worksite safety committee as a representative of non-unionized workers. And a motion to appoint Amy Zachmeyer to the worksite safety committee as a representative of interested community members. Would anyone like to make those motions?
Judge.
Do you want to name Chief Peña and Tico Houseman for the other two spots?
Thank you. Okay, so we will also, will you guys read that one? I don't have this one here. Chief Peña as a representative
For Harris
for
County.
the County Infrastructure Department. So appoint him to the Worksite Safety Committee in that position. And finally, appoint to the Worksite Safety Committee as the County Safety Monitor.
Tico Houseman.
All right, Tico Houseman. Okay,
So
great.
moved.
So move a second.
Motion by Commissioner
Judge,
Yeah.
just one, and all terms will be ending December 11th, 2027.
for a 2-year term.
Yes,
Right.
thank you.
Okay, so motion by Commissioner Ellis, second by Commissioner Briones. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. 468, I'm going to make the motion with the name and the effective date. Are you guys okay with that? Okay, so this is a motion to appoint Sonia Lopez, who's for the position of Judge of Harris County Civil Court at Law Number 1, effective February 1, 2026.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Garcia, second by Commissioner Briones. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. 484.
Judge Hidalgo,
Yes.
may I please say a few words? And we have Judge Lopez here
Oh, hi.
and her family. Can we please take a moment?
Yes, of course. And
Judge Lopez and family, while you come up, I just wanted to say congratulations. Judge Lopez was recently. Woo! I'm so thrilled about this. Judge Sonia Lopez was recently appointed as associate judge, and now she will be the judge effective February 1st of Harris County Civil Court at Law Number 1. And the reason I'm so excited, thank you for everything you've done. She's worked for County Commissioner Silvia Garcia. She served as Chief of Staff for State Representative Ana Hernandez. She's been Associate General Counsel for Lone Star College. She's our Associate Judge. She's a lifelong East Tech Jensen resident, a graduate of Houston Public Schools. She's a dedicated public servant. She has been just I know she volunteers with the National Hispanic Institute. I mean, she is someone who through and through is a community champion, a community leader. And I've always just loved all our interactions. And I especially love your daughter. And I look forward to voting for her one day because I know she's following in your footsteps. So felicidades, congratulations, and thank you for everything you have done and will do to advance justice in Harris County.
Commissioner Garcia.
And likewise, Sonia, I just want to congratulate you, but I also want to thank your daughter and your husband for their support. It takes a lot for a member of the family to be in public service. So I just want to say thank you because it's always easy, I guess, to support the man, but it's important that we also support the woman when they step out in front to serve our community. So I just want to say thank you to both of you. And baby, you are going to be just proud to see your mom sitting up there wearing a black robe. And as Commissioner Briones says, administering justice. And I want you to know that that is a big deal. Your mom is doing something phenomenal. And so be proud that she's your mom. Be proud of her. And when she gets home, go easy on her. Do your homework, clean your room. But listen, congratulations to you because just like Commissioner Briones and her daughters, you're going to be seeing a leader every time you put eyes on her, every time you talk to her. She's still going to be mom, but she's going to be leader mom. So congratulations to y'all.
Thank you.
Congratulations, and yes, thank you again. I love to watch this. You ran, and then you were appointed associate, and then you're coming to this court, and that's for a reason. So I'm just thrilled. And would you mind introducing your family?
Yes, this is my daughter Emma and my husband Manuel, and I have two of my sisters, my brother-in-law here as well. And if you don't mind, I'd like to say a few words.
Sure. I think did Commissioner Briones already speak? Let me let Commissioner Ellis make his remarks real quick, and then
I don't want to delay you. I just want to congratulate you and thank you for reaching out. I know who you are. I'm headed to Austin. I remember when you worked for Ana Hernandez, so you know what this trek is like going up to Austin. But I'm just so proud and happy for you and your family on this new phase of your career.
Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Judge Hidalgo and members of the Commissioners Court for your vote of confidence in this girl who grew up on Jensen and Tidwell. 20 years ago, I was doing what I love, volunteering for the National Hispanic Institute, an organization near and dear to my heart. While volunteering high school students, one student's mom asked me what I was doing that summer and when I was going to graduate. That led to my first internship right in this building. Today, I come full circle from being the very first intern for then Commissioner Sylvia Garcia to becoming a judge for Harris County. I would be remiss if I didn't thank Congresswoman Garcia, Gloria Moreno, and Alma Rincon for their years of friendship, mentorship, and for always answering my call, even last night from DC. I have to thank my parents who taught me the value of hard work. They came to this country to live the American dream, and I think they have accomplished that. My dad worked in construction, and my mom stayed at home until she didn't. I didn't understand then when I was young, but as a mother, I do now. My mom didn't just get a job. She rolled up her sleeves and went to work with my dad in construction. They did whatever they had to do to ensure their 5 children didn't go without. Gracias a mis papás por todos sus esfuerzos y sacrificios. Thank you to those of you who changed my life when you encouraged me to apply for the associate judge position. I am especially grateful for my colleagues, the Harris County Civil Court judges, for selecting me to serve as the associate judge. Thank you to my former colleagues at the Houston Federation of Teachers and Lone Star College System. I am a better attorney because of them. I have to give a thank you to Representative Ana Hernandez for giving me a chance right out of college. I learned so much about the law and public service. I am grateful for her mentorship, friendship, and support throughout the years. And to Representative Armando Wally, my representative and friend, who has shown me what it truly means to give back to our community and never forgetting where we come from. Judge Hidalgo, thank you for serving as an inspiration to NHIers and myself. You should hear all the speeches his kids have given about you. Commissioner Ramsey, thank you and your staff for visiting with me and giving me the opportunity to serve Harris County. Commissioner Ellis, I have watched you and learned from you for years at the Capitol and now the county. I appreciate everything you do to uplift the next generation of public servants through TLIP. Without TLIP, although I didn't participate, I would not be here because of their impact. Commissioner Briones, I will never be able to thank you enough. Thank you for your support, guidance, and encouragement over the years. Thank you for opening the doors for other Latinas and all women behind you and for always uplifting us. You have set the bar high for all mothers who wish to excel in their career, a bar I hope to meet. Thank you and your team for everything. Commissioner Garcia, my own commissioner and someone who has followed for many years. I have seen you serve in many capacities and am so grateful that North Houston and Harris County have you to advocate for us. Your footprint in our community will have a lasting impact and be remembered for generations to come. Thank you for your consistent support and guidance. And thank you all for this honor, as it will be the second highest honor of my life, of course, the first being a mother to my daughter, which she got to leave school early, so I think she's pretty excited about that. Thank you to Emma, my husband, my parents, my brother and sisters, my friends and family. They say it takes a village to raise a child and to succeed, and my village is really awesome and has been constant throughout my life. This is not only my accomplishment, it is something we did together. To Harris County, I promise to do as my parents have taught me, to always work hard and treat everybody with respect. I hope to earn your trust of the residents of Harris County, as it is the best place to live and work. Thank you all for this honor.
Judge Lopez, congratulations. Emma, congratulations. Manuel, to the whole family, felicidades. I'm so moved. To me, you represent the best of the American dream, Sonia, and you are a true public servant. I'd also like to recognize our sitting judge, Audrey Lawton Evans of Harris County Civil Court at Law Number 1 for her service. And we have Judge Thomas here. Thank you for your service, Judge Thomas. And to Judge Kovach, Judge Singh, and Judge Williams, all of the fifth floor team, thank you all for your service. So congratulations again. Thank you for your service.
Manuel, I just want to say, you'll need to practice your honor, okay?
And I'm going to borrow this one from Commissioner Ellis. As he said, sometimes you get there and you get amnesia. And I think it happens to a lot of elected officials. And so I don't think this will be you. But just remember, when you put that robe on, remember what you represent, what you stand for. Don't forget, just for the sake of winning re-election or whatever it is. So I had to say that, Commissioner Ellis, when you taught me, and I'm afraid I've seen too many times. So congratulations again. Anything else, colleagues? All right, echo Commissioner Briones' great gratitude towards Judge Lawton Evans. And all right, let's move on with the other executive session items. This will be really brief so we can go to lunch. So the next one is item 484. Is there a motion to pass that as presented? Motion by Commissioner Garcia. Second by Commissioner Briones. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. 497, no action for now. And then 201, we already voted on 201, yeah?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Before the break, oh, okay. Oh, I see. Okay. Oh, yes, Commissioner Ellis, go ahead.
You all on a roll today. These 9 a.m. meetings must really inspire you all. Did Garcia get quiet?
I'm voting no on anything with precinct 1 on it.
All right. Thank you guys so much. So it is 1:13, and we're breaking now for lunch.
May we please take a quick picture with Judge Lopez? Judge Lopez and Emma and Manuel.
Judge, what time we coming back?
All right, so it's 1:15. We'll return at 2:15.
Thank you.
you need anything, let us know.
Okay.
Thank you, guys. All right, it is 2:22. Commissioners Court is back in session. And so we discussed item 1, item 3. I think we're in item 4, yeah? Have we gone through the CIP?
We took care of that one already.
We did?
Yeah,
Okay.
I have item 65 as the next item.
Thank you. I forgot to gray these out. Okay, 65. Commissioner Garcia
Thank
flagged
you.
that one.
Yeah, thank you. And, Revive to Thrive is a byproduct of Mayor Lanier's neighborhood standards. And Mayor Lanier knew that every neighborhood ought to have a few things in order to make them feel, or in order to make them better, but also to help make residents feel safer. One of the things that was not in neighborhood standards was streetlights. And so I'm so excited that these two items, 65 and 67, will include 111 new streetlights for the Lynchburg and Yale Street areas. And I just want to thank CenterPoint for their work. We're partnering with them. But I also want to encourage CenterPoint to do the connections as quickly as possible. Nothing's better than to have streetlights installed than to have them working. But I want to thank my team for all of their incredible work, because Revive to Thrive is all things inclusive of public safety and ensuring that streets and neighborhoods are well lit, because street lighting does help to prevent crime and reduce nighttime crashes, and it gives people the confidence to walk their neighborhood without any concern. So I move on these items as presented.
Second.
At 65 and 67.
Motion by Commissioner Garcia for both items, second by Commissioner Briones. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Judge, could I take a point of personal privilege here
Of course.
on a couple of items? The first one is 167, and that's related to the approval of our Harris County Public Facility Corporation, Articles of Incorporation. And that's the one that the court will essentially form the board for that. But my particular nominee is here, and I would just like to take 1 minute, recognize, and
Of course.
frame. So, Neil Ratcliffe, step up and be embarrassed. But as we form this board related to housing, community development, to expand up to $25,000 for a related startup cost, the formation of this board is so important. And Neil is currently serving as executive director there at the Houston Housing Authority, and I appreciate your willingness to serve on this board. And I think this is an example of the city and the county looking at a important issue with some degree of complementary approach. So, Neil, I just want to publicly thank you for agreeing to serve, and look forward to what you will do for us, the county, and continue to do for the city.
Thank you very much, County Judge and the members of Commissioners Court. I really look up to all of you. I told Commissioner Ramsey how much I appreciate the way that you all focus on the people of Harris County and their needs, and cut through a lot of the bureaucratic difficulties that we all wrestle with in government and trying to govern well. And I've just been a huge fan of the good work that you've been doing for a long time, and I'm really honored to serve in this capacity. Thank you, and I promise you I will do everything in my power to make sure that this vehicle that you've established will work really effectively to help residents of our county who are lower and moderate income. Affordability is such a problem, and so many people are rent burdened, and we collectively, the county, I think, has done a remarkable job under Tao Costas' leadership and her team. I've had a front row seat with a lot of the transactions I've done in the last couple of years. So I think you're doing incredible work, and I want to help you to accelerate that. And we will work together with you on this. I can tell you, too, I have a lot of experience helping to analyze PFC deals. The Houston Housing Authority, I think, did too many too fast, and we've slowed that way down. They did over 100 PFC deals, so we have a lot of experience analyzing these deals to make sure that they're right for the county, or the housing authority, as opposed to sometimes they can be a boondoggle for developers if you're not careful. So we'll make sure that it's not abused, and appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you, Neil.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your work. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Judge?
Oh, yes.
Neil, I also want to, and Commissioner Ramsey, thank you for this, this item, for recognizing Neil and putting him on this board. Neil, I will tell you, I've worked with you and around you over the many years, and just so grateful for all that you've done. And you are really going to bring a wealth of information and experience at all levels, federal, state, and absolutely local. So thank you for your willingness to do this. And I, for one, will be leaning on your experience on the deals that come before us, because I do want to learn from the city. And I want to make sure that we don't run the same road that the city may have done. But I want to make sure that we become a model for other counties across the state, if not across the country. So thank you for your willingness.
You're very welcome. Thanks for the kind words.
Commissioner Briones.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Ratliff, for being willing to serve on this board with us. We look forward to it. I echo your sentiment about Director Costas. Thank you for your leadership and your vision. And, we know the need. 1 in 4 renters in Harris County spend more than half of their income on rent. And we know that we added approximately 15,000 more cost burden, rent burden individuals in just 1 year. And so we know the need, and we want to be as data-driven and forward-thinking and become a place of innovation and a model for the country, and learning from all of your experience so that we don't duplicate any errors. So I'm really excited about this PFC because it'll be a flexible tool that we can really use to better serve the residents of Harris County. So I look forward to all the good that we will accomplish together, and thank you again for being in the arena and being willing to serve. Thank you, Commissioner Ramsey.
My pleasure. And let me just add, too, that Torrey Gunsolly is an amazing addition. I've been in this business for about 30 years, and he's one of the sharpest minds in the country on this. And Renee Martinez has done great work, too. So you really have a great core, in my humble opinion, of great people there, and I'm really honored to serve with them.
Thank you, Neil. They were just glad that they would not have to have this civil engineer asking engineering questions, and it actually again, thank you for your.
The civil engineer wasn't bad. It would be the Aggie.
Probably the Aggie part more than the engineering part.
Yeah, I was an English major, so I will not be
Oh,
asking
yay.
you.
I'm an English major too. Boom.
All
All
right.
right, we're off to the races. But really, it'll be wonderful to more deeply just continue to drive progress, since affordability is something so many are all struggling with. So thank you.
Thank you all
So-
very much.
Thank you,
Thank
Neil.
you.
167.
Okay, just so you guys know, on item 307, we heard from the county attorney, it's okay to take no action. So you guys okay with that? Yes. Okay. So
vote
no
on
action on
167.
307. So
I'll
now,
make a motion on 167.
Second.
a motion by Commissioner Ramsey, second by Commissioner Garcia. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Judge, and
Yes.
one more item.
Yes.
Join us here today is also Mike Turco. He heads up the Harris Galveston County Subsidence District. And all subsidence within this region is his fault. Or, I'm sorry, you're responsible for the regulation of the subsidence. But Mike, come up if you will, just for a moment.
Commissioner, this is item 496, correct?
I'm sorry, thank you.
Sure.
Jay. It is 496, item 496.
Good afternoon.
Thank you, Mike, for joining us here. I had the pleasure of going to the Subsidence District Board meeting, I guess it was a couple of weeks ago, and kind of getting an update, expressing how much of a priority subsidence is. And in less than a minute, let me just say it's one of the top issues in Harris County. And for anyone that might be listening that says subsidence is not a problem, that we shouldn't pay for surface water improvements, simply put, I'll be tactful here, they don't know what they're talking about. So thank you for your advocacy. I know that at least in East Harris County, Commissioner Garcia and I are painfully aware of what's happening out there now. There'll be 18,000 homes constructed east of Lake Houston in the next 10 years. And my stated concern, as I expressed to you and the board, was there's really not a clear, well-defined plan for surface water on the east side of Lake Houston. And unless we get busy pretty quick, we're going to be in trouble 10 years from now. I know we issue groundwater reduction plans to any developer that may be coming into the area. And I know surface water is a part of their commitment. But could you give a very 1 minute, 2 minute, 3 minute overview of how can you issue a groundwater reduction plan with no clarity on when, schedule when, the surface water is going to be available?
Ultimately, that groundwater reduction plan has limitations in the absence of alternative water supply. And in that area, particularly in northeast Harris County, we've just recently approved one groundwater reduction plan there, but they had a unique situation that they actually have a water right and can bring water in, but it's still limited. And ultimately for that development, that's not going to be enough to get there. And as we've talked about before, Commissioner, and with others in our area, regional projects are how you solve this problem, to develop alternative water supplies. Regional projects that include water efficiency like reuse, and also developing the alternative water supplies we have available. That's what you need to prevent subsidence in our area. We've got a long history. We're actually celebrating our 50th year this year. And if you look at the data on our website, we have a nice map there that shows subsidence rates. You can see that where the subsidence has been reduced to zero, essentially, are also the areas where we've been able to reduce the reliance on groundwater from what at that time was over 50% to just 10% near the coast. What was originally 100% inland, now down to 20% in the Med-Center area in southeastern Harris County. So the reduction of groundwater to prevent subsidence, which for those of you who don't know is the lowering of land surface elevation over time, is how you solve that problem. And the only way you can do that is to make sure that you have alternative water resources available to offset that need with total water demand.
So it's ironic that what started the Gulf Coast Subsidence District, Galveston County Subsidence District, was Brownwood. Brownwood's located in Baytown, and if y'all want to go visit Brownwood, we'll have to get a boat, and because it's underwater. So where it began, where Subsidence District began on the east side, is the last place where we're getting surface water. So it is kind of ironic, and I want to formally ask you, as a part of this meeting, to get with the board, because unless, and I know it's complicated, you have a developer that comes in and is going to build 500 homes, and there's no available surface water. Now, there is raw water there. There's more canals in East Harris County than any other part of the county. We know there's raw water there, but it's somebody being identified as the provider of that surface water. So until a groundwater reduction plan is written that says, okay, pick a MUD 22, you're going to have to partner with MUD 42, and y'all are going to have to come up with a surface water plant. By the way, surface water costs 5 times more than groundwater. That's why people would rather pump water out of the ground than spend the money to build a surface water plant. So anyway, it's kind of redundant. Again, I appreciate you coming up here today, and I just want to formally ask you, as a part of this court, to, I guess, report back at the end of the first quarter, and come back and talk to us about what can be done in terms of developers. I just told you there's 18,000 homes planned out there. And until the Subsidence District says you cannot drill a well, or if you do drill a well, it's under the condition that you partner with these other 5 MUDs and y'all go out and create a surface water plant, I don't think it'll ever happen. You are the regulatory agent, because they're not going to volunteer to do it. They're not going to say, I've got a good idea. Let's go build a plant. We'll charge people 5 times more than they would normally get with groundwater and others. So if you could come back with a bit of a plan on what can happen in East Harris County, I think that would be helpful for us as we try to deal with subsidence and deal with the sinking. And again, the immediate issue is water, the ground surface does sink. And Mr. Turco will be happy to go tour Jersey Village with you.
Yes.
How much is that sunk?
Regionally around that area, about 7 feet.
7 feet. So you start looking at the ceiling, and you say, well, that's where the ground was 50 years ago, and today it's 7 foot low. And we live in a floodplain, and the people now that live in those areas are going to flood. So it's really a 50-year look, and that's what I like about what y'all do. It's not what's going to happen in the next 50 days. It's not that I'm going to have a lower water bill, but I'm thinking of my grandchildren, I'm thinking of my great-grandchildren, and being sure that we're doing those things necessary, that by spending money now, we're going to avoid catastrophe in 20, 30, 40 years.
Well, and that's the Northeast Harris County in particular around Lake Houston is an area that we identified in our joint regulatory plan review as an area that needs a harder look at alternative water supply. We began a feasibility study of that already. We'll have some preliminary results around that time, so that'll be good timing to bring some additional information back.
And just know, Mike, you've got a partner here in the county.
We appreciate that, and the Commissioners Court appoints 3 members to our board of directors and has been supportive throughout our existence, and appreciate the continued support from Commissioners Court. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your willingness.
Thank you so much for your work, and thank you for coming. Okay.
Is there any action on the
There's
item?
no action.
Thank you.
All right, so let's go back to, I believe we're in 154, Universal Services.
Judge, I pulled that one.
Okay.
And I first want to mention that all departments should be following a bit of the lead of Director Menon on this, looking for opportunities to save money. This particular item indicates how Universal's work has identified that we can save real money, over $5 million annually, by working to eliminate unused software licenses, reducing duplicate systems. All of these are straightforward savings to taxpayers. And we all know, and I have tried to make several motions to try to eliminate this or reduce it to the largest extent. I think part of it is working, but I think we still have much more to do. But we do need to make sure from 2 standpoints. Obviously, 1, a cost savings. Then 2, we live in the world of cyber threats. And so we must know what we're buying, what we're getting ourselves into, what licenses we're getting. And then we also need to make sure that there is a good control on the licenses in particular. 1 license turns into 50. And, it's not bad if the licenses grow, but so do the fees. And so this report gives us a practical look at the steps to stop waste, modernize our systems, and avoid unnecessary cost duplications. And so I just want to thank you, Director, but because of your work, I want to make a couple of motions. And the first motion that I want to make is to direct Universal Services to begin applying initial quick win findings from the completed countywide review of departmental technology services by optimizing applicable technology solutions into enterprise agreements and eliminating duplicate or unused licenses. And my second motion is to direct Universal Services to establish, because the technology is one thing, in these licenses, I'm looking towards the fact that Many departments are now exploring artificial intelligence. I know I've talked to Director Rahman about this, and I know that a few others are looking at it for their own feasibility. But I want to make sure that we have a handle on this so it doesn't spin out of control. So this motion is to direct Universal Services to establish a governance on the standards, analysis, deployment, management, and training of all artificial intelligence software and tools across departments within the county's network to ensure security compliance with all federal and state laws and counties' policies. So again, Director, thank you for this. This $5 million is much appreciated, and so I hope you come back telling us you found $50 million. So those are my motions.
I'll second both.
Thank you. And I know that there's another motion that I think Commissioner Ramsey wants to make.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioner Ramsey and then Commissioner Briones.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Garcia. That is spot on. A couple of data points there. During the analysis, and as Sindhu and I were talking the other day, we discovered that the county spent, just on software and hardware, $431 million.
Yep.
Shocking. And pretty much it's everybody goes and gets their whatever they feel like they want. And all we need is consistent with what Commissioner Garcia has identified. Can we just all get on the same plane? There's a great potential for not just saving money, but making really smart choices in what we do and how we do. The other, I think, data point that surprised me, there's 28,000 unused subscriptions. And so thank you for your work. This is the kind of make a difference leadership that's going to make Harris County better, more effective, but also will help Mr. Ramos with his budget going forward. Thank you.
Commissioner Briones.
Director Menon, I too wanted to echo a very similar sentiment. This is leadership. Thank you for being proactive, for completing the study. I love that you got 94% countywide survey participation, really collaborating with your colleagues. I too was staggered at that 28,000 unused licenses. And this, we need to be as smart and strategic and streamlined as stewards of taxpayer resources. So thank you for identifying this approximate additional $5.5 million in savings. And I want to continue down this road, and I love how you used AI to one of your motions, Commissioner, which I love that motion. How can we, again, just be smarter and even more strategic as stewards to get greater outcomes and finding these savings that we can invest elsewhere? So thank you, thank you, thank you. I hope all the other department heads continue to be inspired, because we need everyone to continue leading in this way. And I'd love to hear from you, please, Director Menon. My question is, what are the recommendations in terms of next steps, implementation, really streamlining based on this data?
Thank you for the question. And thank you, commissioners. I mean, your support definitely has helped us get here to the point that we are at. I would like to say that, our Enterprise Technology Asset Management Program has identified in the last fiscal year $1.4 million worth of saving annually. And through the motions that were made on September 9th, we have further looked into other areas. So I appreciate all the support that we have received from you. We would not have been able to do that without your support. The second thing I would like to, before I get into to answering your question, Commissioner, I would like to also give a shout out to the team at the Innovation Lab. They quickly came together, worked with our vendor partner, Microsoft, existing vendor partner, Microsoft, to use Copilot. This is the exact use case that generative AI can help us, not just for software, but this is a use case that can be expanded across various areas within the county. So a shout out to the Innovation Lab team that worked on this, and our data team that did the survey and came up with the results and was able to encourage the participation from all the departments. So without them, we would not be able to find any of this information To answer your question, Commissioner, our path forward, we have been, there is a technology procurement request process that was adopted in the year 2020 or before that. I don't have the exact year. But all the purchasing manual references that. One of the challenge that we faced was that not all the purchases for technology goes through that process. We would like to encourage everyone to go through that process, and so that we can clearly identify what are the purchases being made, and if there are ways for us to utilize, like a department may not know that we have certain kind of licenses existing in our environment. So it would be a good way for us to educate the department and say, hey, we have an enterprise license. And I will use an example here to make the point. I'll use two examples. The first one being Zoom. We have an enterprise contract with Zoom. Zoom is a very popular platform, and we have the enterprise license for Zoom. However, not all the departments are aware that we have an enterprise license with Zoom. So they go and buy a single subscription of Zoom using P-Card. We could generate some savings if they were to use that enterprise agreement. Another one of the example is SurveyMonkey. SurveyMonkey is a popular tool that's used for generating surveys. The vendor reached out to us and said, hey, we are seeing a lot of folks buy these one-off licenses from your organization. Why don't you all think about an enterprise agreement? So these are very simple examples, and it goes back to that process that we would like everyone to follow so we can guide the departments. So the technology purchase request, we have been working, and I would give a shout out to our new purchasing agent and her department. They have been working really closely with us throughout this process. They have, the bonfire data was also one of those data that we used. So with the help of the purchasing agent, we would like to make sure all technology purchases go through the TPR process. The feedback we received from the department was TPR process is not transparent. Our goal in the last few months, as we were building this next steps, was to make our TPR process, a technology purchase request process, to be more transparent so the departments could know where they are exactly in the review process. So these are small steps that we have taken. So our recommended path forward is to encourage the TPR to become mandatory for all technology purchases.
Would you like for me to make a motion to that effect?
Yes, sir.
I'll make a motion to direct Universal Services to work with the purchasing department to implement the updated technology procurement request process requiring county departments to complete a TPR for all technology-related procurement effective January the 1st, 2026, and that's already been distributed.
Can we, Jade, can we vote on that, or do we need to extend the discussion first?
Yeah, I mean, do you want to vote on it now, or do you want to wait till the discussion be over? I'm looking.
I thought it just beeped. Did I make it up?
I'm sorry? Oh, the time.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, the
Okay,
time to
thank
be.
you.
Yeah.
A motion by Commissioner Brenes, second by Commissioner Ramsey. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, so we have a motion by Commissioner Ramsey. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Brenes. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you, Commissioner.
I thought you were done with it and you just wanted to vote on. My apologies.
We need to do yours.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I've got two motions. Can we call those up, James? I got two motions, James. Do you have those?
They haven't been sent, but I'm sure they're going to send it.
Yeah, they'll be sent. So I made those two motions earlier.
He already made them. Okay, so motion by two motions by Commissioner Garcia. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Brenes. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. And yes, go ahead. I do have a couple questions for you, if you don't mind. Sure. So on the 400 and however many millions.
431.
430.9. Can you explain that a little bit? Because $431 million in one fiscal year for software, I'm like, I have a feeling there's some texture to that.
Mm-hmm. And that's why we've used the term approximate. As you know, if you have the pie chart, can I ask Tiffany, would you be able to bring up slide number 3?
And I guess my question specifically, Director, is looking at the pie chart you're going to pull up, what was inefficient and what are the other things? Like, why do they add up to that much money?
And this is total spend. We are not talking about efficiency here. We're
Right.
just looking at how much payments were made through the purchase order and P-card in purchasing technology.
Okay, so I guess because Commissioner Ramsey, if I heard you correctly, you brought it up as like, oh my God, that's a big number. We need to, we needed to review this. So is this that, or are we talking about two different things?
Well, so I think what I heard Commissioner Ramsey ask from us was to look at this 5.5 million and go after the quick wins. 430, this is the first time that we have been able to realize how much money we spend on technology purchases. We never had a number in front of us as far as the county's technology spend. So through this analysis, we now know that in fiscal year 2025, we have been able to spent $430 million.
And can you go over what exactly each section is, please?
Sure. Hardware implies any server or switch or any of those, the infrastructure needs for the county. We spent a portion of, I think, 20% on hardware.
And
of the overall-
why is it per year that much money? 20% of 400?
Well, some of it is due to we have a data center. So we manage most of the counties, I would say about 80% of the county's network, but we also have independently managed data centers. So all of that constitutes that 20%. Does that answer your question, Judge?
Not really.
Okay.
So my question is, what's 20% of 430, like 800?
Yeah.
80,000? So why is that amount not astronomical?
So
Like,
maybe
why is it an appropriate amount to spend on hardware in a county the size of Harris County?
Well, that's not what we're saying there. We are not saying that this is an inappropriate amount or
Right.
it is a right amount. We are not saying that. We're just bringing the data from the system that we have spent so much money on hardware.
I get it. It's just that when I look at this, and if the public sees this, it's like there's $430 million a year that we're spending on this, and all that chunk on hardware, and we found $5.5 million in potential efficiencies. So I guess to the broader question, if $431 million a year on technology and all the sections you have down there, is that okay for a county our size?
Well, generally, the industry standard is from the overall budget. I'm talking industry standard here, and it applies to both public and private. There's about 20% of the overall budget that's spent on technology.
Okay.
That's the benchmark
Okay.
number that we hear. Now, is that the right number or is it not the right number? Depends upon the organization and the needs of the organization. So constituents' needs, etc. So
Okay.
some go up, some go down. It can go, some places we have seen up to 40%,
Yeah.
but 20% is generally the average. 20
So
to
what
25%.
percentage of the budget is technology?
It's 1.9 billion is our budget. 2.9.
Without the hospital district, I think this is all funds, correct?
No, this does not include the hospital district.
But this includes Hectra and flood control, correct?
It does need
Yeah,
headcount.
so with them and the capital budget, we're about 6 billion.
What percentage of the budget is spent on technology? And I just don't want to get the number wrong.
15?
Yeah.
Okay. Right, but I'm
It depends
wondering
on
for
but
us,
around there.
and more specifically, okay, so around 15. Okay, so that's really what I was getting at.
Got it.
Because it's a big number, and so we're saying it's within industry standards.
Exactly.
Okay, and then I guess I'll go through the other ones. Can you just real briefly go through the sections of the pie chart just for the public?
Sure. The 20% is on hardware, which is the infrastructure. And then the 19% we find on software. Software implies any tool such as PeopleSoft or any of those tools that we use for internal operations as well as for interacting with our 311 system. All of those fall under the software. The 25% that you see there is for professional services, so implementation services, our advisory services, and our audit such services. fall under the professional services. And the unclassified, because the data is not clean, you find a large number of 35% under this unclassified. So we could not confidently categorize them as software, hardware, or professional services. That's why they're put under the unclassified.
But we know it's one of those.
We do not. That's what the next level of analysis will include us going into those 35%.
Okay. And then on the data piece, well, thank you for all of this. I echo what everybody said. And on the data piece, I know we all know this, but it's just very timely because I just returned from the meeting of the largest county executives, and it was at Stanford this year. And the scholars at the Hoover Tower are so eager to help the various counties. I know we've had some support in the past. It's free, right? And these are really smart people. And it all depends on being able to have the data in a format that people can use. It's not sexy, but it's something that I know advocates have been looking at, wanting us to do for years. So I really appreciate the progress on that. I know it's not easy. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay.
So, Commissioner, I did not finish the whole next steps. So we are going to be working closely with the departments as well as with OMB to ensure that we have looked at the licenses, the duplicate licenses, and Commissioner Ramsey, your motion asked us to look at compliance. So we will be looking very closely at those compliance requirements. So from the motion, I'm talking about the motion from September 9th, asked us to look at the compliance and efficiency. So we will be looking very closely as next steps on this.
Thank you, Director. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so that was 154 and 155. We made some motions already. Let's move on to 159, flagged by Commissioner Ramsey.
So that was for both items 154 and 155?
We can put the motions with 154, Commissioner Garcia? Yeah.
Okay.
All right, 150.
155, I think Commissioner Ramsey, you had flagged it, so I just wanted to make sure I'd answered any question you may have.
Yeah, this looks like we've made some, we provided comments, I think, to Jeremy Brown related to it. And they had to do with, one, estimated cost and staff for universal service related to this issue, estimated impact to county departments and staff, and maybe this one would be that there might be a sunset involved with it. So when you begin to look at the Harris County open data policy, clearly we got to get in the middle of it and see what we can do to address the issues that are there. But just a couple of comments there. As you implement, it's a good thing, but we might want to look at a particular sunset for it. If the end should be defined, I guess, more clearly.
Thank you, Commissioner. We have the policy review annually. All our policies are reviewed on an annual basis, so we plan to bring any sunset plans during the next annual review, along with, there was one more question that had come from your office in terms of auditing of this data set, so we do plan to add that to the policy as well.
Good.
I would also like to, your questions about the staff impact and our resources needed. At this time, we are not asking for any resources. So the open data policy was approved by Commissioners Court in 2020, I believe 2020, and there are open data sets sitting on our platform which have not been updated since the policy went live. So the reason why we are doing this is to make sure we have a current policy and those data sets are being refreshed on a regular basis.
Good.
So there's no impact to the.
Good. I make a motion, we move on it.
Motion by Commissioner Ramsey, second by Commissioner Garcia. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
I'll show it as presented.
Yes. Okay, thank you again, Director. 159, Commissioner Ramsey.
We just need to vote. I'm not sure it's legal, but that's a civil engineer's opinion, which
So motion by Commissioner Garcia.
on 159. These are gift cards.
County Attorney's Office, could you please?
Yeah, no,
Response
this
to
this type of program is done regularly, and it's legal as long as it's done for a specific thing that the county gets back, and so that's
just doesn't feel
participation in the program. Yeah.
So is there a second?
Second.
All right, motion by Commissioner Garcia, second by Commissioner Briones. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Motion carries 3 to 1. Okay, Commissioner Garcia, item 180.
This, I was just, we track these blanket P cards, and I know Commissioner Ramsey tracks these as well, so I'll defer to him on this one.
Yeah, I don't have when I looked at this, I think this is their third P card. So I guess I get in the mode of voting no when it gets to be more than 5. I've got one in precinct 3. I won't tell you how many I found in other areas, north of 40. So, anyway, I'll move on the item.
Motion by Commissioner Ramsey, second by Commissioner Garcia. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Items 209, 210, 211, 212, 214, 212 and 214 are all related to approving a lump sum payment supplement for the staff of probate courts 1 through 5. My understanding is this comes from funds that the probate courts already have. These were all flagged by Commissioner Ramsey.
And I guess we can move on all these at one time.
Yep.
And I am going to oppose it because it is a bonus. You can call it what you want to, but it's a bonus. And I don't think that's legal. But again, I will not be supporting paying bonuses in this case.
I move on the items.
Motion by Commissioner Garcia.
Before I vote, I'm looking at Mr. Fonban. Could you please state your legal analysis and response, please?
Yeah, so Commissioner Ramsey, you're correct. Bonuses are not proper under the Constitution, but you can structure retention incentives. We worked with the probate courts on this item to make sure that there's a retention period, so I think these are being paid out in March. There's not very clear guidance in the law on like how long the retention period has to be. It's really up to the court to decide whether or not they're comfortable with it, but we feel comfortable with this item as presented.
It looks like a duck, walks like a duck. I think it probably is. But
So just to confirm, John, you said you do not have any?
We don't, no.
Okay.
So
Commissioners, you made the motion. I'll second.
second by Commissioner Briones. So just before we vote, is this similar to the incentive we gave to the detention officers, or is this a totally different thing?
I'm not familiar with that one, but
I thought we gave like a
that was
$1,000
Yeah,
incentive.
that was under ARPA, so we had more discretion.
no, you would have this, it would be the same.
It
law.
was, yeah, it was also a retention.
It was also a retention bonus. Yeah.
Bonus based on time
Every 3
periods.
months they received or 6 months they received
$1,000. Yeah, that's what I thought. Anyway, okay. So motion by Commissioner Garcia, second by Commissioner Briones. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
no.
Okay, I'm in favor, and those are 209 through 214. Items carry 3 to 1. All right, 231, this was flagged by Commissioner Ramsey. This is on the 2026 Healthy Texas Women Program.
We just need to vote.
So move.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Garcia, second by Commissioner Briones. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Motion carries 3 to 1. Next is item 387. It's a countywide strategy on food insecurity. Commissioners 3 and 4.
Wasn't there 356? Oh, sorry.
387?
Oh, so we need to do 356. I meant to still discuss that one. So if you guys don't mind. So did we include that one in the consent agenda, James? And I just
No, ma'am.
We did not? Okay.
It's
okay,
on discussion.
So can we vote on that one? That's the property tax exemption for the
So I had pulled that one for discussion because it's something to be celebrated now that we're making it permanent. So are we on 356, just to confirm? So the reason I pulled 356 is because last year the court unanimously passed an ad valorem taxation, basically 100% property tax exemption to qualifying childcare centers. And now this year's motion would make that 100% property tax exemption permanent for qualifying childcare centers. So this is a win for families. This is a win for the educators there at the centers, and this should help drive the savings to families who are struggling with affordability. And so I know that last year, and some of the speakers talked about it, we sent out letters to all qualifying childcare centers so they could avail themselves of this 100% property tax exemption. Some did, and there's a gap. So this is very much, we need to be even more proactive so that every qualifying center can take advantage of this 100% property tax exemption. So thank you to all of the team members who worked on this, and thank you to everyone who will continue that proactive outreach. And hopefully these savings are passed to the families and help the teachers there at the centers. So with that, I would move 356 as presented.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Brenes, second by Commissioner Garcia. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. And I'll venture to say Commissioner Ellis would support it as well if he were here. So I'm glad we're doing this. Thank you, colleagues. And we'll be sending out letters. 387, flagged by Commissioner Precinct 4 on food, housing insecurity, food insecurity.
Yes. So thank you to Harris County Public Health. I have a motion that I'm going to make, but Director Barton, I wanted to say thank you to you and your team and all of the court offices. The federal shutdown really exacerbated food insecurity. And the reality is that nearly 40% of Harris County households are food insecure. This is an all-the-time systemic countywide issue. Nearly 40% of our friends and neighbors are food insecure. And so during the federal shutdown and SNAP, the stop in the benefits, it really was highlighted even further. And it's something that we need to continue doubling down on 365 days a year, because in the most prosperous country in the world, and here, Harris County, the energy capital of the world, this should not be the case. And so I would love to hear Director Barton. I know you have some brilliant ideas that you would like to share in terms of additional work the county can be doing. And part of where I really was extra proud is how the county harnessed so many of the great community partners and nonprofits, places of worship, schools, us, the county as convener, to really amplify what we're able to do when we do it together. So if you could please just give us some updates and share some ideas, and then I have a motion to direct Harris County Public Health to draft a countywide food insecurity strategy addressing both short and long-term needs, and please present recommendations to Commissioners Court by February 12th, 2026.
Certainly happy to share some of the good news about things that we have done. You'll recall that at the beginning of the pandemic, folks really needed immediate relief. And so through your support of the Houston Food Bank, we were able to provide 65 million meals to Harris County residents, and then transitioned during the ARPA phase into more strategic investments, doing things like supporting development of the Finca Base urban farm, really investing in the capacity of our smaller food pantries through additional refrigeration, shelving, infrastructure investment, helping people enroll in SNAP, supporting small farmers through Common Market and Planet Forward, as well as making those produce distributions available more broadly, investing in infrastructure like the Kids Meals facility. And now looking forward, I think one of the things that is most critical, first and foremost, as always, is to address those root causes of food insecurity, right? Food insecurity is a secondary effect of people who, may not have affordable housing or a living wage job or some of the other, kind of structural supports that are available to them. But we need to work together across organizations to really understand how we can coordinate better. We do have a lot of resources in Harris County. We want to make sure that anywhere that anybody in the county is encountering somebody who's food insecure, they know how to refer somebody to the right resources, kind of how to get them connected to the benefits they deserve. And then we want to understand how we can make those referrals more effective across the system. So we're working very closely with the Houston Food Bank, members of the Health Equity Collective. We're excited to bring back some more ideas in February to you.
Well, I'm very thankful for your leadership and your bold vision and just how collaborative you have been with philanthropy, the cities, the nonprofits, churches, schools. Like, it's fantastic. And I look forward to your recommendations and appreciate everything you do, Director Barton. So that is my motion. Motion to direct Harris County Public Health to draft a countywide food insecurity strategy addressing both short and long-term needs and present recommendations to Commissioners Court by February 12th, 2026.
Second, and I, if I could, Judge.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Commissioner, thank you for bringing this item forward. And absolutely, families across Harris County are having this conversation whether we have it or not. And so, Director, thank you for taking on the challenge that the Commissioner has put before you. But in Precinct 2, we know this all too well. And as a consequence, we have created our innovative program called Harvest Together. And I want to commend now our DEO Director, Tico Hausman, and Chris Sadler for their incredible thinking and work to put this program together. And it is how we're bringing healthy food directly to some of the houses in our precinct. However, it's not enough. And so we absolutely need a better countywide strategy on how to address this issue because it's all about affordability. And in Precinct 2, 73% of the families that are facing this challenge are making under $35,000 a year, and 73% of them happen to be Hispanic households. And so we want to make sure that we're addressing this issue across the county, and I too will be a strong partner with Public Health on finding ways to help our families get healthy food, as well as making sure that we can address the issue of affordability across the county. Thank you.
Director, quick question. Thank you for raising your hand and agreeing to take the lead on this one. I would think that the county's role would be more of a facilitator. There's so many nonprofits, so many churches out there, and they literally wake up every day wanting to help. Mm-hmm. And sometimes we just don't ask them. So if we can be that facilitator, that networker, that entity that brings it all together, that's what a county is. There's 33 cities or 34 cities in Harris County. There's probably 400 MUDs, municipal utility districts. There are all kinds of other neighborhood groups out there that just as interested in getting involved in this sort of thing. So I look forward to your recommendations, understanding that we're going to hopefully energize and give other folks an opportunity to step up and help, because I think they want to.
Yeah, thank you. And I see that as our role both inside the county and outside the county. Certainly inside, through our benefits enrollments program, we're helping to support people, who folks may encounter across the county, as well as provide nutrition education. We provided nutrition education to over 8,000 people this year through our diabetes prevention program. We want to be really focused in what we are doing, but outside, there are hundreds of food pantries, 1,600 partners in our referral ecosystem, and we need to be helping them work together better. So very aligned there.
Thank you.
So we had motions, we had a motion by Commissioner Briones, is that right? And second by Commissioner Garcia. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Just a question for the director. So do you have funds set aside to pay for whatever comes out of the report?
We don't currently, outside of what's currently supporting our benefits enrollment and our diabetes prevention program, nutrition education programs. Certainly next year, the ARPA food and nutrition programs will be rolling off, food pharmacy, the food bank program, common market, et cetera. So to the extent that we see any of those as potential priorities for consideration during the budget process, we can certainly propose those. But right now, I think we also want to make sure that we're bringing forward as many low-cost, no-cost, coordination type recommendations as possible. But our understanding is that there's also an interest in understanding which of those ARPA-funded programs could be most impactful going forward. So we'll certainly have a review of the impact of them as well as potential recommendations for continuation.
Okay, and I really can't remember. Were you one of the departments that had programs that you believed needed to continue but had to cut because of the $100 million excavation of departments?
We did take offsets during the budget process, as well as we were able to partially fund some of our ARPA programs that were rolling off.
Okay. I've noticed this today a few times in terms of, let's study this, we need this, mental health, additional pay for detention officers, now this food insecurity, and we put the county in a situation where we so lack money that we're having to implement a hiring freeze. And then the pay increase that came without any evaluation turned out to be at least $4 million short. It's only been 3 months. It's not even next year. And now we also want to plan to work on food insecurity. So I'm just trying to lay this out because I don't think it adds up. No pun intended, but so I love it. I think it's important. Obviously, it's very important. And I don't want you guys to waste your time on something that we can't pay for. But if you think it's important, because it is, and then sure. All right, thank you. I'll just leave it there. All right, so for 471, that one is on. I flagged that one. So yeah, 471. So my understanding is that there was some funds, tolls collected that are sitting in an account. They collected interest, and $80 million of that were found at the end of last year, and the auditor had to evaluate to see if really that was an unexpected amount. And so now we have an additional $80 million in mobility fund interest proceeds. Is that about right?
That's correct.
Okay.
And we're asking court to allocate it to the precincts via the formula.
Okay, and so there's a formula that the legislature requested or is in accordance with a letter by the legislators. Is this one-time funding?
Yes, but we've completely revamped our process so that investment income will go into a separate account, and we'll do this on an annual basis along with the normal mobility transfer from HECTRA.
So does that mean we're going to find $80 million each year? What's the implication of the
As
process
of now,
change?
and it all depends on interest rates. In the beginning of COVID time, when interest rates were 2%, we got almost no investment income. The Fed cut the rate again, but we would expect somewhere between 16 and 20 million next year.
Okay, so this is a accumulation of years. So 60 and 20 would be divided by 4. I know that one of the senators, or maybe in the letter they sent, they said that they would like to see us use around 5% max of the mobility money for departments as opposed to precincts. Right now, about what percentage are we at?
As of right now, there's 0%. It's all going to the precincts, and the precincts have transferred roughly $9 million each to the county engineer for their to essentially contract for services.
But here's the thing: is to the extent that there are departments that have mobility needs that fit the criteria, I would like to see us at least consider using some of this funding for that, so we can use that funding to not kill the early childhood education programs in 2026, but extend it, 6 months, or to not delete the mental health treatment for the juveniles in our juvenile detention, or to fund the additional programs that Director Barton needed. So, I imagine my colleagues want the money for themselves, and that's fine. But I would like to put forward, if we could maybe pause this for a court and have you guys see if it can be used for something else, so something else can be used to bring back some of the programs that are really important that were killed to pay for this 100 million.
If I might,
Yes, Commissioner Ramsey and then Garcia. And then Brandon.
Mr. Ramos, is this coming out of Hector?
No, this was money, investment income from money that had previously been transferred from Hectra to the mobility fund.
Right. So I think consistent with what we agreed to do earlier in the year in distribution, and certainly the 4 precincts are pretty well focused on transportation needs, and I'll just say pretty well overwhelmed with those types of needs. I would recommend we continue and I agree with your recommendation to do it according to the formula that we committed to the legislature to do. So I see this as perfectly logical in moving forward and look forward to, again, having a few more funds to go fix a few more roads.
Commissioner Garcia and then Commissioner Briones.
Thank you. Daniel, thank you for bringing this forward. And like Commissioner Ramsey, we need this. We need it yesterday. And this is going to give our team a little bit more opportunity to do some more partnership projects with different entities. But to the idea of trying to use this elsewhere beyond mobility, I want to be cautious with that because obviously there's already forks and knives coming out for the mobility funds in total. And so I don't want to give any reason any more than what's already out there. So I'm going to move on this item as presented.
Yes, and I will
Commissioner
second.
Briones? Okay.
And I just wanted to echo that point. It is very clear, and many of us spent countless hours focused on the Texas Transportation Code that govern mobility funds, and these are interest on mobility funds, that the nexus to the Texas Transportation Code must be followed strictly, and the allocation formula that we had passed here at court, which I very much want to respect. So I will second that motion, Commissioner Garcia, and thank you, Director Ramos, for your work on this.
Okay, so we have a second motion by Commissioner Garcia, second by Commissioner Briones. As per the letter, we can use up to 5% of these funds for departments, so I'm not saying to not put it to mobility. We're not saying the same thing, but anyway, we'll take the vote. So a motion and second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? I'll be opposed. A motion carries 3-1. Let's move on to item 472. I also flagged that one. I remember there was an estimate of the funds that passed that it was going to cost us to give this major raise to law enforcement officers without asking the voters whether or not they wanted to see cuts to other services. And so the estimate was, you'll tell me the exact number. My understanding is now we're finding actually it's going to cost about $4 million more than that?
4.4, Judge.
Okay, so what was the initial estimate?
104 million is what got adopted in the budget. What is currently happening is there's two things. One is we had factored in some amount of attrition into that number, but what we've seen is that essentially nobody has left in law enforcement since these raises have been allowed. And so everybody that's there is 1 year more senior than what we had kind of initially, because usually what happens through the course of a year is some folks, the most expensive people fall off the pay scale and they're replaced by the cheapest people. So the impact of the step is not really felt. I think Commissioner Garcia, you know exactly what I'm talking about, that escalator that comes on and off. But essentially nobody came off. So everybody moved up a rung. The second piece of this is that the constables have added headcount. So it's not, they're filling vacant positions with warm bodies. We budget pretty conservatively. Generally we haven't seen anywhere else in the county except for specific initiatives like the DO staffing, PDO staffing, where we've seen huge increases in headcount at a department. And so because those positions are getting filled, they're more expensive than what our initial estimate is.
Okay, so we have comments from Commissioner Garcia, then Ramsey, then Briones.
Thank you. Daniel, thank you and your team for your work on pay parity implementation for all of law enforcement. And now that we are completing the pay parity implementation process for our agencies, I'd like to make a motion that the Office of Management and Budget develop and implement a written county-wide policy for the new law enforcement salary scale by following the court, I think, January 8th.
Yes, sir.
And so the policy should include the following: clearly define years of service and the lateral deputy hiring process. Explain the pay structure for the hiring and promotion of new supervisors. Identify all positions eligible for inclusion on the new pay scale. Outline procedures for every applicable scenario related to the pay scale. Require an immediate audit followed by a concurrent biannual ongoing audits conducted by Human Resources and Talent and the Auditor's Office to ensure that the implementation process remains transparent and consistent and equitable across all the law enforcement agencies.
I think that'd be great to have on the record, Commissioner. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner, is there a second for that one? That motion?
Second.
All right, second by Commissioner Ramsey. Commissioner Ramsey?
So consistent with Commissioner Garcia's listing of issues there, obviously this isn't going to be the only time we look at this through the year. So there'll be other times that we look at this pretty routinely, predictably, monthly, every other month, and you'll kind of true up where we are and make it, get it corrected. So that's really what this process is about.
Good. Yes, sir.
And as you look at the policy that you put together, just be sure that we're in compliance with Senate Bill, I think 23, in terms of not reducing law enforcement. So whatever we're doing, just consistent with that so that we can stay pretty much on the straight and narrow.
We'll work with the county attorney
Thank you.
and HRT.
All right, and now Commissioner Briones?
Yes, so first, I'm supportive of the motion. Thank you, Commissioner Garcia and Ramsey, for those comments, and thank you, Director Ramos. And just making sure we get into a battle rhythm and have that clarity and alignment. But when I was looking at 472, this made me happy. And it showed that exactly why we did pay parity. We know that for years, Harris County had hundreds of vacancies and we were paying below market to surrounding jurisdictions. Then the market changed even further, as we know with HPD. So we were double behind. And so now we're seeing not only have the vacancies been filled, but now we're having that retention. And so it has basically this is a sign of the success of why we did what we did. And not only was it, a financial decision, more important, this was an investment in safety and stability and respect for the people serving us in our communities and keeping us safe. And we didn't want to lose more officers. And not only did we not lose them, but we're keeping them, keeping that experience here in Harris County, which is what our residents deserve. So I was very happy to see this, and this is a natural, as we're seeing the results, I like your escalator analogy, this seems as a very reasonable outcome of what we invested in. So I'm very supportive of 472 as presented, as well as Commissioner Garcia's motion as well. And thank you for your work. I know you've been working really hard on this, Director Ramos.
And one note, I met with the sheriff's office yesterday. I think this is the longest period that they've gone fully staffed.
Yeah, it's so
Commissioner
exciting.
Garcia, this was one of the things we worked on when I first started was they truly are taking to heart projecting out those vacancies. So they had an academy ready to go when they hit that 40 person vacancy. And so I think we checked it. It's down to single digits in terms of deputy vacancies.
Yep.
All right. So just to be clear, of course, increasing salaries was going to help. That's why I was in favor of it. And that very morning, I'd spoken to the leaders of the unions and interested parties, and I'd said, "Look, I'm willing to put this on the ballot instead of early childhood education." And they had said, "Sounds good." And I said, "I bet you the public will support it," and I bet they would have. But instead, we rammed this through unnecessarily, causing the defunding of important programs that we say we believe in. And what I'm hearing is that the 108 million that now is turned into 112, if I'm getting the numbers right, that was passed, rammed through without a pay structure, without eligibility, without pay scale scenarios, without any sense of evaluation or audits. That is crazy. You know what did have all of that? The early childhood proposal. And it had an evaluation already published, and it had been running for years. And so there's this kind of what I was talking to the new judge, and we need to, we can't be talking out of both sides of our mouths, and this is being put together with tape and glue, or I like the expression Commissioner Ramsey used earlier.
Duct tape.
Duct tape. Yeah, duct tape and glue is to force $112 million in cuts to services to taxpayers without even running down the numbers. Now, what this also tells me is that because there was not thought gone into this, the court overshot it. You overshot the amount of money that was necessary. And so, because these folks were going to be retained anyway. So look, of course it's going to work. It just did not need to work at the expense of the county's financial health. And we're seeing the train wreck at the city. We decided to get on the same train, and there's no way we can continue this and continue even the services already reduced without raising taxes. So, I mean, I guess the idea was to not go to the voters at all this year, whether for law enforcement or for early childhood, get through the election, and then raise taxes next year. I mean, I really don't know what the plan is, but I think it's very important to be transparent with the community about what's happening here. And where did we find this $4 million, 4 point, whatever it was, Director?
So it's going to have to come out of fund balance, and we'll factor it into the first quarter projections. We think that there are some savings in other places that we'll present in January when we do the quarterly projections.
How do you know? So you're just hoping that there's going to be enough money in January to pay for this?
That's why we do the quarterly projections, to be able to course correct in real time. Ultimately, at this point, if we don't have enough money, the idea is that we would be extending the hiring freeze would be the first option.
Which is insane. I mean, that means you don't use a hiring freeze unless you're in a recession or in a problem, because that means that if an employee leaves because they don't have childcare or because they desire another job or whatever it is, you can't replace them. So anyway, let me leave it there. I don't want to see continued defunding. It sounds like that's where we're going, and just wanted to put this, make this clear. Have we voted yet? All right.
There's a motion and a second on two motions.
Oh, so we have not voted yet?
Not yet.
Oh, okay. All right. So I'm sorry. Oh, yes. So there's a motion by Commissioner Garcia and a second by Commissioner Briones. Am I missing anything? All right. All in favor?
And also to approve
And then
the
there's
item
the
as presented.
fundamental 472.
All right. Let's do that one first, if that's okay. So motion by Commissioner Garcia, second by Commissioner Briones. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? I am opposed, so that motion carries 3-1, and I want folks to see the ship is already sinking. It already increased $4 million that could have funded,
Judge,
cybersecurity and
for
other
clarity,
issues. Will you let me finish, Commissioner? Because I think it could have funded mental health in the juvenile detention
I
facility.
just want to point out that you're voting against a policy, not against the item.
Yeah, that's fine. I think that we should have had information about pay structure, eligibility, pay scales before we spent $100 million in taxpayer dollars without even asking the public if that's what they wanted to see. And we went ahead and cut programs that they depend on while saying we care about those programs. So this is stuff that I think is the basic due diligence that needs to happen before we vote on an item. And I thought that was the standard we had, not only for voting on an item, but even for just putting it on the ballot. So, all right. So what was the other?
And then Commissioner Garcia's related motion, please.
All right. So there's a
They
motion and a
seconded
second.
it.
You have that one, James.
I do.
All right. So motion second on Commissioner Garcia's motion. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Motion carries 3-1. Also opposed. I think this is not finished, not a finished product. Don't even know what the pay structure is for the $100 million they've committed us to. And we're already seeing we're going to have to continue defunding the county. So I'm against it. It passes 3-1.
I'll show that Commissioner Garcia made the motion and Commissioner Briones made the second.
Correct. All right, let's move on to 499. That is flagged by Commissioner Briones.
499 is an extremely exciting item, and I want to thank many of my team members who made it happen. Ann Sung, and happy birthday, Ann, as well. Angie, Kara, the whole grants team, our infrastructure team, Dr. Guerra, Luis Guajardo, and so many. This is an $11.3 million grant from the Texas Parks and Wildlife. It is the largest grant in Texas and was the second largest in the United States because it's a National Park Service grant that then went to Texas Parks and Wildlife. So I'm so thankful for my team for their heart, hustle, and higher standards and really being bold in applying for this funding because this $11.3 million will be invested in Gulfton, our modern-day Ellis Island, the hottest neighborhood, the densest neighborhood, and this will help us be able to invest in Burnett Bayland Park and make it this green refuge in an area that deeply deserves it. And so I'm so thankful for the U.S. Park Service, the Texas Parks and Wildlife for their collaboration, and this was the fastest moving grant also in the United States. So again, I so appreciate the investment and the speed at which they worked with us. And also, this will dedicate 48 acres of land as parkland in perpetuity in Burnett Bayland. And this, again, is the densest area. So to be able to preserve that green space in perpetuity is a blessing for generations to come. So on so many levels, I'm grateful. Kara Escajeda, Maria Hernandez, and Dr. Siddiqui spoke earlier. They were champions in all of the Madres del Parque and all of the nonprofits and schools and churches and other places of worship that made this happen. So this was an all-hands-on-deck effort, and I look forward to continuing to build on it. So thank you, team. Thank you, Texas Parks and Wildlife. So I will proudly move as presented.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Briones, second by Commissioner Garcia. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Well done, Commissioner.
Good work.
Congratulations.
Yeah, and I would say this is the meat and potatoes work. So I'm glad that you guys are doing that. All right, so I believe I missed one, Commissioner
Yes.
Ramsey, if that's right, for 95. You had flagged that one on the construction bid calendar.
Yes, and I think Director Peterson's here. Just a quick point related to Harris County Flood Control District. Dr. Peterson is watching with great focus our bid calendar. We know that we have $3.5 billion in projects to be done, projects that are funded, projects that are ready to go to construction. So being sure that we bid that in a very clear and defined way. Obviously, we can't bid them all in 1 year because of the construction capacity out there. So currently, I think this year, in the next 12 months, we were going to do roughly, is it 400 million?
Between 400 and 500 is our estimate.
So are
Yes.
you on track?
We are fully on track. Everything that we anticipated would be put out to bid this quarter has been put out to bid, Commissioner. And we are expecting several items that were anticipated for next year to move into this fiscal year or this calendar year.
And I think the point to be made is you do the math, 4 years, 3.5 billion. We're probably going to be closer to 800 million is where we want to get going forward. So next year, hopefully, we can be greater than the 500 or so million this year.
That's the target.
Anyway, it's helpful just to come and keep us encouraged and assured that we're on schedule to get these projects bid.
Absolutely. Happy to do it. And we were directed to come back with a quarterly update, and we'll be back early next year with our next installment of information.
With the one point of focus going forward in our next update, we need particular attention to the CDBG projects, those that are being coordinated through GLO. Probably of everything we've got, that's probably the highest risk, most urgent thing to focus on. So there's a deadline associated with that. So I think in next court, we probably need to be specific in terms of we're on track or we're not on track. There's a lot of money at risk related to that.
Be happy to do that, Commissioner.
But
And
thank you for coming today just to affirm that we are on track with $400 or $500 million
yes,
to be bid in the next 12 months.
absolutely.
Dr. Peterson, thank you for your and your team's work on this. Thank you, Commissioner Ramsey, for making sure we're getting these regular updates. I know we all feel a great deal of responsibility given the incredibly great need and the incredibly tight deadlines, and so there's no room for error. I know we talk all the time, and I especially representing Western Harris County with Addicks and Barker and everything that happened after Harvey, and I'm looking at that February 2027 deadline for especially the CDBG DR ones, and then of course we have different deadline for the MIT ones. But I thank Commissioner Buckingham and her team and just how collaborative and open and solutions-oriented they've been. And I want us to, I know we've doubled down, we need to triple down because the clock is ticking.
Absolutely.
And I want to thank Purchasing Agent Williams for hitting the ground running. But if there's anything in the county that we can do, or anything we can do from a government relations or partnership standpoint to help facilitate, we know you have a ton on your plate, a ton of responsibility, and we're all committed to executing with excellence, but we please need 100%, open communication so we can do our part so that we're getting it done, because the people of Harris County are relying on us, and I don't want to send a penny back because we will have completed all these projects. And I'm so thankful I know you live and breathe it and dream it every single day, and so do I, and I appreciate it. But given the timelines, I think we need to even further amplify our laser focus, and we want to be here to support you. So let us know what you need from us.
The purchasing agent and I have already been talking multiple times this week. And so we are problem solving, strategizing, and we'll be having conversations to flag where we see opportunities.
And if our normal court proceedings are not adequate to support y'all's objective, change it.
Yep.
Understood.
Yep.
We're here for you.
And similarly, Dr. Peterson, thank you. We spoke about the same thing, and I want to thank Dr. Buckingham as well, because she's tracking it, and she doesn't want to see any money come back either. So
We're all in the same place.
please lean on us to do whatever we can to support you, so that we can get these projects done and spend the money.
Understood.
All right. Thank you.
Director, just briefly, how many of the promised flood control projects remain on pause because there's currently no money to pay for them?
I believe we had roughly 20 to 25 projects, Judge.
Adding up to?
Roughly $300 to $400 million is my recollection.
Okay, and that's the thing, is the bayous don't endorse in elections. The police union does. And they were okay with putting it on the ballot. And I worry about this. This is where $100 million could have gone, should have gone. If it was going to take money away from public health and cybersecurity and mental health, et cetera. So I appreciate your work. I'm glad we're doing this. It pains me that we are not fulfilling our responsibility to voters by making sure the funding is there for the projects that were promised. But I know that that's not on you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Do we need to vote? Is there a motion on this one, Commissioner?
No.
All right, so no motion on that one. And then if I'm following this, what we have left is resolutions, but it's entirely possible I missed something.
That's correct.
So do we need to wait until 4, or can we start taking?
No, we can start now.
Okay, so let's start with, I'm just going to take them in order. So the first one is a joint resolution to commemorate the retirement of Joseph Strange. And so let me just pull it up over here. All right, so is he here by any chance? Oh, my goodness. I was like, I've heard that name before, but
We know you as Joe.
yeah. Oh, good. Oh, no. If I would have refused to put it forth, if it would have gotten you to stay. I'm like, I want no part in this. All right. Well, whereas Joseph Strange began his career with Harris County 48 years ago, dedicating his professional life to public service and steadily building a reputation for integrity, compassion, and unwavering commitment to the residents of Harris County. Joseph Strange. He devoted much of his career to the Harris County Attorney's Office, serving with distinction in the Investigations and Child Protective Services Division, the Harris County Robert Hainsworth Law Library, where he brought both steadiness and care to some of the country's more sensitive and demanding work. During his tenure, Joseph Strange took on assignments photographing and filming video for the Harris County Attorney's Office, the County Judge's Office, Commissioner's Court, and numerous departments for 26 years, capturing the moments, milestones, and people who shape Harris County while contributing to the preservation of its history. And this is just on the side. Whereas during his tenure, Joseph Strange extended his passion for history and community into his role as a member of the Harris County Historical Commission, helping safeguard the stories, the landmarks, and the legacies that define the county he has long served. Be it resolved that Joseph Strange is recognized and honored for a lifetime of service marked by dedication, humility, and humble excellence. The Harris County Commissioner's Court and Harris County Attorney Christian Menefee extend their deepest gratitude for the lasting contributions he has made to the Harris County Attorney's Office, the people of Harris County, and I believe the folks that came before us would be here echoing those words. So thank you so much. I have chills right now, Joe. Thank you so much. And so it is hereby ordered that this resolution be spread upon the minutes of Commissioner's Court this 11th day of December 2025. Top again. So we'll hear from Commissioner Garcia, then Briones, and then Ramsey.
Joseph, you are no stranger to a good heart, a welcoming smile, and an incredible professional demeanor. I just want to say thank you. I have seen you over the years since I stepped in as sheriff, and through this time, you have just been a bit of comfort in this place that can be sometimes a little hectic. And I just want to thank you. Some people just may say you're taking a picture, but you do it so well that the people that I have heard from that have received your photos they're just in awe that is such a well-taken picture of them. And so those little things mean the world to so many. And I know that sometimes we've run a little long here, but you've always been here. You've always smiled. You've always taken care of business. And I just want to thank you for that. But also I want to thank you for wearing that badge, wearing that gun, and having done the earlier work that you've done to help victims of crime. So thank you so very much.
Thank you.
We're going to miss you, man.
Thank you.
Joe, congratulations. And I wish you the absolute best in your retirement. And we're all sad to see you go. And we're incredibly thankful for your years of your service and the heart with which you do it. And just the level of pride you take in your work has always moved me these last 3 years that we've spent together. And that smile that you give us and that warmth, to Commissioner Garcia's point, you make us all feel at home. And thank you for capturing the history and the memories and the moments. And I look forward to hearing of how you spend your retirement, because we're going to miss you. So I hope you'll visit us. And just thank you for being you. And to all your family who have shared Joe with the county, we thank you and congratulate you too.
And Commissioner Briones, Joe, it just occurred to me, we're going to have somebody take a picture of you.
Chandra.
Can we use your camera? All right.
We have.
All right, Commissioner Ramsey.
Joe, I, on behalf of the Commissioners Court, I want to apologize for moving you to the end of the meeting rather than the beginning of the meeting. It was Commissioner Garcia's idea. But you do it. You did it and, with that usual smile on your face. Most consistent and positive thing that I've experienced since serving on court, starting in January 2021, is you. And it's you as long-term, tenured, I'll call them, employees that make Harris County the best place to work that I know of. You can do all kind of studies. You can go pay consultants all you want, but it's people like you that makes Harris County a place that people want to go to work. So thank you for being that encourager, that person that happens to take a picture or two, but you're so much more than that, and we appreciate you.
Thank you. Thank you again so much. Do you have anything to add?
I just want to thank each and every one of you and the people who sat in your chairs before you. The elected officials I've worked under and walked with, starting with Walter H. Rankin, Constable, Precinct 1, Jack Abersey as successor, Pat Likas, the first female district attorney of Harris County, Vince Ryan, and Christian Menifee. There's not a moment of any of this service that I regret, other than leaving. You're all such a blessing to work with and be around. If there's ever anything that I can do for any of you, please call.
Thank you. We're going to miss you. Lots of us are going to miss you.
Thank you.
All right, let's move on. Well, Joe knows we'll take the picture after all the resolutions. So let's move on to item 501. And that is an item that all of us voted for and we're excited about. And so just to read a part of the resolution, whereas during the 88th legislative session, the Texas Legislature passed Senate Bill 1145 and Senate Joint Resolution 64 to allow cities and counties the option to provide an exemption from ad valorem property taxation for child care facilities, contingent on voter approval. On November 7th, 2023, 64.8% of Texas voters approved that constitutional amendment. And in order to qualify, child care providers must participate in the Texas Rising Star program and maintain a minimum 20% enrollment of children receiving subsidized services through the Texas Workforce Commission, among other criteria. As of November 2025, 149 child care facilities in Harris County successfully received this exemption. It is estimated 1,167 child care providers in the county could qualify for these exemptions. So we're gonna work on that. And 85% of family child care education in Harris County are interested in future opportunities to participate. This will encourage facilities to remain open and support families and Harris County's workforce. Now, therefore, be it resolved that Harris County Commissioners Court wishes to continue reflecting the will of the voters by readopting and reauthorizing a 100% property tax exemption for qualifying child care providers. And I believe we already voted on this one. No, okay. All right, so we'll vote on them in a minute. So thank you, colleagues. Commissioner Ellis does not have any resolutions to be taken out of order. We'll move on to Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you. And I am very, very excited and pleased to welcome Jim Wadzinski, Carrie McRae, Lyle Tate, and Kim Martin. Will y'all make y'all's way down? They are a part, if not the heartbeat, of the Baytown Little Theater. And they are receiving a very well-deserving and well-earned resolution. This, the theater serves Baytown and the entire Houston area since 1961. It has produced over 400 plays and has hosted over 500,000 audience members. That is phenomenal. For most of its history, the theater has financially supported solely through, has been supported solely through ticket sales and private and business sponsorships. Cast, crew, and audience members of recent productions represented communities including Baytown, LaPorte, Deer Park, Pasadena, South Houston, Crosby, Sheldon, Huffman, Tascasita, Spring, Kingwood, Clear Lake, Seabrook, Texas City, Galveston, as well as Houston proper. And then earlier this year, the Baytown Little Theater contest production of Tuesdays with Maury advanced to the national competition and received 3 awards. So just congratulations. You know, I've been very fortunate. When I was a city council member of District H, which had the Heights, I also worked with the Opera in the Heights. And then there's the Aurora Theater. And so to have Baytown Little Theater as well as a part of Precinct and in the work that I do, it is just exciting and just a blessing. Thank you for all you do. You know, the being in theater is a little unnerving for anyone who's never been an actor.
It's a little unnerving for those of us who are.
And I remember I did a recital of King Henry, our band of brothers, and I will tell you that, you know, look, I've carried a gun, I've chased people, and walked down dark alleys, but to get out on that stage and not be able to see anybody, but know that it is full of people, that one really took me by surprise. But listen, thank you for what you do. Thank you for bringing the arts into the east side of Harris County. Thank you for representing us so well, and thank you for pursuing the competition. It was no easy task. I know we talked about it, and but very proud of your success. So, Jim, you want to take the floor? You want to take the microphone and?
Thank you very much, Commissioner Garcia. Appreciate it. And completely unrelated, I got here in time to hear you guys approve the streetlights for Lynchburg. I'm the vice president of the Highlands Lynchburg Chamber of Commerce too. So, thank you. We need them. Thank you.
Too.
Thank you, Tom. Appreciate it. I thought you were probably involved in all of that. That'll make Gretchen's life and my life a lot easier. We won't get as many phone calls. So thank you for doing that. I wanted to mention, in addition to what you mentioned about the Baytown Little Theater, this will be our 65th year of continuous operation. Kim Martin has been around for about 55 years of that. I'll have been involved for 40 years of that. Carrie's been around for about 35 of that.
Since before birth.
Tater's new to us. He's only been around for about 10 years now. He's the baby of the bunch. But what I think is most remarkable about the organization is that we're all volunteer. Nobody gets paid. The only money that we see is through ticket sales and through corporate sponsorships. Sometimes when we go out and do that. So we appreciate the support we got to get to nationals. Thanks so much, Commissioner Garcia.
Thank y'all. Thank all y'all for what you're doing.
Carrie had a few words.
Okay. My name's Carrie McRae, and I had the pleasure of being the director for Tuesdays with Maury. Thank each of you for your encouragement of Tuesdays with Maury as we developed it from script to stage, garnishing numerous awards and accolades statewide, regional, and nationally. This is the true story of the beloved sociology professor Maury Schwartz at Brandeis University in the mid-1970s to the late 1990s, as told by one of his most devoted students, Mitch Albom. After being diagnosed with MLA, Maury and Mitch spent his last days together on Tuesdays, where Mitch chronicled the last words of wit and wisdom from Maury, which was later published into a book to pay for medical expenses. Your actions, commissioners and judge, and your vision honored our efforts and our message of hope to countless others, as well as recognizing the role of community theater. Let me leave you with one thought from Maury.
Continue.
The way you get meaning into your life is to devote yourself to loving others, devote yourself to your community around you, and devote yourself to creating something that gives you purpose and meaning. Thank you.
Amen. And before you guys, I'm going to turn you over to Commissioner Ramsey, but I do want to share with everyone the awards you guys have received. These are very, very impressive. First, it was the Tuesdays with Maury garnered the People's Choice Favorite Show Award. And then you got the coveted Backstage Award for Technical Theater. And then Jim won the People's Choice for Favorite Performer Award. Congrats.
Commissioner Ramsey and then Commissioner Ellis.
Y'all probably don't hear enough from the community, and many times what these mean to a community goes without saying, but it means a lot. I grew up in a much smaller town, Crockett, and its theater is the Ritz Theater. In fact, it was formed in early 1900. They just renovated it. Billy Bob Thornton appeared there 3 weeks ago to a packed house, 400 people. But no, that means everything to that community. They can go to Lufkin or Nacogdoches and they go watch a movie. But that's not nothing like going to the Ritz, or in this case, going to the Baytown Little Theater. So thank you for keeping that. That's really the heart and soul, I think, of a community, what y'all are doing. Don't ever undersell what that means to Baytown. Thank you.
Commissioner Ellis.
I just wanted to thank you all and congratulate you. So it's a great item, and I'm proud to vote for it. I'll come out and get on stage. I'm not as good of an actor. I'm not as dramatic as my colleagues. But you get the other four, and I'm coming. We're going to have a command performance. And Judge, I also want to ask for unanimous consent to show voting yes on all the items that have passed or will pass that I might have missed, because I think I'm going to get back into the dead zone. So
Is that all he needs, James?
I'll look to the county attorney.
Yeah, there's a motion that's been submitted out. I think we just need to read it.
Actually, maybe let's.
Yeah.
All right, motion by Commissioner Ellis, second by Commissioner Garcia. And I do have something to add. We just need to do this before a signal goes out. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Commissioner Ellis. And you guys, congratulations. That's so exciting. I'm guessing it's not still running.
You've got it right.
Oh, I wish I'd gone. So I read it, years and years ago, and I don't remember the details, but I remember it was amazing. And so I wish I'd seen it, but I hope I can watch another performance. And yes.
I'm directing a production of 1776 this summer in honor of the 250th anniversary signing of the Declaration of Independence.
Yes.
And I need all the men I can get, Commissioner Ellis.
Nice.
I'll play Christmas Platter.
I'll be up there right by Commissioner Ellis. I'll be right there by him.
Yeah, no, that's wonderful. Congratulations, Director. I mean, oh my goodness, it's just great. And thank you for what you do for our community. And we appreciate you.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Yes, Commissioner Ellis.
I tell them, get us a teleprompter. We're not as quick on our feet as we used to be.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner. So now we'll move to Commissioner Ramsey.
Let me start with, I'll do 503, and then the judge and I will do 504. We talk a lot about flood mitigation, flood control, and partnerships. This resolution is meant in the spirit of communication, very, very clearly communicating with our neighbors. And typically, when I see something, I'm going to say something. And I thought in this case, a resolution would be the best way to communicate. So let me communicate with my specifically friends in Montgomery County, and they are my friends. This issue that I'm about to discuss, I've met with the county judge, I've met with most of the commissioners, we've had conversations. So this isn't a cheap shot, this isn't me just spouting off. But it's meant to document kind of where we are and where we want to go. So whereas Harris County leads the country in flood prevention investments with $3.5 billion being spent on flood mitigation projects in the next few years, and calls upon Montgomery County's leadership to adopt the minimum drainage criteria as per the previously approved Harris County Commissioners Court document. And whereas the land under development in Montgomery County for the Scarborough Lane project is situated in close proximity to Spring Creek, Cypress Creek, and the San Jacinto River. That's the confluence of Spring Creek, Cypress Creek, and San Jacinto River, West Fork, near Kingwood. And historical flood data of this tract of land causes concerns for residential development, and any further development on the property in the flood zone may result in a negative impact to current residents of Montgomery and Harris counties. And whereas portions of the property should be reviewed and considered for flood mitigation, flood preservation, and park development, and whereas any development of this parcel should meet or exceed the Harris County standards, including the finished floor elevations of the structure, and any mitigation ponds be considered only outside the current 100-year floodplain and all the floodway. And whereas any mitigation completed should consider trying to hold back water early in the storm. In engineering, we call that, we want the first water, not the last water, to be held and detained in the basin. And whereas the tract of land renders a significant and affordable flood mitigation opportunity that would not only prevent flood damage, but foster wetland growth and groundwater filtration. Now therefore be it resolved, Harris County Commissioners Court calls upon the Montgomery County leadership to take into consideration these concerns described above, and that's specifically related to the Scarborough Lane project. By the way, that is a 5,000 acre potential development. So it's a huge development. It'd be located in probably the least preferred spot on the planet, right to the west of Kingwood, right above Lake Houston. So that's my motion, and I appreciate support.
Motion by Commissioner Ramsey, second by Commissioner Garcia. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Commissioner Ramsey.
Thank you. And by the way, the city of Houston will be adopting a similar
that's-
resolution next week.
That's great. Is there, I mean, I know you've had these conversations, and I had this conversation at some point with the judge. Do you know what the issues are? Is there anything we can do to encourage this?
Well, I think this pretty well defines it. This gives a path forward in terms of what you can do. It's just not me saying do flood mitigation. That's very specific in terms of what they can do. It's in adopting criteria. Frankly, adopting criteria doesn't cost anybody anything.
Yeah.
But it sure protects my grandchildren 20 years from now from being flooded should they live in Kingwood.
Yeah, and also theirs. So anyway, thank you, and obviously we pass this with all due respect and on behalf of all our communities. All right, and then we have item 504.
Judge, just to be clear, that was for approval of the resolution, correct?
503, correct.
Thank you.
And then 504, and I think Judge Hidalgo and I are enjoying on this. I think we have some friends. Corey, do you have a new friend? He's a
Oh
really
my
good friend.
goodness.
What's his name? This is Noel. Noel?
Oh, yes. Perfect name for the season,
Noel
Corey.
must be shy.
Oh my
Oh.
goodness. So cute.
A gift from Monica, Commissioner Garcia.
Has Noel been adopted already, Corey?
No, Noel has not been adopted.
Guys, like,
I brought paperwork too. And
yeah,
I've been trying
please,
outside
somebody,
to get her.
somebody, this is your opportunity. All right.
So the resolution, Judge Hidalgo and I would like to extend, whereas more than 1 million stray animals in Harris County face unsafe conditions, hunger, and a lack of basic care, and whereas residents can make a meaningful difference by choosing to adopt or foster from local shelters, including Harris County Pets, whereas Harris County Pets takes in more than 9,000 stray animals each year and partners with rescues, nonprofits, and volunteers to help approximately 80% of these animals find foster or permanent and loving homes, whereas this year alone, the shelter has performed more than 6,000 spay and neutral surgeries, procedures, and that are vital to reducing the stray animal population, whereas Precinct 3 in Harris County supports Harris Pets by hosting mobile spay, neuter, and foster adoption events. We and the precinct are contributing more than $1 million annually towards shelter operations, facilitating workshop, meetings with stakeholders, and policy and procedure improvements, organizing initiatives. Our Christmas focus this year is called a Santa Paws Christmas Drive. And we're collecting in all our community centers, whereas increased community awareness and responsible pet ownership, including choosing adoption, spaying and neutering pets, and providing proper care are critical. So whereas the National Celebrate Shelter Pets Day calls attention to the many animals waiting and worthy for a fresh start. So that's our resolution.
Read our be it resolved together.
And we will be at,
Therefore, be it resolved,
Resolved.
Harris County Commissioners Court recognizes December 5th as National Celebrate Shelter Pets Day. Yay!
There you go. But one item that, and Director and I have been talking about, and certainly in conversations, and we'll be in more discussions soon, but really focused this year on spay and neuter. We've got some great partners out there that we're looking at, considering, so we're going to do that. But I'll give you one statistic, then Corey can tell you some more fun stuff. In a 6-year period, if you spay and neuter a single pup, a single animal, one animal, you're going to prevent the birth of 67,000 puppies. 6 years, one puppy. So you see the urgency, the importance of the spay and neuter program, so that we can get this somewhat under control, because it's almost in a crisis mode, as Corey would tell you. Corey, thank you for what you do every day. It matters.
And I hope, Commissioner Ramsey, that's one of the issues that I really want to focus on my last year in this seat. And I hope we can continue to partner and also with the city, because it is. I think it is. It has been a crisis, and it's a safety issue. Forget if you care about the animals or not, whatever. It's a safety issue for the community, where we have stray dogs, and so anyway, I'm so glad that we're partnering on this. Commissioner Garcia, and then Commissioner Briones, and then we'll hear from the director.
Thank you. And first of all, let me say I love this love fest going on here. I just want to say thank y'all for what you do. And in all seriousness, this is the season. And although Commissioner Briones has encouraged me to give my wife a heart attack by bringing another furry friend home, I'm not going to do that. But think about it. A pet does make a incredible present. So just think about it, right? Will y'all provide bows in case people do want to pick them up?
I think we can manage that,
There you go. So just a little plug for the adoption, but also to say that it's been phenomenal to partner with the Public Health Department on our respective spay and neuter events, and we have done over 5,000 animals with the Empty Shelter Project. And to Commissioner Ramsey's point earlier, it is, we're not going to be able to adopt our way out of this, and we absolutely want to stay away from euthanizing to the extent that we can. But absolutely, spay and neutering is a great part of the solution. So I just want to thank you and all your team for always supporting us as we work with the Empty Shelter Project. Thank you very much.
Commissioner Briones.
Commissioner Ramsey and Judge Hidalgo, thanks for bringing this, and I echo my colleagues' statements. Thank you, Director Steele, to you and your team for what you do, for always showing up in the community, providing these spay and neutering and vaccination events, the adoption events. It's remarkable. I know we've made progress, and we have more to make together, and I appreciate what you're doing, especially to this point of bringing different groups together so that we can find the synergies and work very closely. Alice Lee, my chief of staff, is the patron saint of cats. So she's always finding cats and getting them spayed and neutered. So maybe in one of her free time, she can further join forces with you, Court, because that's the great love of her life. But, they do make wonderful holiday presents, and adopt, don't shop. And also let's double down on the spay and neutering. So please let us know. I love how you've come forward with ideas, and just let us know how we can support. And Noelle is such a doll. I can't wait to pet her. So thank you, Director Steele and team.
Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Director.
Okay, thank you all very much. I appreciate it. Bringing it up again, Corey Steele, Director of Veterinary Public Health. We're in the Harris County Pets Resource Center, and I did bring Noelle today because I usually bring puppies, and puppies are great. Puppies are what we adopt all the time. We have over 450 adult dogs and cats at the shelter. So I want to bring awareness that we have great ones here. I mean, you probably didn't even know that she was up there. She was cuddling the whole time. She's amazing. But we really have, and to go about the spay and neutering, that was a big focus of ours last year. And you were mentioning the 6,000 that we had done. Over 1,000 of that was for owned pets, and that's where we really want to make sure that we're getting in. The other 5,000, those are our shelter pets. Getting those owned pets, making it really accessible and low cost for our community is extremely important. And then as far as adoptions goes, we have partnered all across for each one of the precincts. And because of that, us having events almost every single week, we did see our adoptions rise by 5% last year. So that is, getting the word out, having resolutions like this, it's been supportive. And then just our community partners as well. It's been awesome.
Thank you. And can you tell us a little bit more about Noelle? And I see Joe.
Retirement
can
gift,
have
Joe.
a friend,
Oh.
For retirement.
That's a sign,
Yeah,
Joe.
that is. That
Retirement
really
gift.
is. And it's like, we'll
He's
still
saying,
be there
don't
with-
retire, don't
And if you
retire.
do, please keep. Just tell us a little bit more about Noelle.
Yeah, absolutely. So Noelle came in the beginning of November. So she's been here a little over a month. She's fully ready to go. She's about 2 years old. We got her out in the east side of Harris County, and she's been amazing today. I took her out of the kennel this morning to make sure that she was clean and presentable, and she was already clean, already taking care of herself. She slept in my office most of the day before I came out here. She's a really good dog, Labrador mix. Looks like she's fully grown, and I did bring adoption paperwork. So.
You guys, no, seriously. And if I didn't live in an apartment, I would. And I adopted Mailer, and she was 2 years old. So definitely adopting adult animals is really important, and
It is.
and they're wonderful. And anyway, so I hope somebody takes her home.
Well, I did bring Joe, our kennel supervisor, and he's really good at convincing people to adopt.
All right. So Joe,
I
maybe
got him working.
stand by the door. I mean, seriously,
know.
you
I
guys,
don't-
we'll just be taking pictures. So, we have about 15 minutes, 10 minutes for somebody to give a gift to Noelle and to themselves. So anyway, thank you so much, Commissioner Briones.
Oh, no, I was just going to tease my husband because he always watches Commissioner's Court and he knows how much I love dogs. I'm like, honey, are you watching? I might come home with a gift for you. No, but we adopted our cat and our dog, and it's just pets. You want to be the person your pet thinks you are, right? They just give so much love and create a sense of family. So anyway, thank you for all you do.
Yes, thank you all. Appreciate it.
Thank you. I don't know if we already clapped. Thank you. And you guys will stay for the pictures, right? And for the impending adoption. All right, Commissioner Briones.
So I have two resolutions. First, 505. It's also related to Harris County Public Health's great work. This is to celebrate their re-accreditation. So Director Barton and team, if you could please join us. So Harris County Public Health was first accredited in 2018. This re-accreditation applies through 2030, and it demonstrates our demonstrated success and commitment to accountability, performance management, and advancement of public health practices. This is an accreditation by the sole accrediting body for public health in the United States, which is Public Health Accreditation Board. And we just want to celebrate the hard work that you do each and every day to make Harris County healthier and a place where everyone can thrive. So thank you, Director Barton and team. And we are celebrating this reaccreditation.
Good afternoon. My name is Brandon Maddox, the Director of Planning and Innovation for Harris County Public Health. Like Commissioner noted, the Public Health Accreditation Board, or what we call FAB, they set standards of excellence for public health departments nationwide. And while there are 103 local health departments in Texas, only 9 are accredited by FAB. Harris County Public Health was initially accredited in 2018, and because of the reaccreditation status, that applies now until 2030. In pursuit of our reaccreditation, we submitted an extensive set of materials describing our department, the partners that we work with, the services that we provide, and ultimately our performance management practices as well. I do want to thank the members of our team, the planning and innovation team who are here, and especially Chinonso Ubujaku. He's our FAB accreditation coordinator, who did an extensive work getting us to this point. We compiled 114 documents that described our department.
Please continue.
Thank you. That comprised everything within our reaccreditation portfolio, and has really stepped up to help us to reach this milestone. I want to thank Leah for her guidance and direction, and I want to thank all of public health because they are the ones who adhere to those standards of excellence so that we can make our community healthier. Thanks.
This is huge, Brendan and team. I know y'all put countless hours into this work, and this is just a huge testament to y'all. So we're so proud and thankful.
And I'd just like to add, I'm Leah Barton. I'm incredibly proud of this FAB accreditation, which does require us to meet rigorous national standards and adhere to best practices in public health management and operations. And very grateful to Brandon, Chinonso, the rest of the planning and innovation team. But as Brandon noted, this belongs to our full public health team. And so I'm very happy to introduce 4 of our employees of the quarter, which is a recognition program we've instituted. Nakia Jean is responsible for managing all of our intake and investigation of infectious disease cases. Kenny Wen leads our diabetes prevention program, which helps people reduce their A1C, their BMI, other risk factors. Ruby Gomez promotes healthy behaviors in our health programs with very creative and thoughtful graphic design. And you've already met Joe Rivas, who has been treating our shelter animals with extreme compassion for more than 10 years. And so I just like to share that this work doesn't end. We still have to keep adhering to those standards, but very lucky to have a great team in place to do so.
Thank you. Congratulations, y'all. And my second and final resolution, but unfortunately, Corey, my husband, already texted back no with a lot of O's. So I just love dogs. One day. I'll have many. Okay, this next one is actually a incredibly important resolution, especially around the holidays. And I want to thank all of our partners. And if you're here for the Impaired Driving Prevention Month resolution, if you could please join me. We have representatives from our district attorney's office, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, our Harris County Sheriff's Office, and Link Houston. So I know all of us have been touched in some way by the impacts of drunk driving. We know someone we've lost, someone in our family, friends, and this is entirely preventable. This is about planning and choices that we make. It is staggering. There's one death every 45 minutes from drunk driving. There's about 32 people killed each and every day. Harris County has higher rates of impaired driving year-round, not only in the holidays. Over 30% of deaths on Harris County roads involve alcohol, and our impaired driving rate, unfortunately, is 5% higher than Texas and the United States. I want to thank this interagency collaboration, especially the task force with the sheriff's office, our constables, our district attorney's office, the holiday DWI task force. We know that at the end of November, there was approximately 570 arrests around Thanksgiving time. And we know that throughout the month of December, through the holiday parties, New Year's Eve, New Year's, that we need to be continuing to double down on what we are doing. So we all know, friends, we're all going to holiday events. It's up to us to plan ahead, take an Uber, take a Lyft, have a designated driver. If you see someone at a party or gathering that needs to have the keys taken away, take them away. Like, that is being a good friend. We're all in this together. And as a mom my oldest is about to start driving, and I'm just terrified, to be honest. And this is preventable. That's what gets me so deeply. Like, this is preventable. So let's do what Texans and Harris County residents do best, take care of each other this holiday season. And so this resolution just is here to honor the amazing interagency work that's being done. And again, Harris County takes this very seriously, and we will hold you accountable, as you will hear from our district attorney partners in just a second. But first, Ms. Thomas, your words from the other day when we were talking, sorry. Thank you for being here. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So let's please first hear from Ms. Thomas.
Good afternoon. My name is Sharice Thomas. February 3rd of 2020, my daughter's Destiny was coming home from school. It was 3 o'clock in the afternoon. It was not a holiday, but it was a celebration because it was the day after Super Bowl. The guy had been binge drinking all weekend. He was celebrating his birthday and he was celebrating Super Bowl. He hit her head on, killed her instantly. He broke every bone in her body, from the top of her head to the waist. All that he did not break, we donated. We donated her skin and her bones to help someone else. Destiny was a high school student. She was getting ready to graduate. It was prom time. None of that happened. Instead of us planning a celebration, we were planning a funeral. The guy was going 66 miles an hour on a two-way street. She was going 6.
Go ahead, please continue.
Destiny had just gotten her acceptance letter 30 minutes before her demise to Southern University in Louisiana. I fight every day so that another mother doesn't have to walk the walk that I'm walking. I sit at a table with an empty chair. Holidays and celebrations are very hard for me because Destiny was a hard worker. She was a high school student. She worked 2 jobs, and she actually was a cosmetology student at Dr. Kirk Lewis in Pasadena. She did it all. Not a day goes by that I don't think about her, what she could have done, what she should have done. And that was all taken away by one senseless act of getting behind a wheel while drinking and driving. I volunteer with Mothers Against Drunk Drivers. Bridges to Life, which is a Bible base in prisons, Compassionate Friends, and anywhere else that someone had help that asked me to come and volunteer, all for free. I do it because I don't want anybody else to walk a day in my shoes. Destiny could have been here, she should have been here, and this should have been prevented. There's too many other alternatives that they can do or you can use than getting behind a car and driving drunk. No parent should have to bury their child. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and so sorry to hear that. Thank you so much for sharing and advocating, but so sorry.
Yes. We're so sorry, Ms. Thomas, and thank you for all the advocacy that you do to try to prevent this from happening to others, and thank you to Mothers Against Drunk Driving. Next, can we hear from our Harris County Sheriff's Office, please? We have Lieutenant Cheek here, Dashana Cheek.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm here to represent the Harris County Sheriff's Office to express my strong support for the resolution recognizing Impaired Driving Prevention Month. Each year, impaired driving claims thousands of lives nationwide and leaves countless families devastated. Every loss represents a family member. Every loss changes lives forever. But these tragedies, as Commissioner Briones said, are preventable. By raising awareness, promoting responsible decision-making, and strengthening partnerships between law enforcement and the community, we can make our roadways safe for everyone. My teammates and I are fully committed to remaining vigilant and keeping impaired drivers off the roadways. Harris County Sheriff's Office deputies alone have arrested over 1,500 impaired drivers this year alone through November 30th. We regularly host and participate in initiatives, as we will be on New Year's Eve as well. And we're always looking to
Go ahead, officer.
to keep the roadway safe. During this holiday season, we would like to encourage the public to plan ahead, identify a designated driver, utilize ride shares, taxis. If you see somebody that is attempting to get in a vehicle, do something about it. The message to the public is to make the right choice. Do not put your life or someone else's life in danger. I would like to thank Commissioner Briones for highlighting the importance of this impaired driving prevention. The resolution sends an important message that we in Harris County value life, responsibilities, and community safety. Small choices save lives, and awareness truly makes a difference. Together, we can help prevent tragedies and help families who call Harris County and the surrounding areas home. Thank you.
Thank you, Lieutenant Cheek.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you for your attention to this incredibly pressing issue and the opportunity to speak. My name is Peter Eccles. I'm here representing Link Houston. Link Houston is a nonprofit that advocates for a robust and equitable transportation network so that all people can reach opportunity safely and with dignity in our region. We are in a road safety crisis here in Harris County. In 2024, a staggering 579 people lost their lives in traffic crashes here in Harris County, and impaired driving was a factor in over 30% of those. Harris County has admirably committed themselves to the ambitious goal of 0 traffic fatalities by 2030. Moving towards that goal requires tackling impaired driving head on through driver education, safe ride home programs, and targeted enforcement. But we can't stop there. The deadly impacts of impaired driving are compounded by the dangerous design of our roadways, too many of which encourage speeding and put all road users, people walking, biking, and driving in dangerous situations. Advancing Vision Zero is going to take everything that we've got. We urge you to pursue multiple strategies, education, enforcement, and engineering to end this road safety crisis. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Eccles. And I couldn't agree more about really focusing our work and continuing to live into Vision Zero as much as possible. And our first Assistant District Attorney, Chandler Rain, and his team.
Commissioner, thank you so much for bringing this resolution. Even the title of the resolution is poignant, prevention rather than awareness, because tragically, impaired driving is something that all of us are so fundamentally aware of. I brought with me Whitney Raspberry, who's the division chief of our Vehicular Crimes Division, as well as a few prosecutors from our division as well. And the four of them are just a representative of a team of prosecutors and investigators who handle 100% of traffic fatality cases that happen in Harris County. They go on scenes in the middle of the night. If there's a traffic fatality on Christmas morning, one of them will be leaving their family to go out to that scene. It's work that I did when I was in our Vehicular Crimes Division with now our District Attorney Sean Tier years ago. And the Lieutenant and I have been on far too many scenes together as well. This year alone in Harris County, we filed almost 12,000 offenses relating to impaired driving and intoxication. 31 of those have been fatalities, intoxication manslaughters. Of those 31,
Go ahead.
Thank you, every single one of them was avoidable. 31 members of our community who were stolen from their loved ones, who were taken away far too early and far too young by somebody who wasn't just committing a senseless act, but they were committing a selfish act. It's an incredibly selfish thing to do, to choose to get behind the wheel of a car after you've been drinking, after you've taken pills, after you've smoked something you shouldn't have. But it happens every single day in our community. And to your point earlier, Commissioner Briones, it's something that we see happening more towards the end of the year. As work calms down and the holidays pick up, we see an increase in the number of filings and intoxication-related offenses. And people are ripped away from their families just before what should be a time of celebration, a time of joy, and a time of spending those holidays together. The photographs that you see here are a representative of far too large of a group of people, members of our community who have lost their lives to a 100% preventable crime. There is nothing that justifies the selfish act of getting behind the wheel of a car when you don't have the normal use of your mental and physical faculties. That's the legal standard. It's not drunk driving, it's impaired driving. And we've, for years and years, asked members of our community, encouraged members of our community to plan ahead, to think who's going to drive me home if I'm going to be drinking. But now we are begging members of our community to take that responsible step in thinking about how you're going to get home. I think far too often what we see is people choose to take their car somewhere thinking, I will make the responsible choice of getting an Uber or a Lyft or calling a ride, but they're impaired. And so they don't. They get behind the wheel of the car and they choose to drive home. So what I'm begging people in this community to do is to not drive there at all. Think about it. Get yourself in an Uber, get yourself in a Lyft, get yourself in a friend's car, and that's how you get to wherever you're going to be celebrating. Because far too often people, once they've been drinking, choose to drive anyway. So thank you so much for bringing attention to this.
Thank you, Mr. Reed.
Thank you all for your work. Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you. Commissioner Briones, thank you so much for bringing this up. Regrettably, this is supposed to be a season of all good things, but there are too many families that have felt the worst of tragedies during this same time. So to you and to those families, our prayers and condolences continue to be with you. But Brain and Sheriff's Office and all of the other respective partners, I just want to say thank you for your work. While we're having a good time with our families, hopefully at home, you guys are going to be working. And you're going to be doing a tough job during that time, and we need you to do that. Too many people just take for granted the responsibility that comes with that car when they've been having a good time. So I appreciate the message, and simply to say that, folks, it's too easy to do the right thing, so don't make the mistake and bring more families to this club that nobody wants to be a part of. God bless y'all. Thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you to everyone for your advocacy. I wanted to just share a little bit. So I used to be a medical interpreter, including at TIER, and a lot of the patients that I worked with had been in a car accident, and it's just an awful thing to see. Even if there's not a fatality, it's just a terrible, terrible situation. And so, we have the deterrent of these fabulous prosecutors and DA's office, and we have the education that our community leaders are working on. And I want to not that you guys need to do more, you don't. But I want to point a little bit toward the transportation side as well, because the sheriff is one who will repeat often that the number one cause of death for police officers is actually traffic accidents, and that's why he supports transportation. And so I know, we see light rail is like, well, nobody, it's not used enough. Should we expand? And there is a sort of cultural sense, perhaps at the legislature, a stubbornness not to invest in other means of transportation. Just with I-45, we were requesting that there be a bus rapid transit line. All that means is we allow one lane for there to be a bus. You don't have to build anything, but it's an efficient way to get somewhere, and then you have other ways of feeding into that. And so, again, not that you need anybody to ask anything of you, but just perhaps if you're in conversation, somebody else asks you what they should do, perhaps consider, if you haven't already, advocating at the state level and saying, look, it's about people. It's about law enforcement officers. And as you said, sometimes they're going to do the selfish thing. And so let's put fewer cars on the road. Let's have less wide highways. It's been shown many times when you have these mega highways, people are encouraged to speed, and more people will fill those highways. And so anyway, that's my comment. And then I know that you guys have these programs, but I just want to encourage you all to take care of yourselves as well, and put yourselves first. Take care of your mental health. Vicarious trauma is a real thing. And so I appreciate you all so much. I know we all do. Thank you for targeting such a difficult matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. And if I may very briefly, I completely agree with you. The legislature, this legislative cycle, gave us new tools with regards to increased punishments for some intoxication-related offenses. And we're going to use those tools in prosecuting these cases. But what we really want is to not have to. We would much rather these cases be prevented than us have to prosecute them after a tragedy's occurred. So I couldn't agree with you more.
Chandler, does that number include distracted driving, or is that another category?
So the numbers that we ran were all intoxication related. So that's how we got to that 12,000 number that I mentioned earlier.
Do you know what it is if you include the intoxicated plus the distracted?
So I was talking with Division Chief Raspberry earlier, and we think that it's about 60% of the fatalities that we investigate and deal with intoxication, which means that of the 31 that we have right now, we've probably got about 20 to 25 that are non-fatality or non-intoxication related. So that's going to be a lot of distracted driving. I mean, people texting on their phones.
Texting on the phone.
There have been so many studies that show that there is a real correlation between texting and intoxication. A driver who's texting looks a lot the same behind the wheel of a car as a driver who's intoxicated. It's just as dangerous.
Yeah.
And the death and the Vision Zero, sometimes we say, well, Harris County has the most this, the most that. In Texas, well, we're the largest county, so of course we have the most, but actually it's per capita. I mean, we really, truly are the most dangerous in the whole country, because we have these massive highways and refuse to invest in simple solutions that will be accessible enough. So anyway, there's a report in the Chronicle, but if you Google it, you can see we're the worst in the country.
Yes, ma'am.
So anyway, thank you guys again so much. Thank you, Commissioner Brunis, for bringing this up.
Thank you both.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, so let's vote on these, and then we'll take pictures. Commissioner, is he coming back? Oh, okay. So James, what motion should I make? Just
Motion for item 493, 501, 502, 504, 505, and 506.
all the resolutions.
Okay.
Okay, so the
Second.
motion, I'll make the motion, second by Commissioner Garcia. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. And we will now take pictures. And Noel's still here. So, if you want lab, well-behaved for the holidays, she's still there. All right, thank you. It is, should I adjourn or no? Okay, it's 4:45, Commissioners Court is now adjourned. Thank you all so much.